Chapter 2089. These things are enough to create a fourth-grade demigod. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he gobbled up the good stuff. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently a second-grade demigod. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently a third-grade demigod. His realm had broken through continuously and reached third-grade demigod. Now, with his strength, there was no need to be afraid of Eight Direction sect. However, he was still wary of that deity. After all, that deity was a deity. Not long after, the sect leader of Eight Direction sect came looking for him. "Young man, can you tell me the location of the ruins?" asked the sect leader of Eight Direction sect. Behind him was the elder from earlier. However, since Yi Xian had deliberately concealed his aura and this was no small matter, the sect leader of Eight Direction sect did not pay much attention to him. "That place is in the seventh heaven." Yi Xian casually told him the location, but it was actually the Scarlet Forest from earlier. However, the sect leader of Eight Direction sect did not believe it. "Okay, then let me ask you again. Why did the set of armor you gave Elder Lin just now disappear for no reason?" asked the sect leader of Eight Direction sect. "Disappeared?" Needless to say, Yi Xian must have kept it. After all, it was Wei Zhenqian that turned into the Void Spirit Divine Armor, not a real demigod artifact. "I'm not sure." Yi Xian shook his head. "Young man, I'm sorry to offend you." As soon as he finished speaking, the sect leader of Eight Direction sect, a seventh-grade demigod, flashed behind Yi Xian and pressed his hand on Yi Xian's forehead, preparing to search his soul. Yi Xian reacted immediately. In the next moment, he directly used the Eye of Assassination to appear behind the elder. Rip. With a crisp sound, the elder's head was directly thrown into the air, and the universe ring fell into Yi Xian's hand. With Yi Xian's current realm of third-grade demigod, it was extremely easy to kill a sixth-grade demigod with a sneak attack. The sect leader of Eight Direction sect did not expect Yi Xian to have such a method. He immediately turned around and threw a punch. This blow was enough to kill a sixth-grade demigod, but the fist fell on the Void Spirit Divine Armor and was easily blocked. "Finish him." Without another word, Yi Xian released the old tree and the others. A storm of blood began. The Eight Direction sect master was the strongest expert in the Eight Direction sect. His cultivation had already reached rank 7 demigod realm. However, this level of strength was nothing to Yi Xian. Under the joint attack of Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Sword Servants, Undying Sword Servants and 5-element Sword Servants, the sect master of Eight Paths sect was killed. The interspatial ring also fell into the hands of Yi Xian. Ding. The host has broken through and is now a rank 4 demigod. Yi Xian made another breakthrough. Then he used the Mask of Truth and Illusion to disguise himself as the sect master of Eight Paths sect. A perfect disguise. As long as he did not make a move, even a 9th-ranked demigod or a true deity might not be able to recognize him. "I'm just dealing with a small fry who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Everyone disperse." At this time, Yi Xian suddenly leaped into the air and shouted. The commotion just now had attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples, so Yi Xian hurriedly explained as the sect master of Eight Paths sect. When the group of disciples heard this, they immediately dispersed. After that, he took out a communication token. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth and spoke. "Old ancestor, I found a set of battle armor mixed with tribulation-breaking divine stones." Yi Xian disguised himself as the sect master of Eight Paths sect and said. The next moment, a middle-aged man's voice was heard. "I'll be right there." At this time, the person Yi Xian transmitted his voice to was the deity who descended from the divine world. He was also from the Eight Paths sect, so his seniority was much higher than the sect master of Eight Paths sect. Yi Xian was waiting here, ready to welcome the deity. If a demigod wanted to prove his status as a deity, he had to pass the divine tribulation. Once he passed the divine tribulation, he would undergo earth-shattering changes. Demigod lattice, demigod power, and demigod bloodline would all transform into godhead, divine power, and divine bloodline. A deity would not encounter any danger in the 8 paths of heaven, unless he encountered an opponent of the same level. The old ancestor of 8 paths sect only took a short time to arrive at the 8 paths sect. No one knew where he came from. In any case, his speed was astonishing. In the 8 paths sect, Yi Xian immediately flashed out after sensing the powerful aura, then quickly used the death hunt token to mark the deity. This is the deity. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, feeling a little uneasy. Although Wei Zhenqian's mask of truth was very useful, he was facing a deity after all. He did not know if he would be exposed. "Old ancestor, you're here." Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him with a smile. This deity had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He looked no different from an ordinary demigod. However, he was wearing a white armor with 2 words engraved on his chest, White Flame. Yi Xian knew that this was a faction in the 9 paths called the White Flame Divine Mountain. This deity had joined the White Flame Divine Mountain. He had only come to the 8 paths after receiving a mission. Cut the crap. Where's the item? The middle-aged deity asked directly. Hearing this, Yi Xian prepared to take out the Void Spirit Divine Armor. However, his expression changed drastically in the next moment. Oh no, the Void Spirit Divine Armor was transformed by Wei Zhentian, and so was the Mask of Truth. Now that I'm wearing the Mask of Truth, how am I going to take out the Void Spirit Divine Armor? It was only then that Yi Xian discovered a loophole. He quickly used the Divine Devouring System to extract the memories of the dead elder and tamper with them. Old Ancestor, please take a look at this. Yi Xian took out a floating image crystal and threw it over. This floating image crystal recorded the scene of the elder testing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. After watching it, the middle-aged deity's eyes lit up. He said, "It might be the tribulation-breaking Divine Stone. Where's the item?" Elder Lin took this precious armor. I don't know where he went. Maybe. Yi Xian stammered. Bastard, how dare you steal from me? You're courting death. The middle-aged deity was furious. He immediately spread out his divine sense, but he did not find Elder Lin of the 8 Paths sect. Immediately, he left his original spot and began to search his surroundings. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian transformed Wei Zhentian into the Void Spirit Divine Armor and put it on the Sword God's clone. Then he launched an attack on the 8 Paths sect. Rumble. The entire 8 Paths sect was like a scene from hell. It was massacred by Yi Xian. However, these dead people would be resurrected by Yi Xian in the future, and then be absorbed into the devouring system to live in it. Now their role was to act as extras for Yi Xian to act out the show. Chapter 2090. The middle-aged man was taken aback. He turned to look at Yi Xian and asked, "Did you do it?" Haha, the armor mixed with the calamity-breaking divine stone is indeed powerful. Even the sect master died in my hands. Yi Xian suddenly burst out laughing. You are Elder Lin? The middle-aged man finally reacted. At this time Yi Xian was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. Moreover, it was the first time he saw it, so he did not feel anything was wrong. Old Ancestor, I'm sorry. I just wanted to test the armor made with the calamity-breaking divine stone to see if it is really that powerful, Yi Xian said. The middle-aged man was already angry. He shouted, "Give it to me and I'll spare your dog life." Hearing this, Yi Xian shook his head and said, "That won't do. If you want this armor, you have to use something else." Shameless boasting. You're courting death. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Good Lord, a mere demigod dared to speak to him in such a manner. He was really courting death. However, he had overlooked one thing. Elder Lin was a 6th-grade demigod, and the person in front of him was only a 4th-grade demigod. In an instant, the middle-aged man attacked himself, preparing to seize the Void Spirit Divine Armor. Of course, the strength he displayed was only that of a 7th-grade demigod. However, what surprised him was that his attack was instantly dispersed when it landed on the Void Spirit Divine Armor. His attack was ineffective. It is indeed the calamity-breaking divine stone. With it, the mountain master can safely pass the divine tribulation. The middle-aged man thought to himself. The mountain master was the owner of the White Flame Sacred Mountain. He was in a very dangerous situation. As time passed, the time of the divine tribulation was approaching. Therefore he had to rely on the calamity-breaking divine stone. The calamity-breaking divine stone ignored energy attacks and could even withstand the divine tribulation. The middle-aged man was planning to test how much of the calamity-breaking divine stone powder was mixed into the armor. For him, the more the better. His attack just now was only that of a 7th-grade demigod. However, this attack was enough to kill the sect master of the 8 Paths sect, who was also a 7th-grade demigod. However, Yi Xian was able to remain unharmed. Therefore, the middle-aged man planned to increase his attack to that of an 8th-grade demigod. Swish! A flash of broadsword light tore through the air and landed on the Void Spirit Divine Armor again. However, like before, it had no effect. Since there was none, then he would try a rank 9 demigod attack. The attack was still dispersed by the Void Spirit Divine Armor. At this moment, the middle-aged divine being's expression became somewhat strange. If even a 9th-rank demigod's attack could not harm it, then he would have to attack with all his might. Although he was only a 1st-grade deity, he was still a deity. His full-powered attack was enough to kill a deity. Would this armor be able to withstand it? If they can't handle it, then even if they bring it to the mountain chieftain, they won't be of much help. The middle-aged man thought to himself. In fact, the mountain lord of the white flame divine mountain didn't have much hope. He was already prepared to be struck to death by the divine tribulation. He only sent a few people to search for him. The more powerful deities would search for them in the god realm, while the weaker ones would come to the 8th layer of heaven to try their luck. Who knows, they might be able to reap some unexpected benefits. In any case, they were just treating a dead horse as a living one. Who would have thought that he would really find it? Old ancestor, why aren't you attacking? At this moment Yi Xian asked. You're courting death. The middle-aged divine being's anger surged. He slashed the long saber in his hand and a dazzling saber ray pierced through the air. Huff huff huff. In an instant, the divine being's full-powered attack landed on Yi Xian's void spirit divine armor. However, to the middle-aged divine being's surprise, his attack did not have any effect on the armor. Calamity-breaking divine stone. It must be the calamity-breaking divine stone. At this moment, the middle-aged divine being was 100% sure. The calamity-breaking divine stone must have been mixed into this armor. Old ancestor, why don't we make a deal? Yi Xian asked. What deal? The middle-aged divine being was surprised. I'll give you this armor. Yi Xian said. Also, you have to promise that you won't kill me after you get this armor. The middle-aged divine being said slowly, you have the most guts I've ever seen. Old ancestor, although this armor can withstand energy attacks, it can't withstand ordinary attacks. If you want to kill me, it'll be easy. However, if you do that, you won't be able to ensure the integrity of this armor. Yi Xian said. The middle-aged divine being hesitated when he heard this. He had already verified the effect of this armor. In his opinion, this armor must have been mixed with the calamity-breaking divine stone. If he were to make a move and kill Yi Xian, then this armor would probably be destroyed as well. Think about it, which one is better, to bring back a complete set of armor or a damaged set of armor? Of course, the complete one. Alright, what do you want? The middle-aged divine being immediately agreed. Of course, his purpose was only to get the armor. As for Yi Xian, he naturally wanted to kill Yi Xian because he had angered him. I need a heavenly treasure that can allow me to cultivate to the peak of the 9th stage demigod realm. Yi Xian said directly. What? The middle-aged divine being was stunned. Yi Xian was really asking for an exorbitant price. He wanted so many heavenly treasures just by opening his mouth. However, in the divine world, countless demigods at the peak of the 9th stage demigod realm had died under the deity's tribulation. Even with so many heavenly treasures, one might not be able to become a deity. Moreover, it had been some time since he had become a god. These things were nothing to him. Alright, I can give them to you. However, if you try to play any tricks, I will kill you even if it means destroying the armor. The middle-aged divine being immediately agreed. With my strength, how would I dare to deceive you? Yi Xian said with a smile. Then, the middle-aged divine being casually sucked in a scattered interspatial ring and put some things into it. Yi Xian watched as the heavenly treasures were put into the interspatial ring. Then, the middle-aged divine being threw them to him. Tsk tisk. Yi Xian caught the interspatial ring and immediately devoured everything in it. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now an 8th stage demigod. After devouring everything in the interspatial ring, Yi Xian had advanced by 4 levels. If not for the fact that he needed more experience points than the average person, he would have broken through to the peak of the 9th stage demigod realm. The middle-aged divine being was shocked by the change in Yi Xian's aura. How could a person break through from the 4th stage demigod realm to the 8th stage demigod realm in an instant? How did you do it? The middle-aged divine being was surprised. I will tell you when you are dead. Yi Xian's face suddenly turned cold. His tone had also changed drastically. Chapter 2091. You're toying with me? The middle-aged deity immediately reacted and said, Do you think that you can fight me just because you are an 8th-ranked demigod and have a set of armor made with the divine stone of calamity? Who said I'm the only one? Yi Xian sneered. In the next moment, Old Tree, Black Horn, Black Gold Swordsman, Undying Swordsman, 5-Element Swordsman, and 100-Beast Swordsman all appeared. A great battle was about to break out. Yi Xian had to go all out. You're courting death. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He immediately attacked Old Tree and the others. At the same time, the 100-Beast Swordsmen also used their ultimate move. 100 Beasts Parade. Hundreds of figures appeared again. This time Yi Xian summoned 88 gold war god mounts. In addition, there were 11 platinum war god mounts. 88 gold war god mounts and 11 platinum war god mounts made a total of 99 gold war god mounts. The 100th War God mount was not a gold or platinum War God mount. It was a violet gold War God mount that was one level higher than platinum War God mount. It was a cute little bird called the Heaven Shrouding Rock. It could change its size at will. At its current level, the Heaven Shrouding Rock could cover up to 1,000,000 kilometers of land. The Heaven Shrouding Rock lived up to its name. Let's go. At Yi Xian's command, all of them charged at the middle-aged man like ferocious beasts. At the same time, he activated the skill given by the 100-Beast Swordsman, 100 Beasts Feast. There was a huge gap between demigods and gods. However, Yi Xian was at the peak of 8th-stage demigod realm. With so many helpers, he was not afraid at all. White Flame Divine Fire. Burn all of you to ashes. The middle-aged man also took out his trump card. This was the product of cultivating the White Flame Divine skill in the White Flame Divine Mountain. It was a type of divine fire that was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, this thing was useless against the 5-element swordsmen. The 5-element swordsmen were immune to all 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although the White Flame Divine Fire was a divine fire, it was still of the fire element. The 5 elemental sword attendants charged forward and absorbed all the white divine fire. Then the 5 elemental sword attendants' auras surged. What? He swallowed the White Flame Divine Fire? The middle-aged man was shocked. Where did these people come from? Each one was scarier than the other. While he was still in shock, he had already been completely surrounded. Following that, one terrifying attack after another was launched at him. Despite having a divine body, the middle-aged deity was unable to withstand such a powerful attack and was instantly injured. However, it was not that easy to kill a deity. Pucci. The purple gold war god mount, the Heaven Shrouding Rock, expanded in size and grabbed the middle-aged man with its claws. Following that, the strength-type war god mounts also made their move. Although these war god mounts were powerful, only the sword servants of 5 elements, sword servants of 100 beasts, and the great rock could pose a threat to the middle-aged god. Of course, there was also the divine sword secret art. However, the fact that he was able to summon a violet gold Ares mount was beyond Yi Xian's expectations, so he probably wouldn't need to use the divine sword technique. You dare to kill me? The middle-aged divine being widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. Yi Xian was only an 8th grade demigod, but he dared to kill a deity. How audacious of him. Deities are just a group of people who have reached a certain level of strength. So what if I kill you? Yi Xian said coldly. Now he had no other thoughts about killing people. He could kill as he pleased. Firstly, he wanted to kill people and steal their treasures so that he could find Luo Luo as soon as possible. Secondly, he would keep the corpses of those he killed. When he reached a certain level, he would revive them and let them live in the devouring space. Therefore, killing a deity was not difficult for him at all. Pucci. With a crisp sound, the middle-aged divine being's head was pierced through by the saber-toothed tiger transformed from the 100-beast sword attendant. That Yi Xian, as an 8th grade demigod, had killed a deity. It was terrifying. However, this was not the main point. Immediately, he put away the corpse along with the interspatial ring. How much wealth did a deity have? Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now at the peak of 9th grade demigod. After Yi Xian had devoured most of the middle-aged god's wealth, the system beeped. At this time, Yi Xian had reached the peak of demigod. He was only one step away from becoming a deity. The last step was the deity's tribulation. Ding. According to the system's calculation, the success rate of the host's tribulation is 100%. The system beeped again. There were many factors that could affect the success rate of the tribulation. For example, Yi Xian's demigod strength, physique, and magic treasures. However, the most important factor was the Void Spirit Divine Armor. The system had already taken all the factors into account by Yi Xian, but the rest were useless. The Void Spirit Divine Armor alone was enough for him to pass the deity's tribulation. Come on, deity's tribulation. Yi Xian said nothing and started to guide the deity's tribulation. Whether it was the 8th heaven or the 9th heaven, there were people dying under the terrifying deity's tribulation. Yi Xian had just broken through to the peak of demigod 9th heaven and started to guide the deity's tribulation. If others knew about this, they would definitely scold him for overestimating himself. However, Yi Xian was 100% sure that he could pass the tribulation. At this time, somewhere in the 8th heaven, Yi Xian's original body was wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. He could feel the tribulation cloud above his head getting bigger and bigger. After a long time. Ding. The tribulation lightning is about to strike. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Yi Xian suddenly heard a roar. When he raised his head, he saw a thin bolt of tribulation lightning striking down. Then it accurately landed on his head. Unfortunately, this bolt of tribulation lightning was easily dispersed by the void spirit divine armor. The best way for ordinary people to pass the deity's tribulation was to resist the tribulation lightning. This would allow the tribulation lightning to remove the impurities in their body. After breaking through to the true God level, they would be stronger than others. Secondly, it was to use a treasure to resist the power of the tribulation lightning. This way the tribulation lightning would be less effective. Yi Xian used the void spirit divine armor to be immune to the tribulation lightning. However, he had the deity's devouring system. Ding. The host has passed the deity's tribulation and obtained the deity position. The host is currently a lower first stage true God. Others needed to use the tribulation lightning to refine their demigod body into a true God body. Yi Xian had the deity's devouring system to strengthen himself. After passing the deity's tribulation, his body had undergone a tremendous change. He sensed it and could not help but smile. He sighed and said, "Who in the eighth heaven can withstand my sword?" Chapter 2092. Now that Yi Xian had become a lower grade 1 true God, coupled with the enhancement of his bloodline, no one could withstand a single strike from him. At the same time, he also had the qualifications to break through the 8th level of heaven and enter the 9th level of heaven. However, this was not the end. The old tree and the others were Yi Xian's subordinates. Now that Yi Xian had become a true God, they could also benefit and become a true God. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, the notification that he had imagined did not appear completely. Ding. Wei Zhenqian has broken through and is now a lower grade 1 true God. Ding. Flame engulfing unicorn, devouring black scale dragon, and breaking sky divine ape have reached the upper limit and cannot break through. Hearing this, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. The old tree, black horn, and breaking sky have reached the upper limit and cannot become a true God? Yi Xian murmured and immediately told the three of them. "Sigh, it seems that this is the end of our road," the old tree sighed. "Don't worry, there will definitely be fortuitous encounters in the future that can improve your bloodline," Yi Xian hurriedly said. "Young master, there's no need." The old tree shook his head and said, "All these years, we have watched you grow from a mortal to an immortal and then become a true God. We are already satisfied. I'm afraid that you will have to walk the path from now on. If possible, the two of us would like to live a quiet life in the devouring space like breaking sky." Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but fall silent. Breaking sky had not appeared for a long time. Although his cultivation level had always followed, due to his bloodline, his combat power had always been lacking. Ding. Host has triggered a random mission. Cancel the contract with flame engulfing unicorn, devouring black scale dragon, and breaking sky divine ape. Reward none? The system notification made Yi Xian roll his eyes. This was the first time that he had encountered a random mission without a reward. Even though he had been slow in completing the last mission to kill the Sacred Blood Demon King, he had still received 10,000 pseudo-divine gems as a reward. But this time this was the request of the old tree. Presumably they were tired and didn't want to fight anymore, so they wanted to live a quiet life. "Old tree, I respect your decision." Yi Xian nodded, then released the old tree, black horn, and heaven breaker from their contracts. From now on he only had two treasures left. One was Luo Luo, who was picked up by the guiding light of the 9 heavens, and the other was Wei Zhenqian. If they had any fortuitous encounters in the future, the old tree trio would not mutate and evolve into a stronger bloodline. "Thank you, young master." Old tree grinned. "Alright, you can live in the devouring space. You won't be in any danger here." Yi Xian nodded. He was the master of the devouring space. Even a god would die if he entered. Moreover, even if the old tree trio were free, they could live with Yi Xian's family. Moreover, they could marry and have children in the future. Presumably, this was the real reason why the old tree trio was free. Of course, Yi Xian was very grateful to the old tree trio. The three of them had outstanding battle achievements. If it weren't for them, Yi Xian wouldn't have grown to where he was today. Now it was time for them to retire. Fortunately, Wei Zhenqian's talent is enough to keep up with my footsteps. Yi Xian smiled. Wei Zhenqian was his first treasure. He had died once, but was resurrected after the devouring space upgraded. Then he had followed Yi Xian all the way to where he was today. As for the second treasure, Luo Luo, she was now in the 9 heavens. Yi Xian could also sense her presence, but the distance between them couldn't be measured by a chasm. In short, they were very far apart. "Luo Luo, wait for me." Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He rushed directly into the clouds, then with a casual swing of his sword, he broke open the 8 heavens. However, the moment he rushed into the dark space, the system notification sounded again. Ding, the 9 heavens is close to the outland. If the host enters the 9 heavens, the system will activate a hidden mode. At that time, an unknown malfunction may occur. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes widened. The system would malfunction after entering the 9 heavens? What's going on? What is the outland? Why would it activate a hidden mode? Yi Xian didn't understand the situation. This unforeseen event made him stop. However, he guessed that this was inevitable unless he stayed in the 8 heavens. However, if he stayed in the 8 heavens, how could he continue to grow and find Luo Luo? Therefore he decided to give it a try. At that moment, he broke open the 8 heavens again and rushed into the dark space between the 8 heavens and the 9 heavens. Ding, the host confirms that he wants to enter the 9 heavens? Yes. This time Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly answered. After he answered, the system didn't respond. The dark space between the 8 heavens and the 9 heavens was quite long. Yi Xian flew for 3 days and 3 nights before he came out. On the 4th day, Yi Xian finally arrived at the 9 heavens, which was the realm of gods. Ding, the system automatically entered a hidden mode. Ding, the Tower of Trial system is closed. Ding, the sect system is closed. Ding, Wei Zhentian's flying sword form has been lost. The Dharma treasure form has been reset to 0. Ding, the bloodline of the sword god has changed. Ding, the bloodline of the god of war has changed. Ding, all titles have been lost. The system notification sounded one after another. He didn't expect that the system would malfunction so much just by activating a hidden mode. This was terrible. Damn, Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form has been reset to 0? Before Yi Xian finished listening, his head sank. Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form was very useful, such as the Beast God Bell and the Void Spirit Divine Armor. The entire Wei Zhentian was only left with the ability to transform. The Dharma treasure forms that he fixed before were all lost. It was a terrible sight. Moreover, there was a change. Now, Wei Zhentian's Dharma treasure form could only transform into 3 Dharma treasures a day. Every time it was used, the Dharma treasure would be refreshed and could not be used again unless the Dharma treasure was fixed. Moreover, Wei Zhentian could only transform into 3 Dharma treasures a day. Of course, if it was a fixed Dharma treasure, it was not limited. However, the change of Wei Zhentian was not the main point. What made Yi Xian helpless was that the bloodline of the sword god and the bloodline of the god of war had changed. The doppelganger of the sword god was gone. Not only that, the 2 doppelganger in the mortal world and the second heaven had also disappeared. System U at $$B at %, Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. Immediately he quickly checked the 2 demigod bloodlines. God. The 2 most important bloodlines had actually become weak. Now, the bloodline of the sword god was only left with the body of the sword god and the invincible sword servant. Moreover, among the invincible sword servants, the black gold sword servant, the 5-element sword servant, and the undying sword servant were all lost. Only the 100-beast sword servant was left. The godly sword path's advancement route was also lost after the system made a mistake. In other words, the godly sword technique was gone. Yi Xian's trump cards were lost one after another because of the system's error. It was terrible. Ding, all the lost advancement routes can be found. The system prompted. How do I find them? Yi Xian immediately asked. Ding, the method is unknown. Please find it yourself. This answer made Yi Xian roll his eyes. You are the system, how could you not know? Fortunately, the invincible sword servant's advancement route was still there. Otherwise, Yi Xian would cry to death. If it was just the body of the sword god, how could it be considered the bloodline of the sword god? Besides, the bloodline of the god of war only lost 1 god of war domain skill. The change was not too big. No, it was not just the god of war domain. What the hell, the god of war mount's gold rank summon level dropped to the silver rank? Yi Xian rolled his eyes again. How could a silver rank god of war mount be compared to a gold rank god of war mount? Fortunately, with the degradation of this skill, the devour points required to upgrade it had also decreased. Now, it only required 3 devour points to upgrade it again, returning it to the level of a gold tier summon. However, what made Yi Xian suffer the most was that the sword god's doppelganger actually disappeared. This meant that from now on he could only move in person. Sigh. Yi Xian sighed and summed up the changes this time. Due to the system's error, the Tower of Trial system was shut down, the sect system was shut down, Wei Zhentian's flying sword form was lost, the treasure form was reset to 0, and the bloodline of the sword god and bloodline of the god of war had changed. In addition, the Eyes of the Void and the Eyes of Assassination that had been with him for a long time were also lost. leaving only the Eyes of Insight and the Death Pursuit order. Wei Jintian's luck value and critical hit effect were also gone. From now on, unless he increased his luck value again, there would be no critical hit or one-hit kill effect. As such, he was only left with the exchange system, forging system, and mission system. As for the skills, he was only left with the Devouring Hand, Devour from a Distance, Eyes of Insight, Death Pursuit Order, Summon Invincible Sword Servant, and Summon God of War Mount. Other than that, he was only left with Wei Jintian as his helper. However, Wei Jintian's treasure form was reset to 0, the Mask of Truth used for disguise, the Void Spirit Divine Armor that was immune to energy attacks, and the Beast God Clock that suppressed beasts by 80% and had the ability to search souls. Now that I am a lower rank 1 true god, without the Void Spirit Divine Armor, I have to be careful, Yi Xian thought in his heart. Previously he still had 2 ordinary doppelgangers and an invincible sword god doppelganger, but now he had nothing. Therefore he had to be extremely careful. At this moment, ding. After the system entered the hidden mode, a malfunction occurred. Host, please repair the system as soon as possible, otherwise, it may continue to malfunction. Ding. The system will compensate the host and begin to randomly draw compensation rewards. Chapter 2093. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have received a random reward from the system. Attribute Critical Hit. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have received a random reward from the system. Attribute Luck has increased. Critical Hit Attribute and Luck Attribute? Yi Xian frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. The 2 rewards from the system seemed to be the same as the previous rewards, but that was not the case. First of all, the Critical Hit Attribute had a high probability of triggering 10 times the critical hit. At the same time, there was a small probability of triggering a one-hit kill. This was the difference. The 3 words high probability explained everything. Then there was the Luck Attribute. Although it seemed vague in actual use, it could greatly increase Yi Xian's chances of discovering special items and discovering hidden random missions. It was much more practical than the previous Luck Attribute. It could be said that the 2 rewards from the system were practically tailor-made for Yi Xian to quickly recover his strength. The most important thing for Yi Xian to do now was to find Luo Luo. But now there was no news of Luo Luo at all. He could only sense the general direction of where Luo Luo was, but the distance between the 2 could not be described as a chasm. Hence, even though Yi Xian was anxious, there was nothing he could do. He could only take it 1 step at a time. If a true god was said to be invincible in the 8th heaven, in the 9th heaven, they were cheap goods that could be found everywhere. With Yi Xian's current lower rank 1 true god, he was completely at the bottom of the realm of the gods. A system error had caused Yi Xian to fall to the lowest point in history. It would not be easy to find Luo Luo and recover his strength. Yi Xian's current plan was to first hide himself and then look for an opportunity to break through. After all, he was only left with his original body. He did not have his life-saving doppelganger, the sword god doppelganger, and even the elusive spirit god armor. Fortunately, the basic function of the system, the devouring ability, had not malfunctioned. If the devouring ability had malfunctioned, it would have been a real tragedy. Yi Xian observed his surroundings carefully, but did not find anything special. However, a divine mountain in front of him caught his attention. Where there are mountains, there are beasts. Now that I'm in the god realm, should I be called a divine beast? Well then, I'll use these divine beasts to level up first. Yi Xian said in his heart. These words were filled with helplessness, but they were also filled with unparalleled dominance. 9 Luo 7 Extremes Mountain. This was where Yi Xian was heading. However, what Yi Xian did not know was that this sacred mountain was not as simple as he had imagined. When Yi Xian arrived at the edge of the sacred mountain, he couldn't help but stop. It was just as he thought. Where there are mountains, there are beasts. 3rd stage divine beast roaring god ape. A divine beast of the 5th grade with sharp teeth. A large group of divine beasts was right in front of Yi Xian. This is a good place. This place is simply tailor-made for me. Yi Xian lightly smiled, then directly charged forward. Ding. The host has triggered the chain random mission, Divine Beast Battle Royale. The first round, 100 Beasts Slaughter. Ding. The host has triggered the chain random mission, System Recast. At this stage, the host will receive different kinds of random missions. Every time the host completes a round, the recovery time of the system will be sped up. When all are completed, the host will have the ability to customize the recast system. The 2 system prompts caused Yi Xian to be slightly stunned. System Recast. There was actually such a hidden setting. Although Yi Xian didn't know the specifics of the system's recasting. However, just by hearing the name, he knew that the recast system had to be related to the system malfunction. It seemed that this Jiuluo 7 Extremes mountain was just a small part of the chain task of the recast system. In an instant, Yi Xian thought of a saying. If it was a blessing, it was not a curse. If it was a curse, it could not be avoided. Indeed, this saying was not wrong at all. Yi Xian, who had just been in trouble because of the system malfunction, saw the light of hope in the blink of an eye. Kill. Without another word, Yi Xian summoned the 100-beast sword servant and charged toward the group of divine beasts. 100 beasts attack. The 100-beast sword attendant immediately used its ultimate move and summoned over 100 war god mounts. However, due to the system malfunction, the original minimum summoning power of the Ares mounts was reduced from gold to silver, and their strength was greatly reduced. However, even if it was a silver-grade war god mount, it was still a divine beast. Now, it was a battle between divine beasts. On Yi Xian's side, critical hits were constantly triggered, and occasionally, a sure kill skill was triggered. However, in this place, even the lowest level of divine beasts were much higher in cultivation than Yi Xian. However, this was nothing to Yi Xian. In just half a day, he had killed hundreds of low-level divine beasts. Ding. The host has completed the first round of the Divine Beast Battle Royale and triggered the second round, 1000 Beast Slaughter. Should he continue killing? Yi Xian did not mind. Although killing these divine beasts did not give him many benefits, Yi Xian's strength increased rapidly by devouring the corpses of these divine beasts. At this point, killing hundreds of low-level divine beasts had increased Yi Xian's strength to lower level 2 True God. Ding. The host has completed the second round of the Divine Beast Battle Royale and triggered the third round, 1000 Beast Slaughter. After the 1000 Beast Slaughter, there was still the 1000 Beast Slaughter. This was such a ridiculous chain of missions. Yi Xian had been circling around the Jiuluo 7 Extremes Sacred Mountain for a total of 7 days. Kill without limit. Yi Xian's strength was not enough to enter the inner parts of the Jiuluo 7 Extremes Sacred Mountain. He could only surround the sacred mountain and kill those divine beasts that were alone or in small groups. However, this endless battle still made Yi Xian somewhat annoyed. Of course, Yi Xian's strength continued to increase. At this point, Yi Xian was already a lower level 5 True God. To be honest, this kind of speed of improvement was very satisfying. Most importantly, this was part of the system's reforging. Yi Xian would not give up. Another 15 days. As his strength increased, Yi Xian's ability to kill divine beasts also increased. In 15 days he had killed over 10,000 divine beasts. It could be said that all the low-level divine beasts around the Jiuluo 7 Extreme Sacred Mountain were all killed by Yi Xian. Of course, this endless battle also brought Yi Xian a lot of benefits. Lower level 9 True God. Who would have thought that a guy who had ascended to level 9 for a month would go from a lower level 1 True God to a level 9 True God? That was a full 8 levels increase. This kind of leveling speed was simply unheard of. After such a long period of killing, Yi Xian could not help but feel numb. Fortunately, after the 1000 Beast Slaughter, there was no 100,000 Beast Slaughter. Ding. Host has completed the 1000 Beast Slaughter mission and triggered the fourth round, the Jiuluo 7 Extreme Sacred Beast Slaughter mission. At the same time, host will receive a random divine weapon. Ding. Rewards are being drawn. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining the upgradable divine weapon, the God Slayer. The reward was given? A sword? Yi Xian took the god-slaying sword that the system gave him. However, just from looking at it, he sucked in a breath of cold air. What F*** King Attributes? Chapter 2094. Currently, the god-slaying sword was in its primary form and had a special attribute, God-slaying. When facing a demon god, Yao god, or underworld god, it would buff the host by 5%. It had a special offensive skill, God-slaying slash. When facing any demon god, Yao god, underworld god, or other ES god, it would definitely deal a critical hit. It had a special defensive skill, Divine Soul Shield. When the host killed any demon god, Yao god, spiritual god, or other ES god, it would automatically store the Divine Soul Fragments. When necessary, the Divine Soul Fragments would be used to create an invincible shield. What a powerful god-slaying sword. This was only in its primary form, but it already had such a strong suppressive ability. Could this be the real compensation from the system to Yi Xian? Compared to the previous two attributes, this god-slaying sword was undoubtedly more than 100 times stronger. Yi Xian was overjoyed. This time he was really overjoyed. This was good stuff. This was definitely a super good thing that he had not expected. If it was not for the system's compensation, Yi Xian would not have been able to obtain such a good item by himself. With the god-slaying sword in hand, Yi Xian once again found that invincible feeling. Jiuluo 7 Absolutes, the 16 Divine Beasts? Just you wait. Yi Xian will kill them one by one. For the first time, Yi Xian started to walk into the Jiuluo 7 Absolute Sacred Mountain. There was obviously a strong seal on this sacred mountain. When he was at the periphery, Yi Xian did not feel that it was very obvious. However, as he went deeper, this feeling became clearer and clearer. Could it be that this Jiuluo 7 Absolute Sacred Mountain is not an ownerless land? Yi Xian frowned slightly as doubts rose in his heart. Of course, even so, Yi Xian did not stop. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the front, causing Yi Xian to stop immediately. That's strange. Why are there so many of those low-level divine beasts dying? Could it be that the Jiuluo 7 Absolute Sacred Mountain went crazy again? That's impossible. The Mountain Master has strengthened the seal on the Jiuluo 7 Absolute Sacred Mountain again. They can't have eaten so many low-level divine beasts in such a short time. And this 9 Luo 7 Extinction Sacred Mountain is the hinterland of my all-beast divine sect, so it's impossible for anyone to come in and cause trouble. Although the Jiuluo 7 Absolutes and the 16 divine beasts are considered precious, they are only high-grade beast totems. I don't think they are worth the interest of the other divine sections. This voice seemed to be puzzled by the disappearance of the tens of thousands of low-ranked divine beasts. At the same time, another voice continued to answer. It's not impossible. I heard that Mo Shanggu has issued a new mission. As long as any divine sect can hand over 100 divine beast totems, they will be able to obtain a special reward from Mo Shanggu. Our 10,000 beast divine sect is just a small divine sect among the 3,000 beast divine sects under Mo Shanggu, yet we have 72 mutated beast totems. If we say that no one is plotting against us, I'm afraid no one will believe it. The conversation between the two of them gave Yi Xian some useful information. It seemed that his current location was a place called the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect that was used to raise totem beasts. As for the Jiuluo Qiju and the 16 Divine Beasts, they were totem beasts. However, this 10,000 Beast Divine Sect was merely a branch of a small divine sect called Mo Shanggu. Totem Divine Beast? Mo Shinga? 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect? Yi Xian furrowed his brows slightly. It seemed that the realm of the gods was not much different from other places. There were also endless battles, strength was respected, and benefits came first. However, Yi Xian knew nothing about the realm of the gods. Then, should he capture the two disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect and understand them in detail? Forget it, since it was not easy to meet these two people, Yi Xian, he could not let them go. Only by knowing one's own strength and that of one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Not to mention, Yi Xian also heard something special from the conversation between the two of them. Could it be that Luoluo could be classified as a totem divine beast or something? The reason why she was taken to the 9 heavens was because she was captured by these forces? If that was really the case, then Yi Xian could not accept it. Yi Xian's figure flashed as he quickly dashed in the direction of the two. Just nice, he could test the power of the God Slayer. The two people were completely unprepared. Jiuluo's 7 Extremes Mountain was the hinterland of the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect. To put it bluntly, it was their backyard. Who would be so cautious in their own backyard? Therefore, although the two people were stronger than Yi Xian, they did not notice anything when Yi Xian discovered them. Of course, as Yi Xian approached, one of them finally looked up warily at Yi Xian's location. Who is it? That person roared loudly. At the same time, he took out a long whip in his hand and got into a battle stance. Senior brother, what's wrong? The other person looked at the senior brother in confusion, not knowing what he had discovered. Someone's here. However, just as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's attack had already arrived. He had to end this quickly. Once the two people released the signal to summon their companions, Yi Xian would be in for a tragedy. God-slaying slash. The moment he attacked, he used the special attack of the God Slayer. All of a sudden, it was as if an ancient deity had descended upon them with an unparalleled pressure. The violent power made the two people tremble with fear. What a terrifying power. Is this the attack of a heavenly god? Deities were divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. Above the deities were the heavenly gods. The heavenly gods were also divided into 3 levels. It could be said that the heavenly gods were an entire realm higher than these two disciples. They were existences that they could never defeat. Defend. The senior brother shouted as if to remind his junior brother. As for himself, a circle of milky white light appeared around his body, ready to defend himself. However, Yi Xian's target was not him but his junior brother. The power of the God-slaying slash was displayed for the first time. It was only then that Yi Xian realized that these two people were actually mid-level deities. Of course they were not a threat at all. That junior brother died before he could even figure out what had happened. The senior brother's eyes were filled with horror. He looked at Yi Xian and asked loudly, "Who are you? Senior, who are you? Why did you kill my all-beast divine sect's disciples? My divine beast sect has always been aloof from worldly affairs. Is there any misunderstanding?" Misunderstanding? Yi Xian walked out. "There is indeed no misunderstanding between us. However, I am sorry. Both of you must die." You are just a low-level deity? How is this possible? The divine beast sect was good at taming and raising beasts. Because of this, the disciples of the divine beast sect were all good at controlling beasts. The blessing of the beast's souls was the most basic method. For example, the junior brother's physique had been blessed with the power of several divine beasts. In terms of physique alone, he had already reached a very terrifying realm. However, he did not expect that he would be killed by a low-level deity with a single slash. How could the senior brother not be afraid of such a terrifying attack? Yi Xian could only apologize to these two people. Chapter 2095. Yi Xian did not reply. Instead, he launched another attack. Deity slaying slash. A terrifying aura descended once again. The senior brother was horrified. His junior brother's body was still there. Even if the person in front of him was just a lesser god, he did not dare to be careless. Beast soul of the crimson gold black tortoise. Beast soul of the ancient tiger beast soul. Hold on for me. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from the person's body. All of it was used for defense. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. Bang. With a loud bang, the person was sent flying. Before he even landed on the ground, he had lost all ability to resist and was forcibly sucked into Yi Xian's plant space. What a god-slaying sword. No one else could match its power. At the same time, Yi Xian also obtained the interspatial rings of these two people. It could be said that there were some things in the rings that Yi Xian had never seen before. However, these two were indeed disciples of the divine beast sect. Most of the interspatial rings were materials from various divine beasts. Yi Xian did not obtain much information from the senior brother's memory. However, it was enough for the current stage. It turned out that there were many types of divine beasts in the realm of the gods. However, there were also many divine sects that specialized in rearing these divine beasts. This was because the divine beasts were essential materials for refining some special treasures in the realm of the gods. At the same time, some special cultivation techniques required such divine beasts. However, this feeling made Yi Xian feel that in the god realm, could it be that divine beasts really didn't have any status? Forget it. Who cares? First, complete this random task. Then, go to Mo Shang Pavilion and find out more about Luo Luo. That was the most important thing. Yi Xian moved quickly towards the peak of the sacred mountain. He had already accurately grasped the positions of the 16 divine beasts. Soon, the first divine beast appeared in front of Yi Xian. This was a strange divine beast that looked like a tiger, had hooves like a cow, had 4 wings on its back and had 3 ponytails. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the word on its forehead. Supreme. Yes, that was the word. Revered beast? The biggest way to identify a totem beast was the word on its forehead. Zun Wang Di Tianyu. This was the symbol of the 5 universal totem beasts. Of course, under normal circumstances this handwriting would not appear. Only when it was discovered and a special spell was cast would the handwriting appear clearly. This is the ox-tiger beast? It was said that the ox-tiger beast could increase one's strength, refine one's physique, or be a blunt magical weapon. But why can't I see anything special about him? Yi Xian looked at the totem beast in front of him in confusion. At this moment, the ox-tiger beast was like a sickly old man. He couldn't even be bothered to look at Yi Xian. The restrictions of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect? In that case, it just so happened that Yi Xian had benefited. God-slaying slash. Since the target was already clear, there was no need for Yi Xian to waste any more time. Boom. The God-slaying slash, which was powerful enough to kill an upper-class deity, violently attacked the ox-tiger beast. However, the result surprised Yi Xian. His attack was ineffective. How could this be? How could his attack be ineffective? What's going on? The Jiu Luo 7 Extremes beasts were the 16 divine beasts that Yi Xian had to kill. However, as soon as they encountered the first one, their attacks were ineffective. How could Yi Xian accept this? No, I don't believe that I can't kill you. God-slaying slash, give me a critical hit. Kill me in 1 hit. Unfortunately, the critical hit effect was activated, but it did not trigger a kill in 1 hit. At the same time, Yi Xian finally understood why he couldn't kill the ox-tiger beast. Oh no, it's a restriction. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He quickly tried to use the divine-level devouring system, but he heard a system notification. Ding. The system is currently in a fragmented state. The restriction cannot be broken. Now, even the God-grade devouring system was unable to break through this restriction, and his attacks were all blocked by the restriction. Therefore, there was no doubt that the people from the Divine Beast sect must have known about this. Retreat. It was useless to stay here. Once the people from the Divine Beast sect caught up, Yi Xian would be in trouble. Damn the restriction. Yi Xian was annoyed, but he could only retreat at full speed. As expected, not long after Yi Xian left, a few disciples from the Divine Beast sect rushed over. That's strange. The totem beasts didn't do anything strange. Why did we receive the alarm that the restriction was attacked? Maybe some totem beasts attacked the restriction. Humph, they want to break the Great Elder's restriction? These guys are thinking too much. Yi Xian had already retreated. His target was Hanhao City. It seemed that the realm of the gods was not as simple as it seemed. Level was one of the factors. However, divine powers were also the most crucial auxiliary battle strength. After failing to attack the ox-tiger beast, Yi Xian thought of the Ling Shen Pavilion auction in Hanhao City. Yes, Yi Xian wanted to buy some things because only then could he break the restriction and increase his strength. For example, treasures. Ling Shen Pavilion auction was said to be the largest auction in the realm of the gods. They were a powerful organization in themselves. It was said that Ling Shen Pavilion auction had branches all over the realm of the gods. In this auction, one would have powerful strength as one's trump card. Therefore, as long as one had enough capital, it was possible to obtain anything one wanted here. Yi Xian was not rich at the moment. All he had was the materials from the 10,000 divine beasts he killed and the interspatial rings left behind by the two disciples from the divine beast sect. Speaking of materials, Yi Xian could choose whether to keep the important materials when he devoured the divine beasts. This was also one of the benefits of the devouring system's upgrade. After all, some materials could be used to gain benefits that were several times more valuable than if they were directly devoured. Yi Xian would not miss this point. He was a newcomer in the realm of the gods. He was just a rookie and insignificant pawn. Therefore Yi Xian kept a portion of the divine beast's materials. Otherwise, devouring the 10,000 divine beasts would have been enough for Yi Xian to break through to the mid-level true god realm. The currency used in the realm of the gods was something called divine crystal. This was a special substance that was condensed from the void. Regardless of the quantity, one had to be at least at the level of Master God to collect it. Master God. That was a super existence that Yi Xian could only look up to now. Divine crystals could allow anyone to directly absorb energy from them and refine it for cultivation. Therefore, it became a universal currency. In the interspatial rings left behind by the two disciples from the Divine Beast sect, there were less than 10,000 divine crystals left for Yi Xian. One could imagine how precious they were. Yi Xian walked directly into Ling Shen Pavilion. A receptionist glanced at Yi Xian, but the corners of his eyes revealed a disdainful expression. A mere low-level true god dared to come to Ling Shen Pavilion? He was overestimating himself. Chapter 2096. What do you want? Do you want to buy or not? The indifference and disdain in his tone made Yi Xian frown slightly. How dare a mere receptionist be so arrogant in front of me? Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with him and directly ignored him. Instead, he walked to the side of another receptionist. Hello, I want some divine beast materials. Do you want materials? Okay, I'll take you there. This receptionist was clearly much more refined than the previous one. Damn it, how dare you ignore me? The receptionist's eyes were cold. He was from Lingxiao Pavilion and his strength was 2 realms higher than Yi Xian's. Not only did Yi Xian not show him the slightest respect, he even dared to ignore him. He couldn't accept this kind of behavior. He clenched his fists. If they weren't in Lingxiao Pavilion, he would have attacked him directly. Boy, just wait and see. How dare a mere low-level god be so presumptuous? I'll teach you a lesson. Yi Xian didn't realize that he had offended such a despicable person without knowing it. Of course, even if Yi Xian knew, he wouldn't care about such a person. Such a despicable person wasn't worthy of Yi Xian's attention. Soon, the receptionist in front of Yi Xian led Yi Xian to an old man. Young master, if you have any divine beast materials, you can give them to Elder Lin. Elder Lin will estimate the price for you and give you the corresponding reward. The receptionist smiled at Yi Xian. In fact, the main source of income for receptionists was commission. Whether it was a purchase or an item, they could get a commission of 1% from the transaction. This was the main reason why the receptionist didn't like Yi Xian at first. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian was just a low-level god in the receptionist's eyes. There was nothing to be gained from him, so of course he wouldn't be happy to receive him. Yi Xian didn't waste time and directly handed the interspatial ring that he had prepared beforehand to the old man. Elder Lin opened his eyes slightly. There were many people who came to Ling Shen Pavilion to buy things, but there were very few who actually bought things. Yi Xian could be considered his first customer this year. Elder Lin casually took Yi Xian's universe ring and glanced at it. However, a smile appeared on his face. Not bad, little guy. You actually hunted so many low-level divine beasts. I really don't know what you're thinking. Instead of cultivating properly, you went to hunt divine beasts. The materials of low-level divine beasts are rarely hunted by people. It seems that you are walking the path of slaughter. As Elder Lin spoke, he took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. Here are 10,000 divine crystals. Our pavilion has been buying low-level divine beast materials. Unfortunately, no one is willing to waste time hunting for them. Here are 10,000 divine crystals. 5,000 of them are what you deserve, while the other 5,000 are what I'm giving you in advance. In the future, if you get any divine beast materials, I hope you can give them all to me. Don't worry, the price is negotiable. An extra 5,000 divine gems? Yi Xian couldn't help but look at Elder Lin. Don't be confused. I'm currently refining something. It just so happens that I need a large amount of divine beast materials below the sky god level. Of course, I need you to bring me at least 100 sets of 3 materials. Consider this a mission from me. Me? Yi Xian wasn't curious about the mission. Instead, he was curious about how Elder Lin addressed him. Since Elder Lin referred to himself as Elder Lin, it was enough to show that he was no ordinary person. Of course, Yi Xian was tactful enough to not ask further. There were some things that were best kept to oneself. There was no need to say them out loud. All right, Elder Lin. I'll accept your request. Elder Lin smiled and casually tossed a jade slip to Yi Xian. The materials that Elder Lin needed were recorded on it. However, after doing all this, Elder Lin closed his eyes again as if nothing had happened. Yi Xian frowned slightly and left where Elder Lin was. However, he was still puzzled. Who exactly was this Elder Lin? It seemed that he was sitting there in charge of receiving materials and seemed insignificant. However, every receptionist would subconsciously slow down when they walked in front of him. This was enough to show that he was no ordinary person. Of course, this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. 20,000 divine gems wasn't much, but it was enough for Yi Xian to buy what he wanted. Can you take me to the counter of the restriction-type Dharma treasure? Yi Xian turned around and asked the receptionist again. The receptionist was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect this guy to want to buy something so soon after he received it. Of course, this matter had nothing to do with him. All right. The receptionist responded and led Yi Xian to another counter. Hello, how may I help you? What was Yi Xian's purpose in coming to Ling Shen Pavilion's auction? Of course, it was to buy something. Perhaps he didn't have the qualifications to enter the auction. After all, he had no money in his pocket. However, his purpose was not to participate in the auction. He only wanted a Dharma treasure that could break restrictions. I need a Dharma treasure that can break restrictions. Can you give it to me? Yi Xian lowered his posture and asked calmly. Yes, of course. What level do you need? Do you want it permanent or one-time use? Well, I'd better take a look first. All right. The receptionist waved his hand, and a screen of light appeared in front of Yi Xian. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't seen it, but he was shocked when he saw it. It was just a single magic treasure that could break restrictions, but it was actually divided into countless types. Yi Xian thought for a moment. He guessed that the restriction on the ox-tiger beast was set up by a heavenly god-level figure. Therefore, he chose a heavenly god-level restriction-breaking Dharma treasure. There were many types of Dharma treasures with different functions. Yi Xian chose carefully for a long time. However, he chose a second-hand restriction-breaking Dharma treasure. This Dharma treasure was called the Black-Headed Awl. It was a Dharma treasure that could break restrictions at a point. It could break a middle-level heavenly god-level restriction. Although it couldn't be maintained for a long time, it could be used indefinitely. Most importantly, it was cheap. It only cost 8,000 divine gems. In that case, it was his choice. Yi Xian made the transaction. Then he took his restriction-breaking Dharma treasure and headed toward Jioluo's 7 Absolutes Sacred Mountain again. To be honest, the divine realm was vast and boundless. It was said that no one had ever explored the entire divine realm. Yi Xian knew that Emoshang Pavilion and the 3,000 divine gates occupied a place. If he had to make an analogy, Perhaps the place they occupied was as small as a drop of water in the vast ocean. Yi Xian rushed toward Jiuluo's 7 absolute sacred mountain. However, halfway there he was stopped by someone. "It's you." Yi Xian looked at the person in front of him in surprise. Chapter 2097. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It's me. Kid, how dare a mere inferior god be so rude to me? Do you know how to spell the word death? Yi Xian frowned slightly. He had seen petty people before, but he had never seen such a petty deity. What do you want? Yi Xian pulled out the God Slayer. The person in front of him was merely a superior god, but he was backed by Ling Shen court. Yi Xian did not want to offend him. What do I want? Good question. Leave your Chen Kun ring, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Then I can spare your life. Otherwise, how arrogant. Otherwise, what are you going to do? Haha, kid, you don't know what's good for you. If you don't obey, I'll destroy your divine spark and destroy your divine soul. Arrogant. Very arrogant. Unfortunately, he had found the wrong person. Is that so? You want to destroy my divine spark and destroy my divine soul? Let's see if you have the ability. You're just a mere inferior god, but you talk big. Then today I'll let you see what a real strong person is. Chaos Body Technique Destruction. In an instant, a black smoke-like thing burst out from the person's body and rushed toward Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was surrounded. My Chaos Body Technique will absorb your divine power and destroy your divine pavilion. Kid, this is what you get for offending me. Is that so? Yi Xian looked at the person indifferently and raised the God Slayer in his hand. Deity Slayer. Whoosh! A ray of sword light whizzed out, and in an instant, it cut through the smoke-like thing and attacked the person directly. You're just a mere inferior god and you want to hurt. What kind of power is this? It's terrifying. A moment ago the person had ignored Yi Xian's attack, but in the next moment he was like a stray dog frantically dodging the attack. Poof! A 10-fold critical hit appeared. The person was directly sent flying. However, he was still a superior god. Although this strike had caused him to suffer some injuries, it had not truly killed him. However, Yi Xian's attack had also frightened that person. Who exactly are you? Why do you have such a powerful divine ability? Who am I? You don't have the right to know. Go to hell. Swish, swish. At the same time, Yi Xian charged forward with the God Slayer in hand. Boom, boom. 2 loud sounds rang out. That person wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. He was hit by 2 deicide slashes. At the same time, Yi Xian's third attack arrived. Shwa. Killed with 1 slash. With a wave of his hand, he devoured everything in this person's possession, including the treasures in his Cosmos ring. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's cultivation level has increased. Host is now a stage 1 mid-true god. No matter what, cultivation level was the foundation. If it wasn't necessary, Yi Xian wouldn't have kept those heavenly treasures or mythical beast materials. This was a high-class true god. He was actually killed by Yi Xian in an instant. What a powerful god slayer. This was truly a blessing in disguise. If it wasn't for the system malfunction, there wouldn't be a reward. If it wasn't for the reward, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to obtain such a powerful god slayer. Once the system was back to normal. By the time Yi Xian obtained enough devour points to create a powerful avatar, with the help of the god slayer, Yi Xian's strength would be able to reach a higher level. Moving forward, Yi Xian headed straight for the Jiuluo sacred mountain. When Yi Xian appeared again, the ox-tiger beast finally turned its gaze towards Yi Xian. Roar! The ox-tiger beast let out a low roar as if asking why Yi Xian was here again. Unfortunately, although the ox-tiger beast was a totem beast, it hadn't cultivated to the point where it could speak human language. Hence, Yi Xian couldn't understand what it was saying. He immediately took out the black-headed awl. The black-headed awl began to spin rapidly. It was like an awl, constantly destroying the restriction. In a short while, the black-headed awl broke a hole in the restrictive shield, enough for Yi Xian to enter. Ox-tiger beast, let's see who's going to take the damage for you this time. The ox-tiger beast was a target that Yi Xian had to kill, because it was the target of the system's mission. Hence, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense, and directly slashed with his sword. Ding! Host triggered a one-hit kill, killing the ox-tiger beast instantly. Oh, it actually triggered a one-hit kill. This could do it all. Yi Xian smiled slightly. He directly devoured the body of the ox-tiger beast, and gained a lot of killing intent. After that, he continued to move forward. The Jiuluo sacred mountain, the 16 totem beasts, and Yi Xian wouldn't let any of them go. In less than a day, the Jiuluo Sacred Mountain's 7 totem beasts were all killed by Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian had to thank the restrictive shield of the Divine Beast sect. If it wasn't for this shield, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to kill these totem beasts so easily. This shield suppressed the strength of these totem beasts to a very low level, as if it was giving Yi Xian free experience points. Ding. Host has completed the Battle of the Divine Beasts random task. Ding. System repair rate increased. Ding. Host has activated the Totem Beast system. Ding. Host has killed a totem beast and will obtain the totem mark, a special totem beast. Ding. Totem beasts can be devoured by the mark, a spirit beast. A series of reward notifications came from the system. However, this time the reward for Yi Xian was a spirit beast. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He had never come into contact with this thing before, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't suspicious. At this moment, there were 16 totem marks in Yi Xian's hands. In that case, Yi Xian's hands couldn't help but itch. He wanted to see what kind of thing this totem beast was. System, I want the totem beast. Ding. Host has activated the totem beast function. Ding. Host currently has 16 totem marks. Please make your own decisions. Ding. Host can only activate a maximum of 10 totem marks. Making decisions? This was possible. Yi Xian looked at the totem marks. Each of these totem marks had some special abilities. At the same time, they also had some special transformations. This was the totem beast function. It was actually the ability and shape of the totem beast that Yi Xian had killed, and according to Yi Xian's wishes, it would change into a new form with new abilities. Needless to say, the more totem marks were used, the better the effect would be. Then he could only use 10 totem marks now. Then he would use 10 totem marks. As Yi Xian continued to make adjustments, a new totem beast soon appeared in front of Yi Xian. However, no one knew if Yi Xian had deliberately stopped or if there was some other reason. This totem beast had the appearance of a Pegasus. Yes, it was completely a white horse except that it had a pair of wings and a single white horn. However, this Pegasus's ability was not that simple. Yi Xian used 5 totem marks to increase his speed. He used another 4 to increase his horn's innate ability to attack. Yi Xian temporarily named it Horn Strike. As for the last totem mark, it was only used to increase his defense. 10 totem marks in exchange for a mount that could travel faster? Was it a loss? Perhaps it was a loss, but to Yi Xian it was worth it. Because of this Pegasus, Yi Xian could quickly find Luo Luo's whereabouts. Furthermore, the totem beast could consume a certain amount of devouring points to become a soul beast. Then this Pegasus would show its true strength. Yi Xian already had a plan in mind. Chapter 2098. The All-Beasts Divine Sect's totem beast restriction had been broken, so it was impossible for them not to sense it. However, Yi Xian had acted too quickly. Moreover, his actions were very secretive, so it was only after he had killed 16 totem beasts that the All-Beasts Divine Sect realized what had happened. At this moment, in an ethereal immortal palace, an elder suddenly woke up with a start. Oh no, the totem beast restriction has been broken. Quick, go and check on the totem beast. Yes, great elder. In an instant, dozens of figures flew towards the location of the totem beasts at high speed. However, when they arrived, the totem beasts were nowhere to be seen. The 16 totem beasts of the Jiuluo 7 Absolutes had all been killed by Yi Xian. Not even their corpses were left behind. Damn it, who is it? Who dares to behave so atrociously in the territory of the All-Beasts Divine Sect? Do you have a death wish? All of you, surround the area and inform the law enforcement team to release the Heavenly Listener beasts. You must find that guy. The people of the Divine Sect were furious. The Jiuluo 7 Extremes Mountain was where they kept their totemic beasts. It was also their backyard. Now, in their backyard, someone had taken away their totemic beasts. How could they accept such a thing? Soon, the law enforcement team with the Heavenly Listener beast scattered in all directions. The Heavenly Listener beast. The All-Beasts Divine Sect reared a special kind of divine beast. The greatest gift of this kind of divine beast was its powerful ears and sharp nose. The Heavenly Listener beasts could distinguish even the weakest breath within 100,000 miles, so they could quickly track down the target. Yi Xian had not expected that the All-Beasts Divine Sect would have already located him not long after he had left the Jiuluo 7 Absolutes Mountain. At this moment, Yi Xian was rushing towards the north because he sensed that Luo Luo's current location was in the extreme north. However, because the distance was too far, he could only sense a general direction, but could not pinpoint her exact location. On this day, Yi Xian was on his way when a huge hole suddenly appeared on the originally ordinary road. What the hell? Yi Xian was surprised. He stopped in his tracks and looked at the huge hole. He wondered if there was a demonic beast in it. However, just as he was observing the hole, a group of people rushed out of the cave at lightning speed. They were the All-Beast Divine Sect. It turned out that this was another special divine beast of the All-Beast Divine Sect. Burrowing Earth Rat. This Earth's Earth Rat, although it had the word Earth's Earth Rat, is Earth's move. B. One of them frowned as he looked at Yi Xian. It seemed that he wasn't willing to believe that Yi Xian was the one who stole the 16 totem beasts. Yi Xian also looked at those people, feeling rather puzzled. He had just arrived at the God realm, so how could he know anyone, let alone any enemies? However, looking at the aggressive looks of these people, it was obvious that they did not have good intentions towards him. Yes, the heavenly listening beast has never made a mistake. So, we can be sure that it is him. A mere mid-divine being? How dare he offend the All-Beast Divine Sect? How dare he steal the 16 totem beasts? How is this possible? Although the result was obvious, the All-Beast Divine Sect was still unwilling to believe it. After all, Yi Xian was too weak. He was so weak that they could not imagine what kind of person could steal the 16 totem beasts from the All-Beast Divine Sect with the strength of a mid-divine being? Not to mention other things, the restriction alone was not something that a mere mid-divine being could break. Who are you? I am the All-Beast Divine Sect's law-enforcing elder, Hao Bai. Who are you? Hao Bai looked at Yi Xian. There was suspicion and doubt in his eyes, but more than that, there was disdain. Heavenly God Realm. Yi Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. It was actually a heavenly god stage expert chasing after him. This was not something that Yi Xian could win against. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He had a Qian Kuan ring in his hand. It was left behind by the Ling Xian Pavilion's attendant. Inside the ring was the jade token of the Ling Xian Pavilion's attendant. It seemed that this was a good excuse. I am an attendant of the Ling Xian Pavilion. I am on Elder Lin's orders. May I ask what is the matter? Yi Xian was no match for these people. He did not even have the chance to escape. So, he wanted to use the name of Ling Xian Pavilion to see if he could fool them. Sure enough, when they heard Yi Xian's words, they were stunned. Ling Xian Pavilion? You are from Ling Xian Pavilion? Do you have proof? Although Ling Xian Pavilion stood aloof from worldly affairs, its strength was not to be trifled with. Not to mention the small All-Beast Divine Sect, even Emoshang Pavilion did not dare to provoke them. So, when Yi Xian said that he was from Ling Xian Pavilion, those people retreated. Proof? Here you go. Yi Xian waved his hand and threw the jade token over. When Yi Xian took out the jade token, Hao Bai's expression changed. Of course, he recognized the jade token of Ling Xian Pavilion. At this moment, the jade token that Yi Xian took out was the authentic proof of identity of Ling Xian Pavilion. Even if it was the lowest proof of an attendant. No need. Since you are from Ling Xian Pavilion, you are naturally not the person we are looking for. Forgive me for being presumptuous. Hao Bai also waved his hand and pushed the jade token back into Yi Xian's hand. Obviously he was not going to check. Yi Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ling Xian Pavilion's signboard was quite useful. Otherwise he would really be in trouble this time. It's alright. Since you have mistaken me for someone else, I will take my leave first. After all, Elder Lin is still waiting for me to complete the task he gave me. As Yi Xian spoke, he had already summoned the heavenly horse totem and fled. This was a heavenly god powerhouse, while Yi Xian was merely a mid-level god. Moreover, he was in a situation where his system was damaged. If a conflict really broke out, it would simply be sending him to his death. Moreover, the other party had the advantage in numbers. Yi Xian's movements were extremely fast and did not stop for a moment. No, it's him. It's this guy. There's something wrong with that jade token. Suddenly, Hao Bai turned around abruptly with a vexed expression on his face. In the beginning, due to Ling Xian Pavilion's reputation, Hao Bai had been very careful when checking, not daring to offend in the slightest. Chapter 2099. Damn it. I was actually tricked by that brat. Chase after him. I will definitely crush his godhead with my own hands. Hao Bai was extremely furious. This time, how could he have the slightest hesitation? In an instant, the people from the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect turned into flowing lights and chased after Yi Xian. Yi Xian also understood that using Ling Xian Pavilion's jade tablet was only a temporary measure. Once the other party reacted, then he would be in for a tragedy. Therefore, from the moment he left the 10,000 Beast Divine Sect's side, Yi Xian unceasingly urged the Pegasus to increase its speed. At this moment, the speed of the totem Pegasus had already reached its peak. Mountains and rivers continuously flew past Yi Xian's feet. Yi Xian didn't dare to delay in the slightest. He didn't expect that he would make a mistake right after coming to the divine realm. From the moment that Hao Bai announced his identity as a member of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect, Yi Xian already understood what these people's objective was. Wasn't it him? Chase after him. Damn it, he's actually so slippery. The people from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect were also extremely fast. Relying on the sensing ability of the heavenly listening beast, they actually kept track of Yi Xian's position from afar. If this continued, it wouldn't work at all. Although the totem Pegasus speed wasn't slow, the people from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect also had special mounts and treasures. If this continued, Yi Xian would be caught sooner or later. Once caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. What to do? He had to find a suitable method. As Yi Xian fled, he continuously pondered in his heart. The system malfunction caused Yi Xian to be in a very passive situation. If this was any other time, he wouldn't have so many worries. This time, it was the original body, Yi Xian's original body, and not a clone. And among the enemies there was a heavenly deity expert. Flee, he could only flee. Apart from fleeing, there was no other way. This chase lasted for an entire 7 days. During these 7 days, Yi Xian relied on the speed of the totem Pegasus to travel swiftly. As for the people from the 10,000 Beasts divine sect, at this moment, only the heavenly deity realm Hao Bai was still chasing after Yi Xian. Heavenly God stage. It was not something a true god could resist. At noon on the 7th day, Yi Xian suddenly discovered that Hao Bai, who had been chasing relentlessly, had clearly slowed down. What's going on? Is that guy planning to give up? No, with that fellow's performance in the past few days, it's obviously impossible for him to give up so easily. Then what could be the reason? Could it be because of his current position? Yi Xian also slowed down. At the same time, he vigilantly observed his surroundings with his divine sense. On the surface, Yi Xian's current location didn't seem to be anything special. There were green hills and clear waters, and some immortal herbs and divine flowers grew everywhere. From time to time, some small beasts could be seen traversing the ground. In short, this place looked very ordinary. However, the behavior of that all-beasts divine sect's elder was clearly strange. What was the reason? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Humph, this guy's guts aren't small. He actually dared to hide in the Valley of Despair. I'd like to see how you're going to come out. Hao Bai wasn't anxious at all. He even directly stopped chasing. Instead, he just looked at Yi Xian from afar. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. This smile was full of ridicule. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. Yi Xian was seeking his own death. Valley of Despair? What was this place? For Yi Xian, he didn't know so much. At this moment, Yi Xian also discovered that something was wrong. First, it was the change of divine power. At this moment, Yi Xian could clearly feel the violent aura in the air. In this area, it seemed that even the air was violent. What's going on? Hao Bai was guarding outside. Yi Xian didn't dare to go out at all. He could only slowly descend on the ground. The totem Pegasus kept snorting. At the same time, its 4 hooves kicked restlessly. Yi Xian frowned slightly and directly put it away. Only then did he carefully observe the surroundings. However, he couldn't see anything special. This was a strange place. Speaking of which, it was really mundane. Yi Xian definitely didn't believe this. If there wasn't any danger, Hao Bai wouldn't have stopped chasing. However, whether it was the result of the investigation with the naked eye or divine consciousness, both showed that there was nothing special about this place. Then, what kind of secret did this place actually hold? Ding. The host has triggered the first round of the recasting system's task, the Valley of Mystery. Congratulations to the host. Ding. System notification. The system won't provide any help for this exploration. The host can explore on his own. The system notification made Yi Xian frown slightly. The Valley of Mystery? Yi Xian wanted to see what exactly was so mysterious about this place. Yi Xian directly took out the god-slaying sword and held it tightly in his hand. Step by step, he walked towards the depths of the valley. Green hills and clear waters, the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers. If it wasn't for the violent aura that was everywhere, Yi Xian would even think that this was a paradise. Step by step, Yi Xian's movements weren't fast. In the face of this sudden situation, Yi Xian couldn't help but be vigilant. It could be said that ever since he entered the realm of the gods, things had never gone smoothly for him. The loss of Luoluo, the damage to the system, and the continuous troubles made Yi Xian sigh in his heart. He was really unlucky. Puchi. All of a sudden attack almost killed Yi Xian in an instant. Yes, it was an instant kill. Cold sweat flowed down Yi Xian's body in an instant. Just a moment ago, just as Yi Xian was about to take a step forward, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, so he jumped away without hesitation. However, the moment he jumped away, a big tree suddenly grew out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, an ancient tree as big as the sky appeared in this place where there was originally nothing. Moreover, this ancient tree wasn't an ordinary ancient tree. It was a strange ancient tree called the Soul Devourer. It was said that this tree actually had its own consciousness. Usually, it hid underground in the form of a seed. However, once a suitable target entered its attack range, it would immediately rise from the ground and grow up in an instant. If anyone accidentally touched any of the branches of this Soul Devourer tree, then congratulations, your soul would be devoured by this Soul Devourer tree as food. Soul Devourer ancient tree. Isn't this thing extinct in the realm of the gods? Why is there one here? Not to mention Yi Xian, even Hao Bai, who was watching Yi Xian from outside, jumped up in shock. The Valley of Despair. As expected of the Valley of Despair, there's actually a Soul Devourer ancient tree hidden here. Terrifying, this is simply too terrifying. Chapter 2100. Of course he did not go far. Instead, he waited quietly for Yi Xian to be defeated. Yi Xian was shocked by the soul-devouring ancient tree. Even now his heart was still thumping. However, this was not enough to make him stop. The more strange it was, the more it showed that this was not an ordinary situation. Moreover, this was the first round of the system's reforging mission. Yi Xian could not give up. Let's keep going. Yi Xian gritted his teeth, went around the soul-devouring ancient tree, and continued forward. As soon as Yi Xian left, the soul-devouring ancient tree disappeared in an instant. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Even the ground returned to its previous state. A woo, it seemed to be the cry of a wolf? However, how could there be a wolf's cry here? This was the realm of the gods. Even if there were wolves, they would be existences like the wolf god. Yi Xian stopped and silently looked in the direction of the sound. Suddenly a shadow flashed. Although it only appeared for a moment. However, it was still caught by Yi Xian. What is this? Pretending to be mysterious. Yi Xian gripped the God Slayer tightly and looked forward. Haha, a human child? Interesting, very interesting. I didn't expect a human child to be so bold as to enter my Valley of Despair. Do you know that entering my Valley of Despair is certain death? A voice sounded. This voice seemed to be coming from the front, but it also seemed to be coming from all directions. It seemed so illusory. Moreover, there was a faint smell of blood in the voice. Those who heard this voice could not help but feel their hair stand on end. Humph, pretending to be mysterious. Yi Xian released his divine consciousness and carefully searched every direction. He was sure that this voice was definitely around Yi Xian, but he did not know where it was hiding. Human child, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a strange half-human, half-wolf creature walked out. A human wolf? These things could be found elsewhere as well. However, the werewolf that appeared in front of Yi Xian was a little strange. Not only did he have a half-human, half-wolf form, he also had a half-illusory, half-corporeal form. His wolf-like body was incomparably clear, and people could clearly feel his physical body. However, the other half of his body was illusory. It was as if it was only a shadow. What kind of monster was this? Yi Xian had never seen such a thing before, so it was impossible for him not to find it strange. Human brat, you're just a mid-true god. Why would you enter my Valley of Despair without permission? You can consider yourself lucky today to have encountered me, Lang Kuan. If you had encountered the other four fellows, I'm afraid you would have died long ago. Tell me, what do you want to do in my absolute domain? Lang Kuan? Was that the guy's name? Yi Xian frowned slightly. The current situation was completely out of his control. Everything had gone beyond his expectations. Lang Kuan in front of him, although he looked like an upper true god on the surface. However, Yi Xian could feel that his strength was more than that. Fight? Or escape? No, there was no chance to escape. Everything here was too strange, so much so that Yi Xian did not have the confidence to escape at all. Then could he only fight? The God Slayer was tightly held in Yi Xian's hand. Although Lang Kuan seemed to be easy to talk to now, unfortunately Yi Xian was not a fool. What did he say? That he would die if he encountered the other four fellows, but he would not die if he encountered him. How was that possible? Who are you and where is this? Yi Xian looked at Lang Kuan and asked. However, his body was ready to fight at any time. Who am I? Haha, you entered my absolute domain and you don't know who I am? I am one of the 5 emissaries of the absolute domain, Emissary Lang. Do you know? No. Lang Kuan's expression was slightly stunned. He did not expect Yi Xian to tell him directly that he did not know who he was. Boy, are you courting death? Considering that you have a hard time cultivating, leave all your things and get out of my absolute domain immediately. Then I will spare your life. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Lang Kuan threatened. However, if he did not threaten Yi Xian, perhaps Yi Xian would be worried. However, now that he threatened Yi Xian laughed. Ah, you want my things? Sure, come and take them. God slaying slash. Yi Xian didn't even hesitate in the slightest and directly attacked. A violent force burst out from the God Slayer. Lang Kuan's expression changed and he wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. Devouring hand. Suddenly Yi Xian's second attack arrived. It actually sucked Lang Kuan into the devouring space directly. This seemed a little too simple, right? What was going on? Even Yi Xian was slightly stunned. One should know that even the fluctuation of power that Lang Kuan displayed was at the upper true God realm. How could it be that he did not have any resistance and was directly devoured by Yi Xian? Something was wrong. Something was definitely wrong. Yi Xian was too lazy to ask Lang Kuan. What he heard from others would never be as clear as what he saw with his own eyes. Therefore Yi Xian directly chose to search Lang Kuan's soul. Now that he had broken through to the true God realm, he could use divine thought to search Lang Kuan's soul. In this valley of despair the system was damaged. Now, no matter what Yi Xian did, he could only move with his own body. Therefore he could not be too careless and could not relax at all. After a while Yi Xian revealed a strange smile. He finally knew why this valley of despair made Hao Bai of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect stop, and why it was so strange. This was because this was a tomb of the god of sin. You could see this place as a treasure. However, it was a treasure trove that no one could open or enter. This was also why this place was called the Valley of Despair. In fact, that Lang Kuan's true strength was at the Heavenly God realm. 1,000 years ago, the bold him and a few other Heavenly God realm experts chose to enter this place, wanting to find out what was going on here. Unfortunately, not long after they entered, they were contaminated by the violent aura, and the divine power in their bodies fell into a frenzy. In the end, a few people actually fought among themselves. Lang Kuan's luck was not bad. He was not too deeply contaminated by the aura, so he escaped in time. However, that was only the beginning of the tragedy. After that, Lang Kuan encountered all kinds of strange things one after another, until he was turned into that neither human nor wolf. To be more precise, the part of his body that was a human had already fallen. In desperation, he lodged his divine spark in the body of a native creature in this valley of despair, a three-tailed demon wolf, which was why he became like that. From Lang Kuan's memory, Yi Xian discovered that these miserable fellows had fallen before they even reached the real door of the Valley of Despair. Chapter 2101. Looking at the strange Valley of Despair, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. From Lang Kuan's memory, Yi Xian knew that the Valley of Despair was divided into 5 levels. The core was the tomb of the god of sin. After that was the inner valley, the outer valley, and the heavenly gorge. And the outer area where Yi Xian was now. Lang Kuan and the others had been defeated at the heavenly gorge. In other words, if Yi Xian continued to move forward, he would most likely end up like them. What should he do? Give up on the mission of reforging the system? Stop exploring this place? No. Yi Xian would never do that. If the system could not be repaired, then Yi Xian would find it even harder to move forward. Sometimes when it was time to take risks they had to take them. Yi Xian would not give up this opportunity. Although he knew that once he started to explore this place, all kinds of strange things would happen, and all kinds of powerful demons and ghosts would appear continuously, as well as those strange restrictions, formations, and even things like the ancient tree of soul devourer. But Yi Xian wanted to give it a try. Was it dangerous? Yes, it was. But wasn't danger meant to be conquered? Since he had made up his mind, Yi Xian did not waste any more time and directly walked forward. Step by step, every step Yi Xian was very careful. As he continued to go deeper, he could clearly feel that the violent aura in the air was getting stronger and stronger. But fortunately Yi Xian already knew what the simplest way to deal with this violent aura was. To put it bluntly, it was to not absorb the aura in the air. Perhaps it would be difficult for others to do so. But for Yi Xian it was easy for him to do so. Others, regardless of whether they use supernatural powers or techniques, would inevitably need to borrow the power of the void, and would inevitably be infected by the violent aura in the air. But Yi Xian did not have to worry about this. First of all, he had just come to the realm of the gods. Strictly speaking, Yi Xian did not have supernatural powers at all. What Yi Xian could use now was the Godslayer's attack, the devouring hand, and the Eye of Revelation. In fact, even the sword servants did not need Yi Xian to borrow power from the void. Naturally, Yi Xian was able to ignore this berserk aura. There wasn't much danger in the outer region. Although they would encounter some strange demon gods along the way, they were more or less the same as Lang Kuan. He was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Yi Xian directly devoured him, and he even got a few universe rings along the way. In the Valley of Despair, as long as you used your divine power in battle, you would inevitably be infected by the berserk aura. Only those demonic beasts with no strength at all could live here. Of course, if it was a demonic beast, it would not be a threat to Yi Xian at all. Until Yi Xian reached the entrance of the Heavenly Gorge, Tongtian Gorge. Just like its name, it was a canyon that extended into the sky. This canyon was built on top of an incomparably huge divine mountain. How high was the mountain? No one knew. At least, Yi Xian and those unlucky fellows who were devoured by Yi Xian did not know. Perhaps the tomb of the god of the gods was at the top of the mountain. It was just that no one had been there, so naturally no one knew. Yi Xian knew that starting from the Tongtian Gorge, the dangers along the way had begun. It was no longer just the souls of the dead or the berserk aura. Here, there would be all kinds of restrictions and formations or attacks from strange beasts. We're finally here. Then, I want to see how powerful this so-called Heavenly Gorge is. Yi Xian held the god-slaying sword in his hand. Without any hesitation, he directly took a step forward. In an instant, the sky changed color. From the moment he stepped into the Tongtian Gorge, the surrounding scenery changed completely. Of course, Yi Xian was already mentally prepared for this. In fact, what Yi Xian saw now was the true appearance of the Valley of Despair. Withered trees, broken stones, corpses, blood moon, and chilly wind. It formed a strange scene, but at the same time, it was accompanied by countless dangers. In front is the first obstacle, the Sea of Bones. Once you step in, there will be countless skeletons appearing. There is no other way except to break through. The strength of these skeletons, from ordinary skeletons with no cultivation, to the cultivation of lower 9th grade deity. Whether you can break through or not depends entirely on your own ability. Yi Xian said indifferently. However, there was no hesitation in his feet. This was a section of the canyon, a section that did not seem to have many special features. Of course, except for the caves on the surrounding walls. When Yi Xian finally entered, countless skeletons began to appear in the caves. Under the light of the blood moon, the skeletons turned dark red. A bloody dark red. Not a sound was heard. These skeletons could not open their mouths to speak. From the moment they saw Yi Xian, they launched a surprise attack. The skeletons rushed toward Yi Xian like a tide. Limitless. No one knew if there were 100,000 or 1,000,000 of them. These skeletons were the incarnations of countless people who were sacrificed to the ancient gods when they were building the tomb of the god of sin. Kill? In the canyon, which had been quiet for God knows how many years, there was finally a voice. Yi Xian had already rushed forward. Ding. A special treasure is detected, the skeleton's heart. It is recommended that the host obtain it immediately. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. To be honest, it was a good feeling to hear a familiar voice in such an empty place. Moreover, after the system malfunctioned, it seemed to have become more humane. Could even give suggestions. One should know that previously, the system would always give out cold notifications and give Yi Xian all kinds of trouble. For example, it would create a bloodline holder and chase after Yi Xian. But then again, what was this skeleton's heart? Of course, since the system suggested to obtain it, it could not be a bad thing. Yi Xian looked over. Good heavens, a giant skeleton of 100 meters tall was walking toward Yi Xian. This guy's bones were extremely thick and strong. Every step he took would send hundreds of skeletons in front of him flying. In his hand, he was holding a skeletal longsword. What the hell was that? Yi Xian did not know. But he knew that the thing with a faint blood-red glow on the chest of this giant skeleton was the so-called skeleton's heart. He waved the deicide again. Hundreds of skeletons were chopped into pieces. Yi Xian also rushed toward the giant skeleton. Deicide slash. In an instant, the deicide slash's special effect was activated. Against a demon god like a skeleton, the critical hit rate was 100%. With a loud bang, the giant skeleton was directly chopped into pieces by Yi Xian. Killed with one strike. In a flash, Yi Xian picked up the skeleton's heart. Chapter 2102. Skeleton Heart. Special material can be used on withered bone sword servants. 3 skeleton hearts, 1 withered bone sword servant. There is no limit to the number of withered bone sword servants. The host can increase the number without limit. Withered bone sword servants were divided into 9 levels. Each level up would consume a certain amount of skeleton hearts. Withered Bone Sword Servants had strong defensive abilities but average offensive abilities. If they died in battle, one skeleton heart could be used to revive them. After revival, they would retain their original level. Yes, this skeleton heart was actually a necessary material for a special Withered Bone Sword Servant. However, this Withered Bone Sword Servant was not very strong. Not only could it not level up with Yi Xian, but the key was that its starting level was very low. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian would need to use a sword servant of low-level god cultivation at the very least. Alright then, this level 3 Withered Bone Sword Servant was a low-level god. As for the level 4 Withered Bone Sword Servant, it was only an early-level god. It was a little useless. However, what if the number of skeleton hearts was huge? Yi Xian looked at the sea of countless skeletons. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Good stuff. These 1 million skeletons were simply delivering food to him. How many skeleton hearts could there be among 1 million skeletons? Yi Xian did not know, but he knew that this time he would definitely gain a lot of benefits. Kill? There was no rest, no end, no light. Due to the restrictions of the violent aura, Yi Xian could only use the god-slaying sword to kill these skeletons. However, the god-slaying sword's terrifying attributes would definitely deal a critical hit to any god other than the gods of the human race. It was easy for Yi Xian to kill these skeletons. Yi Xian stood on the corpse of a huge skeleton and swept his sword. Countless skeletons shattered on the ground. At this time, the entire canyon was filled with countless white bones. The number of holes was also decreasing. Mana 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 hata, a strange sound was heard. It seemed to be some kind of incantation. Yi Xian suddenly looked forward. He saw that the nameless black-cloaked guys were gathered together and chanting. What's going on? What the hell were those guys? Suddenly, the skeleton beneath Yi Xian's feet moved slightly. It was actually being revived. Damn it. We can't let them revive these skeletons. Yi Xian was shocked. If the black-cloaked man resurrected the skeletons in this canyon, how could he pass through Yi Xian? His figure moved. Yi Xian had already rushed forward without a care in the world. Boom. With a casual swing of his sword, he shattered a huge skeleton. However, this time Yi Xian did not even collect the skeleton's heart. He simply passed through the sky full of broken bones. His footsteps did not stop at all as he continued to charge forward. Boom boom boom. Yi Xian leaped high into the air. Within this damned canyon, there was a restriction on flight, making it impossible for Yi Xian to fly. However, even if he couldn't fly, he could still jump. Every time he jumped, a group of skeletons would be directly shattered by Yi Xian's immense strength. Yi Xian did not dare to slow down for even a moment. At this time, half of the hundreds of thousands of skeletons that Yi Xian had killed with great difficulty had already stood up shakily. The last time he killed them, Yi Xian had already felt helpless. If this happened again, Yi Xian would really want to go berserk. He must not let them succeed. Go to hell. I don't care what the hell you are. Yi Xian suddenly jumped up. This jump was at least 100 meters high. The restriction on flight had been activated. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not flying, nor was he using any divine power. Therefore, even the restriction on flight could not do anything to Yi Xian. Deity slaying slash. Boom. Under the illumination of the blood moon, a powerful ray of light directly slashed at the 5 black-cloaked men. Boom boom boom. There was a continuous sound. Yi Xian's angry sword slashed a canyon in the Tongtian Gorge. And the 5 black-cloaked men were killed without any suspense. Yi Xian landed and was already beside the 5 men. However, he threw away the cloak. Yi Xian was shocked to find that it was empty. Except for the 5 weird-looking skeleton hearts, there was nothing else, not even a bone. What the hell was this? Of course, Yi Xian did not care so much. After keeping the 5 special skeleton hearts, Yi Xian continued to kill the sea of skeletons. The battle lasted for 3 whole days. Of course, killing millions of skeletons in 3 days, including countless low-level gods, did not take into account his combat strength. His endurance was not something that ordinary people could withstand. However, after Yi Xian killed all the skeletons, he had a different idea. One should know that in a place like this, there should not only be low-level god skeletons. Then, there was only one possibility. This was not the only place where such a test was held. Of course, Yi Xian did not mind at all. This time, although he did not get any rare treasures and his level did not increase at all. However, he got more than 130 normal skeleton hearts and 5 special skeleton hearts. This thing was a good thing. No matter what, he had to get the skeleton swordsman. Especially in a place like this where there was constant danger, it might have an unexpected effect. System, I want the skeleton swordsman now. Yi Xian immediately said in his mind. Although the name was Skeleton Swordsman and Yi Xian called it Skeleton Swordsman, it was not wrong. Ding, the host can use 3 skeleton hearts to level 1 Skeleton Swordsman. Okay, one first. In an instant, the 3 skeleton hearts disappeared, and then a skeleton walked out. That's so ugly. Yi Xian was helpless. Of course, it was only for temporary use anyway, so Yi Xian was not that particular about it. System, I want to level up this Skeleton Swordsman. Ding, Skeleton Swordsman level 1 to level 2 requires 10 skeleton hearts. Okay, level up. System, continue to level up. Level 1 to level 2 required 10 skeleton hearts, and level 2 to level 3 required 50 skeleton hearts. Of course, Yi Xian had more than 100 skeleton hearts, so he did not feel the pinch. Yi Xian did not make too many. 1 skeleton swordsman was enough for him now. He would save the extra skeleton hearts for resurrection. However, what were the 5 special skeleton hearts? Ding, skeleton spirit, essential material for the Skeleton King. Currently, the host does not have enough materials, specific information is temporarily unknown. Well, it seems that this so-called skeleton spirit is the upgraded version of the skeleton heart. Yi Xian put away his doubts. He continued to move forward. Of course, this time he let the skeleton swordsman lead the way. It was a little ugly, but it was good as long as it was useful. Yi Xian had just entered this place, and he had already obtained a skeleton swordsman. Then what else could Yi Xian obtain? Chapter 2103. Of course, the Tongtian Gorge was not that simple. The millions of skeletons were just the appetizer. Yi Xian continued forward. After walking for less than 2 hours, he encountered another problem. The withered bone sword servant was leading the way. However, a huge bloody maw suddenly opened up on the originally ordinary ground and swallowed the withered bone sword servant in one gulp. Ding. The withered bone sword servant has died. Ding. The host used a skeleton heart to revive the withered bone sword servant. Damn. Yi Xian was speechless. Just now, everything had happened too quickly. It was so fast that Yi Xian didn't even understand what had happened. When the withered bone sword servant resurrected again, it was as if nothing had happened on the ground in front of it. It was as if that bloody mouth had never appeared at all. No, this time Yi Xian had to see what was going on. The withered bone sword servant continued forward. This time it was much more careful. Yi Xian also carefully observed his surroundings. 1 step, 2 steps. The withered bone sword servant walked forward step by step as if nothing had happened. However, just as Yi Xian was slightly relieved, the bloody maw appeared once again. In an instant, the withered bone sword servant was swallowed again. Ding. The withered bone sword servant has died. Ding. The host used a skeleton heart to revive the withered bone sword servant. What the hell? Yi Xian was speechless. This time he saw it clearly. However, the key was that he did not know what this thing was. Was it some kind of demon god? It did not look like one at all because other than a huge mouth, it did not even have a body. This thing was made up of incomparably sharp teeth. Round and round like a spiral. After the withered bone sword servant was swallowed, the teeth inside began to spin rapidly. What was the withered bone sword servant's strongest ability? Was defense. It could be said that although Yi Xian's 3rd level withered bone sword servant only had the strength of a lesser god, its defense was comparable to that of a greater god. However, even so, it did not last more than a second against the rapidly spinning teeth. What a terrifying thing. Yi Xian was able to get a preliminary result from his analysis. There was only one conclusion, and that was that this thing was not a living thing at all, but a mechanism that was trapped inside. Damn. How was he going to play this? If it was a demon god, then Yi Xian could kill it. But if it was a trap mechanism, then it would be difficult to deal with. Yi Xian did not dare to take the risk. These kinds of mechanisms were all triggered, so the withered bone sword servants would be fine even if they walked past them. But when it was Ye's turn, it would be dangerous. This thing was not easy to get. Yi Xian fell silent. There was a restriction in the air that prevented Yi Xian from flying through the air. On the ground, danger lurked everywhere. What a tragedy. Could it be that Yi Xian would be stopped here? That was impossible. Since it was a mechanism, there must be a way to break it. System, give me 10 first-level withered bone sword servants. As long as he had skeleton hearts, he could have an unlimited number of withered bone sword servants. Although a rank 1 withered bone sword attendant was completely useless, it was still very useful for scouting the way and finding traps in the current situation. Yi Xian was going to use these withered bone sword servants to investigate carefully. The 10 first-level withered bone sword servants appeared quickly. Under Yi Xian's command, they began to explore the surroundings. As long as they could find the switch or trigger conditions, they would be able to pass through the trap. In that case he would be able to pass. What Yi Xian needed to do now was find the crux of the matter. The withered bone sword servants died again and again, reducing the number of skeleton hearts in Yi Xian's hands. Suddenly, the death of a withered bone sword servant attracted Yi Xian's attention. No, this withered bone sword servant died a bit later than the other withered bone sword servants. Even the activation of the trap was slower. Someone is controlling this place. In an instant, Yi Xian thought of a possibility. A possibility that did not seem very likely. The trap here was not triggered. Someone was controlling it. In that case, since he understood this point, the following matters would be much easier to handle. The withered bone sword attendants set off again. This time they were very spread out and they were searching everywhere. Yi Xian wanted to find out who was hiding in the dark and plotting against him. Fortunately, these withered bone sword servants were there. Otherwise, if Yi Xian himself was there, the consequences would be unimaginable if he fell into the trap. It's here. Suddenly Yi Xian and all the withered bone sword servants focused their attention on a large black rock. This stone, every time the mechanism was activated, it would emit a faint fluctuation, although the vibration was not very strong. However, Yi Xian's sharp senses were able to detect it. Humph, I want to see how you're going to hide this time. Kill. Yi Xian casually waved his hand, and the God Realm withered bone sword attendant, who had been waiting for orders, suddenly charged forward. He directly used a fearless frontal charge to collide with the huge rock. Boom. A ferocious explosion took place. In an instant, the rock and the withered bone sword servants were smashed to pieces. The guy hiding in the rock finally revealed his true form. It was another skeleton. It was a strange skeleton wearing a maroon robe with a skeleton spirit in each of its eyes. In the skeleton's hand was a golden crystal. That was the source of control for the trap here. Haha, I found your true form. I want to see where you're going to hide this time. The skeleton controlling the trap did not have a strong cultivation base. His only purpose was to control the trap here. Once discovered, he would not have any combat power. He killed the skeleton with one strike. The skeleton could not withstand Yi Xian's attack. Yi Xian held the golden crystal in his hand. However, he did not choose to devour it. Now Yi Xian had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. He felt that perhaps the fundamental purpose of every checkpoint here was not to eliminate the people who entered this place, but to test the people who entered. Although this feeling was completely baseless. However, since he had this intuition, Yi Xian would leave something behind. Therefore Yi Xian left the golden crystal behind. As expected, there was no one controlling it. That ferocious giant mouth didn't appear again. Yi Xian had passed this trap. He continued forward. Chapter 2104. However, this time Yi Xian's test was a bridge. It was a strange bridge. The bridge was surrounded by a highly corrosive poisonous fog. Even the strongest third-level withered bone sword servant could not last more than 3 seconds. Even if Yi Xian were to travel at full speed, he would not be able to cross the bridge in less than an hour. To put it bluntly, this poisonous fog was a place where no one was allowed to pass. There was a bridge in the middle of the poisonous fog. A strange iron chain bridge. Why was this bridge strange? Because on both sides of the bridge were sculptures of various demonic beasts. Once an outsider approached, these sculptures would immediately wake up and attack the person in front of them without hesitation. How long was this bridge? More than 1,000,000 meters. On top of that, there was a pair of such sculptures every 10 meters. That iron chain wasn't an ordinary iron chain. These iron chains contained a special kind of energy. This bridge was made up of a total of 16 iron chains. Between every 2 iron chains, a strange light would be emitted. When a person stood on the light, it was as if they were standing on flat ground. Of course, one had to keep moving forward. If one stood in the same position for too long, one would see the light turn from white to red. When it turned red, not only would it explode with a powerful alien flame attack, but it would also break apart. One of Yi Xian's withered bone sword servant had fallen into the invincible abyss because of this sudden break in the light curtain. Was this the new test? Then let's fight. It seemed that they were thinking too much if they wanted to rely on these sculptures to stop Yi Xian. When Yi Xian successfully passed through this place, he was even more certain in his heart that this was definitely a specially designed training ground. This was because Yi Xian had encountered a pair of upper-level true god demonic beasts at the end of the Iron Chain Bridge. The only thing that Yi Xian regretted was that these sculptures did not have any devouring value. Therefore Yi Xian did not increase his cultivation level at all. When Yi Xian finally passed the Iron Chain Bridge, he arrived at the final test of the Heavenly Gorge. This time around it could be considered a real test. That was because this time the rules were clearly written down. A stone tablet. A huge stone tablet that was more than 10 meters tall. When Yi Xian reached this place, an illusory figure suddenly appeared on the stone tablet. The figure was so blurry that Yi Xian could not see its appearance clearly. Welcome, 76,872 trial takers. Congratulations on entering the Sovereign's endless trial left behind by our great master. Once you begin, unless you pass, you will be trapped forever. Of course, if you pass this trial, you will obtain unimaginable benefits. I am the guardian of the first trial. If you pass this trial, you will be able to obtain one of my master's inheritances. Work hard, trial taker. It has been a long time since someone passed through here. I look forward to seeing your performance. The illusory figure did not say much, but it made Yi Xian heave a sigh of relief. After confirming that this was a trial, there was no doubt that Yi Xian would be much safer. At the same time, this also represented infinite opportunities. Yi Xian already knew that this was a trial left behind by an ancient god. The things that the ancient god left behind were probably not ordinary things. Although he did not know why he had inexplicably entered this place, he had to admit that this was an opportunity. The Valley of Despair that was rumored to be a trial by an ancient god was actually a trial by fire. He did not know how many people would be attracted to this place if this news spread. Of course, it was superfluous to say this now. At this time, Yi Xian was already prepared. He stepped into the first trial. Seal Mountain. Seal Mountain was a mysterious mountain covered with all kinds of seals. If one said that it was big, it was indeed incomparably huge. If one said that it was small, in fact, what the naked eye could see was only a palm-sized rockery. Everything was because of the seals on it. To be precise, this mountain itself was actually just a projection in the void. When Yi Xian stepped into it, it could be said that he existed in the Valley of Despair, but it could also be said that he had already been transported to another alternate space. There were a total of 990,000 seals in Seal Mountain. There were even more types of seals, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that each seal sealed a treasure. Whether it was a natural treasure or a magic weapon, as long as one could open the seal, he would be able to obtain the item inside. It could be said that there was no danger here. Of course, the difficulty of the seals increased as one went to the top of the mountain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the seal and obtaining the destruction stone. The system's notification instantly made Yi Xian slightly stunned. It's actually the destruction stone. Yi Xian held the stone in his hand and was rather surprised. This is good stuff. This destruction stone is one of the basic materials of the shadow guards and sword servants. Yi Xian casually put away the destruction stone, feeling extremely happy. Shadow guards and sword servants were not something that the withered bone sword servants could compare to. Although the withered bone sword servants had strong defensive abilities and the possibility of self-leveling up, they were still very weak. In other words, if Yi Xian had enough skeleton hearts, even at his current stage he could create a super invincible withered bone sword servant. It was a pity that the skeleton hearts were not so easy to obtain. However, shadow guards and sword servants were different. They had 3 special abilities: Undying, Incorporeal, and Coexistence. Undying was easy to understand. It was unlimited resurrection. Incorporeal was easy to understand. It was permanent invisibility. The key was coexistence. The coexistence ability of the shadow guards and sword servants referred to the ability to completely enhance Yi Xian's combat power. Moreover, regardless of whether it was the realm or ability growth. Even if Yi Xian used any equipment, the shadow guards and sword servants would automatically duplicate a set. Such a powerful sword servant, just this coexistence ability alone was enough to make Yi Xian jealous. This sword servant had to be summoned. Such a terrifying ability had to be used by Yi Xian. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the countless restrictions. His hands moved even faster. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the 1000th restriction and completing the system recovery hidden subtask. The system recovery rate has increased by 5%. Ding! The system's ability to break restrictions has been unlocked. Unknowingly, Yi Xian had unlocked the 1000th restriction. Of course, he had relied on the black all that he had bought from Ling Shen Court. However, the system did not care so much. As long as it was Yi Xian who had unlocked the restriction, it was fine. Why would it care what he had used? Hidden subtask? Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. This system was really good at causing trouble. Apart from the main system recovery task, there were also some hidden subtasks that could also restore the system. Chapter 2105. All of a sudden Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the Forbidden Mountain. He smiled proudly. No matter what happened to the other people who entered this place, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, he was definitely going to pass this restriction mountain. Yi Xian was going to take all 990,000 treasures sealed in this forbidden mountain. Because the system's ability to break the restrictions had been removed, it was no doubt that Yi Xian had taken advantage of this forbidden mountain. Others had worked hard and even been trapped for hundreds of thousands of years and still couldn't advance much. However, it was only a matter of minutes for Yi Xian. The forbidden mountain, which had trapped countless strong people, seemed so fragile in front of Yi Xian. Because the system's ability to break restrictions had been restored, everyone else only wanted to reach the peak of the mountain. All they wanted to do was to open a path of restriction and reach the peak. However, when Yi Xian arrived, he continued to walk around the restriction mountain. Because what he wanted to do was to take all the treasures in the entire forbidden mountain. Ebony root, magnificent lotus vine, frozen bloodgrass? They're not useful. I'll just devour them. Yi Xian waved his hand again and opened 3 restrictions. He took the treasures in them, but when he found that they were not useful, he chose to devour them. Actually, up until now, Yi Xian had finally discovered something unusual. Until now, he had encountered a total of 320,000 restrictions, and all of them had been undone by him and taken away. However, among these 320,000 restrictions, about 20,000 of them had obviously been opened before. The treasures inside were also of a much lower quality. In fact, one of the 3 restrictions that Yi Xian had unlocked this time was still recovering. In other words, someone had only just unlocked this restriction 1,000 years ago. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Could it be that I'll meet other people here? Yi Xian put away the items and continued to sweep the treasures. He was like a bandit. Wherever he went, the restrictions would be completely broken. The treasures inside were all taken away by him without exception. Ding! The host has leveled up. The host's current level is a 3rd grade medium true god. Among the treasures that Yi Xian obtained, some were good and some were bad according to the difficulty of the restrictions. The good ones were naturally taken away. As for the ones that Yi Xian did not care about, he devoured them directly. Who would have thought that his level would increase unknowingly? Yi Xian was in a good mood. It had only been 10 days since he entered the Forbidden Mountain. In addition to obtaining countless treasures, he had also increased his level. This was such a good thing that Yi Xian would not reject it. Let's continue. Yi Xian was about to advance. All of a sudden, a powerful pressure crushed down on him. Not good. It's the pressure from a god. Yi Xian was shocked. God realm. What? Why was there a god to have a god in this forbidden mountain? Was this a joke to be a joke? Yi Xian wasn't a match for the heavenly god realm at all. Following the arrival of the pressure, in the blink of an eye, 2 figures arrived in front of Yi Xian. There was more than one god in the forbidden mountain. Damn. Were they not giving Yi Xian a chance to live? Yi Xian looked at the 2 people in front of him nervously. He did not even have the chance to escape now. Once these 2 people had bad intentions, Yi Xian would be done for. Are you sure it's this kid? Yes, it's him. I'm 100% sure. This? He's just a mid-level deity? Is that possible? It's him. I've been secretly observing him for 3 whole days. There's no mistake. The 2 gods did not seem to care about Yi Xian at all. Instead, they were talking to each other. Yi Xian did not dare to say anything. However, he could not help but wonder what the 2 of them were talking about. Kid, were you the one who broke those restrictions? Suddenly, one of them finally spoke to Yi Xian. Restrictions? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He quickly calculated in his mind. The rules of this forbidden mountain were very simple and crude. Break the restrictions and you could leave alive. You could even receive rewards that you did not expect. Otherwise, you would be trapped here forever. Could it be that these 2 people actually had a favor to ask of him? It was very possible. Perhaps this was his only chance. Yi Xian did not hesitate and answered directly. Yes, I was the one who broke the restrictions in front. What do you mean by that? Yi Xian's affirmative answer made the 2 of them look at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. You're the only one who relied on the black all? How could you break the restrictions so quickly? Could it be that you're a restriction master? So you've already thought of a name for yourself. Yi Xian snickered in his heart. From their answers, Yi Xian already knew their purpose. To put it bluntly, these guys were just poor people trapped in this forbidden mountain. At the very least, Yi Xian was absolutely safe within the restriction mountain. This was because if these people wanted to live, if they wanted to leave the restriction mountain, they could only do so through this place. Therefore, Yi Xian, who had the powerful ability to break restrictions, was undoubtedly their life-saving straw. At least in this place, they definitely did not dare to have the slightest malicious intent towards Yi Xian. At the thought of this, Yi Xian exhaled in his heart. Divine realm? So what? Yi Xian was the real king here. These guys, no matter what cultivation they had, all needed Yi Xian's help. Haha, I'm not a restriction master, but I know a little. I just heard that there's a forbidden mountain here, so I came to have a try. Yi Xian replied indifferently. Although his tone denied that he was not a restriction master, it clearly showed his disdain for this forbidden mountain. The two celestial god realm powerhouses were overjoyed at that moment. Ha, we finally waited for a real restriction master. Damn it, that bullsh T Master KU has been trapped in this restriction for a full 18,000 years. If this continues, I'm afraid few of us can leave here. Master, let's have another stormy night. This is Du Haiju, please take us out of here. The two of them didn't hesitate in the slightest as they spoke to Yi Xian in a respectful tone. Yi Xian smiled slightly and pretended to be profound as he waved his hand. Well said, well said. Anyway, I'm going to leave here, so let's go together. From your tone, it seems that there are more than two of you? Could it be that there are other people trapped here? Yi Xian's tone was indifferent, but he was already overjoyed. Two divine realm experts had to be obedient in front of him. Chapter 2106. To tell you the truth, the 32 of us entered the ancient god trial test 20,000 years ago. It is a pity that the first test has trapped us for 20,000 years. Although there is no danger in the restriction mountain, if we are unable to break the restriction, we will not be able to move an inch. Furthermore, with the passage of time, our divine power is also diminishing. There were actually hundreds of people who entered together, but now only 32 of us are left. The others have long used up their divine power and their godheads have been shattered. F***ck Yi Xian was slightly shocked. These guys actually came in 20,000 years ago. F***ck how old was Yi Xian now? 20,000 years was a terrifying number that Yi Xian didn't even dare to think about. In Yi Xian's heart, these guys were probably very lonely. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't say this out loud. Instead, he maintained his calm and indifferent attitude, completely unmoved. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't reply, Du Haiju immediately said, Master, this way please. Perhaps you don't know this, but you don't need to break all the restrictions in this restriction mountain. You just need to go all the way to the top and there will be a way out at the top. Nonsense, how could Yi Xian not know this? Yi Xian knew this clearly. However, there were treasures in every restriction, which was why Yi Xian had to break the restrictions one by one. Of course, he was facing two divine realm experts, so he naturally didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He could only nod and follow their directions. After walking for only 2 hours, Yi Xian saw a large group of people in the distance. This strange restriction mountain was only 2 hours away, but Yi Xian's divine consciousness couldn't sense anyone here. Haha, everyone come over quickly. Look who I brought back. Let me tell you, this is a real restriction master. Du Haiju greeted the group from afar. Divine realm. Divine realm. What the F***ck, they were all in the divine realm. Low-level heavenly god, mid-level heavenly god, high-level heavenly god. Among these 32 people, the weakest one was actually a low-level 9th grade celestial god. Damn you. Yi Xian felt a chill in his heart. This group of terrifying fellows, I'm afraid any one of them would be able to crush Yi Xian to death like an ant with just one hand. 32 heavenly deity stage powerhouses. What terrifying strength. Du Haiju, you said this kid is a restriction master? A mere mid-true god brat? Suddenly, an old man in a long robe walked towards Yi Xian. It seemed that everyone here was very afraid of him. However, his strength was merely at the middle true god realm. Seeing this situation, Yi Xian did not need to ask to know that this guy was the so-called Master Moonless. Sure enough, before Yi Xian could say anything, Du Haiju immediately said, Master Moonless, we saw with our own eyes that Master Yi swept away the restriction below. We won't doubt this. Although Du Haiju's tone did not seem to be abnormal, the disdain in his eyes had already proved that he did not trust Master Moonless. Of course, if it was anyone else who was trapped in a restriction for 18,000 years, they would probably have such thoughts. Alright, since you said this kid is a restriction master, I won't argue with you. Kid, come on, try this restriction. What Master Moonless was referring to was the restriction that had trapped him for a full 18,000 years. Yi Xian did not bother to say more. His cultivation level was too low. It could be said that if he did not have the ability to break the restriction in the eyes of these people, they would not even take a look at him. Therefore, Yi Xian needed to break the restriction to prove his worth. Only in this way could he be protected by these people, or in other words, he would not be easily killed by these people. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't say a word and walked towards the restriction, everyone immediately shut their mouths. Even Master Ku didn't mock him anymore. After all, breaking the restriction was their only chance of survival. No one would cause trouble at this time because no one would joke about their own lives. However, although Yi Xian came to the restriction, he did not immediately ask the system to do anything. Instead, he sat there cross-legged and began to organize his gains. This was because Yi Xian was very clear that this restriction had trapped these people for 18,000 years. If he immediately tried to break it, he was afraid that it would cause unnecessary trouble. He sat there for an entire month. During this month, Yi Xian did not even move an inch. The others seemed to be the same. No one moved an inch. It was as if time had stopped. Suddenly Yi Xian sighed. In an instant, the expressions of these people changed greatly. Could it be that Yi Xian was completely powerless? Ah, little brat, this restriction is something that even I can't break. How dare an arrogant brat like you talk nonsense? Master Moonless looked disdainful and did not show any mercy in his words. Du Haju also immediately walked towards Yi Xian. Master, this restriction, don't you have a way to break it? Yes, if Yi Xian did not have a way, then did they have to wait 18,000 years for a person to come here? Yi Xian's lips curled slightly, but it quickly disappeared and was replaced by a helpless expression. I can break this restriction, but unfortunately I need some materials and I don't have enough rare treasures. This was a rip-off. Yi Xian was a prickly extortion. I see. Come, Master, take these interspatial rings first. Feel free to use the things inside. If they are not enough, feel free to use all the resources we have here. Suddenly, an upper-level heavenly god came directly in front of Yi Xian and took out 5 interspatial rings. Yi Xian casually took them and used his divine consciousness to check them. He was ecstatic. Heavens, there were so many treasures. It was more than enough for him to break through to the upper-level heavenly god level. Moreover, there were even more resources for him. This was great. This was so great that he could not ask for more. Of course, Yi Xian could not show the slightest joy on his face. He took the 5 interspatial rings and began to fiddle with them pretentiously. Unfortunately, no one understood what he was trying to do. Of course, even Yi Xian himself was just messing around. If he wanted to break the restriction, he would need the system. System, come on, break this restriction in front of me. Chapter 2107. Ding. System notification. This is a heaven-level restriction. If you want to break it, you will need to use some special resources. Please use the resources. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. What a scam. He actually needed resources to break it. What if * King Jinx? Of course Yi Xian could not say no. System, it's okay. You can use any of the resources in the Chen Kuan ring. Ding. Resource collection complete. Host, please take note. The restriction is about to be broken. Along with these words, all sorts of divine stones, spirit wood, and divine beast materials flew into the air from Yi Xian's hands before quickly condensing. This process lasted for 6 hours. Finally, the countless materials condensed into something that looked like a droplet of water. When the droplet of water fell, the restriction in front of them instantly melted into nothingness. Of course, this was the result of Yi Xian deliberately slowing down his speed. This. Master Moonless' face was as red as a pig's liver. A moment ago he was still doubting whether Yi Xian could break the restriction. But now, not only did Yi Xian break the restriction, but he also used a method that he had never seen before. A month's time? For these old fellows who had been trapped here for tens of thousands of years, it was just a blink of an eye. How terrifying. At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Xian with gazes filled with worship. Give all your Chen Kuan rings to Master Yi. Suddenly a person roared loudly. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that the person who spoke was actually Master Moonless. No one wanted to die. Everyone wanted to leave this godforsaken place. Now the opportunity was right in front of them. How could they not be excited? Okay, I'll give it to you. As long as Master Yi can take me away, I'll follow Master Yi for the rest of my life without any regrets, let alone Chen Kuan rings. Everyone chimed in and took out all their extra Chen Kuan rings. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Awesome. So awesome. These were the Chen Kuan rings of heavenly gods. There were so many good things in them that one couldn't ask for more. However, Yi Xian was disappointed when he received them. This time he was given a total of 53 Chen Kuan rings. However, the items in these 53 Chen Kuan rings were less than the heavenly treasures in the previous 5 Chen Kuan rings. It turned out that in order to maintain their divine power, most of the resources they had used up. Furthermore, they had to keep a part of it, so they could not really give them everything they had. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's ability to break through restrictions, they probably wouldn't have been willing to give him these resources. Of course, even so, Yi Xian still made a huge profit. There were many treasures in these Chen Kuan rings. Especially those things that couldn't be refined into divine power. They might not be of much use to others, but to Yi Xian they were extremely useful. He did not even dare to devour them. What? The reason was simple. Yi Xian was only an intermediate divine realm expert. These divine realm experts would not care about Yi Xian at all. However, if Yi Xian's strength increased, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Xian was very clear that even if not everyone was staring at the spatial rings in his hands, there would definitely be people who would have designs on them. Of course, there was no need to consider this now. As long as he was still in Restriction Mountain, these people would not dare to do anything to him. However, perhaps to these people, 1,000 years of waiting was acceptable. However, for Yi Xian, even a month of waiting was incomparably unbearable. Should he break the restriction quickly and leave this place? Would he have to face these experts? Or should he take it slow and think of a way to eliminate as much danger as possible in Restriction Mountain? Two choices. But they were not difficult. Yi Xian turned around and looked at these divine realm experts. It seemed that before leaving, Yi Xian had to eliminate all uncertainties. Kill them? It did not seem possible. Therefore, the best way was to control these people unknowingly. Soul control. A simple and violent method. But it would definitely be effective. It did not need to be permanent, nor could it be permanent. But even a short period of control was enough. After leaving Restriction Mountain, Yi Xian had already flown far away. As for these people, Yi Xian also believed that after the soul control was removed, their first thought would be to leave this place and not find trouble with Yi Xian. Damn. The gap between their realms was too big. How could he kill these people? Yi Xian had no idea at all. But how could he achieve Yi Xian's goal? He looked at the group of divine realm experts. This was a big challenge. This was definitely a super big challenge. Yi Xian silently walked to the next restriction and sat down. No one disturbed him. They all thought that he was thinking of a way to break the restriction. But in fact, Yi Xian was sorting out the things he had obtained, trying to find a way to break the current predicament. Heart of Eternal Frost? Trash. Water Moon Crystal Core? Trash. The essence of the immortal divine wood? This is not bad. I can use it. Yi Xian had a bountiful harvest this time. Not to mention other things, just the universal currency of the divine realm, the divine crystal, had reached 1,000,000 pieces. Of course, it was probably more than that, but this thing could be used to directly extract divine power, so it was almost depleted. The system was damaged. There were many things that Yi Xian did not even know what they were. The only thing he could confirm was that these things were good stuff. Ding. System notice. Detected special material that can be used to strengthen the war god bloodline. Does the host wish to strengthen it? There is actually something that can strengthen the bloodline? This must be strengthened. I will strengthen it now. Ding. The resource has been successfully used. Host, please note that the system is currently damaged. There is a 60% chance of failure. At the same time, each successful strengthening requires 7 days of waiting time. Ding. Strengthening failed. Extracting resource strengthening failed. Ding. Extracting resource strengthening successful. Ding. The host's war god bloodline has been successfully strengthened. It did not upgrade? Damn it, the system malfunction caused Yi Xian to suffer heavy losses. He only succeeded once out of 3 strengthening attempts. However, Yi Xian had no choice but to continue strengthening. Only by continuously strengthening his own strength without increasing his cultivation base would he have a greater chance of winning against the sky gods. Ding. Detected special material that can be used to strengthen the host's divine sense. Does the host wish to strengthen it? Strengthen, why not strengthen it? So what if the losses are greater? If we can't leave this place, then everything will be for naught. In any case, these resources were easily obtained. Yi Xian did not need to be too stingy. Of course, it would be even better if he had the materials to repair the system. Unfortunately, this was just a thought. Chapter 2108. Another month passed. Yi Xian sat in the same spot and did not do anything else. Of course, no one would disturb him. Not to mention a month, even if Yi Xian broke through a restriction in 10 years, these people would still be able to accept it. Of course, Yi Xian himself could not wait that long. In this month, Yi Xian spent countless resources and experienced failure again and again to strengthen his bloodline and divine consciousness. Although Yi Xian's realm did not seem to have increased, his combat power had increased tremendously. After all, bloodline was equivalent to physique. As for divine consciousness, it had even more uses. Strengthening these two would undoubtedly strengthen Yi Xian's case. Of course, for Yi Xian, the most important thing was still that move. From these Chen Kuan rings, Yi Xian obtained a large amount of resources and some cultivation techniques. These cultivation techniques were probably left behind by the original owner of the rings. It was very messy, from the most basic use of divine power to some basic supernatural powers and even secret techniques. After all, these people were all heavenly gods. How could they not have some of these techniques? Other heavenly gods might not have been interested in them, so when they were given to Yi Xian, they included these cultivation techniques. However, for Yi Xian this was undoubtedly an opportunity. System, do these cultivation techniques have any reference value? Why did Yi Xian ask this question? As it turned out, Yi Xian had planned to use soul control and other methods to eliminate the danger. Naturally, he thought of the system. At first, Yi Xian did not have high hopes, but who would have thought that the system would actually give Yi Xian a surprise? The devouring skill. Yes, Yi Xian had never encountered a devouring skill before, although his eye of revelation could learn other people's special supernatural powers and cultivation techniques. However, this was the first time Yi Xian had heard of a devouring skill. According to the system's description, the devouring skill was similar to devouring various treasures and leveling up. To put it simply, Yi Xian could devour a large number of skills and turn them into experience for a single skill. Of course, these experience points were not used to level up skills, but to fuse skills. According to the system, as long as the quality of the skill met the system's requirements, then 2 or more skills could be combined together to form a new skill. When he was in the mortal world, he had obtained a similar system function, but compared to this, it was not quite the same. Yi Xian trembled with excitement at the thought of this function, even though he had yet to obtain a single system fusion skill. However, just by listening to the description, it was still an extremely awesome thing. He even had a feeling. That was, the system failure this time wasn't a disaster for Yi Xian. Instead, it was a good thing. That was because, in name it was a system failure, but in reality, it was a system recasting. Furthermore, it was not as simple as Yi Xian had initially thought. This recasting would definitely give Yi Xian more functions and benefits. Ding. Host, please specify the type of skill you require. The system will automatically group them into groups. Type. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Unfortunately, there were many cultivation techniques here, and naturally there were many types. Attack type, defense type, even summoning type, beast taming type, and so on. However, although these were good, they weren't what Yi Xian needed the most. System, I want a control type skill. Yi Xian said directly. Yes, this was what he needed the most now. Ding. System analysis successful. Host, 2 skills, 1 ability. Ding. 1 Demo Yi technique. Able to forcibly control any target within 3 people of a lower level than yourself. Ding. 2 Heavenly Puppet technique. Special ability. Successful mastery will permanently grant you the right to summon ES God servants to help you in battle. Ding. 3 Living Fetus technique. Special ability of the demon god. Able to cultivate servants, starting from the fetus. Holy *T. Yi Xian looked at the 3 skills and abilities that the system had given him. 1 was control type, 1 was summon type, and 1 was actually nurturing. Not bad, these heavenly gods have quite a lot of stock. However, to Yi Xian these 3 skills were just SOSO. That was because Yi Xian wanted to fuse them. Alright, system, I will cultivate these 3 skills and abilities. Ding. Host, please note that cultivating these skills and abilities will take 3 days. Yi Xian nodded. 3 days was not much at all. 3 days later, the system notification sounded again. After devouring countless other cultivation methods and divine abilities, the 3rd step cultivation methods and divine abilities had all been upgraded to divine grade cultivation methods. And God tier was the basic requirement to devour and fuse them. However, Yi Xian was not in a hurry to fuse them. Instead, he let the system continue to devour them. System, devour the rest of the skills. Anyway, there is no use in keeping them. Distribute the experience equally. I want to fuse a useful skill or ability. Ding. The host has chosen to continue devouring. This time it will take 5 days. Yi Xian nodded and waited silently. 5 days later. Finally, it was time to witness a miracle. A miracle created by the system. A new skill was about to be born. System, are you ready? Come, fuse a new skill. Yi Xian said to the system excitedly. Of course, the system was always ready. Ding. Start fusion. Ding. Skill fusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a new ability, Spiritual Consciousness Devouring. Spiritual Consciousness Devouring? This name sounded a little cool. Yi Xian quickly looked at the description of Spiritual Consciousness Devouring. After all, this was the first skill he had obtained through devouring and fusion. It would be a lie to say that he was not excited. Spiritual consciousness devouring. A unique ability that the host obtained through self-fusion. As long as one has enough divine sense, one can use it. At the same time, it has two major special abilities. Ability 1. The host can activate spiritual consciousness devouring to forcibly devour any target's spiritual consciousness and turn it into one's own puppet. During this process, the host can choose to devour permanently or temporarily. Permanent devouring requires devouring points. At the same time, the higher the target's realm, the more devouring points required. Ability 2. System conversion. This ability determines the success rate of spiritual consciousness devouring based on the strength of the host's divine sense. However, if the host does not have enough divine sense, the system can use various treasures and resources to strengthen the divine sense and increase the success rate of spiritual consciousness devouring. Damn. Chapter 2109. No matter who the target was, as long as he had enough resources, he could convert the target's spiritual consciousness into divine consciousness and then forcibly devour it. What was spiritual consciousness? To put it bluntly, it was his subjective consciousness. After devouring it, the target would become his puppet. However, he needed to consume devouring points to be able to devour it permanently. This made Yi Xian a little unhappy. Of course, if he could really use such an awesome skill however he wanted, it would be a little too much. It was reasonable that the system would impose restrictions. Besides, Yi Xian had a feeling that this temporary devouring of spiritual consciousness would not last long. Of course, this was a good thing that Yi Xian could use to get out of this predicament. Yi Xian could not be unhappy. He glanced at the divine realm experts around him. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Just you wait, these guys. It would be fine if they did not cause trouble for Yi Xian after breaking the restrictions. However, if they dared to cause trouble for him, he would definitely let them know what it felt like to be stabbed in the back by one's own comrade. Yi Xian resisted the urge to test the spiritual sense devouring ability right now. He silently stood up and began to break through the restrictions. This time he wouldn't be so hesitant. What he wanted was to break the restrictions quickly and leave this place as soon as possible. Yi Xian casually waved his hand. Several rays of light rose and rushed toward the restrictions around him at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the restrictions were broken and the treasures inside flew directly into Yi Xian's hands. However, Yi Xian wouldn't stop just because he was so far away. After breaking the restrictions in front of him, Yi Xian continued to move forward. He did not care about the dumbfounded divine realm experts behind him and began to harvest frantically. He harvested the treasures here and at the same time he harvested the restrictions here. How is this possible? Master Moonless's mouth was wide open in astonishment as if he had seen a ghost. Was Yi Xian really breaking the restrictions now? When others tried to break a restriction, they would study it carefully and make some preparations before they dared to do it. Even so, there was no guarantee that they would be able to break the restriction. However, what was the situation with this little guy in front of him? With a wave of his hand, several or even dozens of restrictions were broken at the same time. Moreover, batch after batch, there was no sign of stopping at all. Are you sure you're breaking the restrictions? Breaking the restrictions of Restriction Mountain? Break the super restriction that had trapped countless experts to death? Master Moonless was not the only one who was dumbfounded. At this time, the 32 celestial gods trapped here had all stood up. Every single one of their faces was filled with astonishment. Such a method of breaking restrictions had already exceeded the limits of their imagination. 100% success rate. That reaping speed had long since exceeded the limits of their imaginations. Master Yi. Master Yi. Someone whispered softly. In fact, he could not find the right words to describe his current mood, nor could he find the right words to describe Yi Xian's actions. However, in the short time they were in a daze, Yi Xian had already harvested thousands of restrictions. Yi Xian could not be bothered to look at the items in the restrictions. Regardless of whether they were good or bad, he would take them first. After all, even if it was something that Yi Xian couldn't use, he could still use the method of padding to exchange for something that was useful to Yi Xian. Quick, follow Master Yi. Finally, someone reacted and hurriedly caught up with Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not pay attention to these people. He only cared about harvesting the restrictions in front of him quickly. Of course, this time Yi Xian would not obediently walk up the mountain. Instead, he spiraled around Restriction Mountain and harvested the items along the way. After all, even if 1% of these items were useful to Yi Xian, it was still a huge profit. 17 days. It had only been 17 days. Yi Xian and the others had already reached the last restriction. Opening this place was their chance to get out. Opening this place meant that they could leave Restriction Mountain. Perhaps Yi Xian was still all right. After all, he had not been trapped here for long. If he wanted to, he could leave at any time. However, the others were already extremely excited at this time. 20,000 years? Especially in such a desolate place. For these divine gods, it was really a very long time. After enduring for so long, they were about to get out. It would be a lie to say that they were not excited. However, at this moment, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and did not move forward. Master Yi, why don't you continue to break the restrictions? In the past 17 days they had followed behind Yi Xian. They had never seen Yi Xian hesitate. Along the way they had been like a hot knife through butter. There was no restriction that could stop Yi Xian. Unknowingly, in these people's hearts, Yi Xian had become an invincible existence. In their hearts, there was no restriction that Yi Xian could not break. Therefore, when they saw Yi Xian suddenly stop in his tracks, it was inevitable that they would find it strange. Oh, I've used up all my resources. Sigh, I didn't expect that I would not have the resources to break the last restriction. Yi Xian laughed inwardly. What resources? Breaking this restriction was just a matter of words for Yi Xian. This was because the system did not have any difficulty in breaking these restrictions. The resources required were also very few. However, why did Yi Xian break the restriction so easily? Why did he have so many fat sheep behind him? If he did not take advantage of them, would he be able to face Yi Xian by staying here for so long? Yes, he was taking advantage of them. However, these divine gods were very willing to accept Yi Xian's advantage. They even rushed to hand their interspatial rings to Yi Xian. Haha, so you need treasures. I have them. Feel free to use them, Master Yi. Grandmaster Yi, come and use my treasure. I was wondering why Grandmaster Yi was able to break through so many restrictions in one go. Now it seems that Grandmaster Yi must have used up all his resources. That's right. Master Yi, how should I put it? We're all leaving this place together. You're the one who worked hard and we can't help it all. If we need Master Ye's resources and treasures, then we're in the wrong. Master Yi, take my interspatial ring. All the treasures are useless if you lose your life. Use mine. Grandmaster Yi, use mine. Chapter 21:10. Was this the rhythm of competing to give treasures to Yi Xian? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. This time he wasn't being greedy. Didn't he see the actions of these people? It was obvious that if Yi Xian didn't use their treasures, they would be angry with Yi Xian. In that case, Yi Xian could only reluctantly accept all of them. Of course, Yi Xian's heart was already bursting with joy at this moment. When he saw that these people were indeed not going to get anything out of them, Yi Xian turned around and walked towards the last seal. System, come on. It's time to leave this place. Open the last seal and let's leave. Ding. Host, please take note. This seal is at the level of a Lord God. It is currently unable to be removed. What? Yi Xian was so shocked that he almost jumped up. It can't be. It can't be removed. System, please don't scare me. Is this what they mean by extreme joy begets sorrow? System, is there really no other way? Yi Xian asked the system in his heart, slightly agitated. Ding. Host, please take note. There are currently 2 ways to remove this seal. They have a 30% success rate and a 90% success rate respectively. Ding. The first way is to forcefully strip the host's divine power and forcefully remove the seal. The success rate is 30%. The price is that the host will be permanently demoted to lower rank 1 true god. Ding. The second way is to use a large amount of resources to slowly remove the seal. The success rate is 90%. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Indeed, extreme joy begets sorrow. Yi Xian stood rooted to the ground. It took him a long time to react. Sigh, this is not giving me a choice at all. It could be said that even if Yi Xian was demoted to lower rank 1 true god with enough resources, he could still quickly level up. However, that 30% success rate made it impossible for Yi Xian to choose. In fact, there was only one choice given by the system. That was to use resources to exchange for the last seal. Since it was a separate notification, Yi Xian could already predict that he would have to pay a huge price this time. The only consolation was that these resources were easily obtained by Yi Xian in the first place. So, even if they were to use them up, they would not feel too bad. Alright, system. Use plan 2. What resources do you need? Just draw them. Yi Xian said helplessly. Following Yi Xian's words, his entire body suddenly erupted with a rainbow-colored light. These rays of light were actually the purest form of divine power. Within Yi Xian's engulfing space, countless treasures within the interspatial ring were also converted into divine power by the system. The pure divine power all wrapped around the final restriction. Soon, the entire restriction was enveloped by the rainbow-colored photon computer. What a pure divine power. It seems that Grandmaster Yi has taken out everything he has this time. That's right. So much pure divine power. I wonder how many heavenly treasures it would take to refine it. It's a pity that I don't have any good treasures on hand. Otherwise, I would definitely give them to Grandmaster Yi. This time, Grandmaster Yi has paid a huge price. I've heard that restriction masters usually have a large reserve of resources. This is because whether it is setting up restrictions or breaking restrictions, a large amount of resources are required. At first I thought that this was a lie. But now it seems that it's not a lie at all. Everyone was discussing animatedly. This was a blessing in disguise. Yi Xian had lost almost all of his gains this time. However, his actions had earned him the goodwill of these people. This was what it meant to be a blessing in disguise. It could be said that before this, there might have been some people who wanted to rob Yi Xian after leaving. But now there was probably no one. First of all, Yi Xian's resources had all been used up. This was something that everyone could see. Therefore, even if they robbed Yi Xian, they would not gain much. Secondly, this time Yi Xian could be considered the savior of their 32 people. If they made a move, they would have to risk offending others. In that case, under the current circumstances, it would be unwise to make a move on Yi Xian. 32 heavenly gods? Moreover, they represented different forces. It could be said that this time, although Yi Xian had lost his resources, he had gained the friendship of these people in exchange. No matter what, it was not a loss. Finally, after a bow sound, the sound was heard. The final restriction was undone. However, the moment it was opened, a ray of white light streaked across the sky and landed directly on Yi Xian's body. It completely surrounded Yi Xian. Ding. A large amount of pure divine power is detected. It is recommended that the host consume it immediately. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is currently a 4th grade medium deity. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is currently a 5th grade medium deity. The beam of light had only appeared for 3 seconds. This was because this beam of light was actually just to give Yi Xian the so-called supernatural power reward. However, Yi Xian had unexpectedly gained 2 levels of improvement. This was because the beam of light was actually pure divine power. Sigh, what a pity. If only it could come for a few more seconds, then I would have been able to level up a few more times. Almost all the resources obtained from the restriction mountain had been used up by this last restriction. Now that this pure divine power had appeared, if Yi Xian did not consume it, he would really gain nothing. 2 levels? Forget it, 2 levels it is. It's better than nothing, isn't it? Yi Xian was helpless. After all, the inheritance that he had obtained was really useless to Yi Xian. This inheritance was actually an absolute defense restriction. It was fine if it was for his own use, but the key was that this restriction could only be set up in a fixed location and then used to protect something in that area. Therefore, it was not very useful to Yi Xian. At least, it was not very useful for now. I'm finally out. 20,000 years. A whole 20,000 years. I don't want to come back to this D*MN place ever again in this lifetime. The moment they came out, the 32 heavenly gods were so excited that they started shouting and yelling. It was obvious that they were really very excited. Of course, if it were Yi Xian, not to mention being trapped for 20,000 years, even if he was trapped for 20 years, he would not be any different from them. A moment later, Du Haju was the first to react and directly walked to Yi Xian's side. Master Yi, it's all thanks to your help that we were able to successfully escape this time. Right now, I really don't have anything good that I can take out. However, take this jade pendant. This is the token of my holy water sect. As long as you bring this to me, I, Du Haju, will definitely help you with all my strength no matter what. Chapter 21:11. Master Moonless? Who would have thought that the only restriction master among the 32 would be from Lingshan Court? After that, the rest of the people also revealed their identities and left behind their tokens for Yi Xian before leaving in a hurry. Yi Xian could empathize with Xing Qian. After so many years, they still did not know what had happened in the outside world. 20,000 years might not be considered an eternity in the realm of the gods, but it was definitely not a short period of time. After all, they were only sky celestials. 20,000 years was indeed a very long time for them. He waited until everyone had left. Yi Xian began to think about his own matters. At this moment he had already passed the first test. However, Yi Xian did not know what the second test would entail. Of course, at the same time that he passed the first test, Yi Xian also passed the Tongtian Gorge. Now Yi Xian could choose to continue or leave. However, the system repair mission required Yi Xian to explore the entire Valley of Despair. If the Valley of Despair had been an ordinary place, it would have been fine. However, the key was that the Valley of Despair had been left behind by an overgod. Just the first test had taken up so much of Yi Xian's time. What about the second and third tests? In fact, Yi Xian didn't even know how many more obstacles were waiting for him in front of him. After hesitating for a while, Yi Xian finally decided to continue. At least, Yi Xian had not encountered any danger yet. Perhaps he could give the Valley of Despair a try. Onward. However, Yi Xian did not discover anything special until he arrived at a small town. Yes, there were people in the Valley of Despair. There was a town. Yi Xian took a step forward and prepared to enter the town. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Trial taker, congratulations on entering the second test. It's not easy. It's been 30,000 years. You are the first one to reach my second test in 30,000 years. My second test is very simple. Look at the town in front of us. I can tell you that all the people in that town failed the second test and were sealed by me for eternity. And your second test is to slay the ancient demon dragon. According to the rules, those below the sky celestial realm are not qualified to participate in the test. However, since you passed the first test and proved your strength, I will give you a special privilege. You can go to the town and choose 4 followers to carry out the mission with you. Don't worry, they will definitely obediently hand over their quintessence and submit to you. After saying that, the phantom disappeared. *CK, why are they the same? Can't they say more? Yi Xian was depressed. The guardian of the first stage had at least introduced himself and even said that he would receive a reward. The second stage, on the other hand, didn't say anything superfluous. It just suddenly appeared and then disappeared. Looking at the town in front of him, Yi Xian knew that he had to carry out the test. This was because there was a restriction placed behind him. This restriction was much stronger than the last restriction in the first test. Yi Xian walked step by step towards the town. However, he found that before he arrived, the people in the town were already looking at him differently. What was going on? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Sky Celestial Realm. Sky Celestial Realm. All of them were Sky Celestial Realm experts. In this strange Valley of Despair, all of the people that Yi Xian had seen so far were Sky Celestial Realm experts. Could it be that there was a secret behind all of this? Yi Xian frowned slightly, but he still walked forward. A medium celestial realm? This is strange. Kid, where did you come from? Why did you enter the ancient divine venerables test when you are only a medium celestial realm expert? Just as Yi Xian entered the town, someone immediately asked him. The person who asked was a young man. He looked like he was only a few years older than Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian knew that these people were all old antiques. After all, the guardian of the second trial said that Yi Xian was the first person to reach the second trial in the past 30,000 years. In other words, the people here had been trapped for at least 30,000 years. Yi Xian did not reply, but he heard someone beside him speak first. Who cares? Since he's able to enter this place, that proves that he's a trial challenger. Moreover, he's someone who passed the first trial. All of us failed the first trial, so we can only form a team for the second trial. Now that someone has finally arrived, why do we care so much? After that person finished speaking, he immediately asked Yi Xian. Hey kid, you are here to find a teammate, right? How about counting me in? Wulao-san, you are not being kind. 30,000 years ago when 9 blades came, you were the one who followed him. Don't you feel ashamed this time? Why can't I? There is no rule that says that everyone has to take turns to complete the mission. There is also no rule that says that each person can only complete the mission a few times. As long as I am willing, so what if I go every time? Shameless Wulao-san, your skin is getting thicker and thicker. Before Yi Xian could say anything, these people had already started arguing. Of course, Yi Xian would not say much. After all, there were hundreds of heavenly god experts in front of him. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt someone tugging at his clothes. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a young girl standing in front of him. Hehe, you are here to find a teammate and complete your mission together, right? Don't worry about them. It is your right to choose who you want to be your teammate. I am 100 Blossoms. If you choose me as your teammate, I can even give you benefits that you would not be able to obtain. As she spoke, the young girl winked at Yi Xian. Her intentions could not be more obvious. Of course, Yi Xian did not pay her any attention. However, the current situation caused Yi Xian to be unable to understand. What was going on with these people? Also, what was going on with this small town? Alright, shut up all of you. Suddenly, a voice full of energy rang out. Everyone turned their heads and saw an old man walking over. Mayor. Mayor. When they saw this old man, they all stepped aside. Mayor? The mayor of a group of heavenly god experts? Good lord, this was getting more and more interesting. Little guy, you are here to choose a teammate, right? According to the rules, everyone in the town can form a small team as long as you are willing to do so and complete your mission together. As for who you choose, it is your own decision. Alright, how many teammates can you choose? Chapter 21:12. Mayor, aren't you asking the obvious? Who doesn't know that the rule here is that each person can only choose one team? Someone seemed to want to say something, but before he could finish his sentence he was stunned. This was because Yi Xian stretched out his hand and showed 4 fingers. I can choose 4 teammates. Boom. This sentence caused the entire town to erupt in excitement. It was actually 4. One had to know that each of them were only allowed to bring one teammate with them. However, this kid actually had 4 teammates. However, when they remembered that Yi Xian was only a mid-level true god, they suddenly understood. After all, as far as they knew, to enter the supreme endless trials, one had to be at least a heavenly god. As for the true god realm, Yi Xian was the first one. Even though this town had stayed in this town for millions of years, it was the first time that they had seen a trial taker below the heavenly god realm. You're saying that you can bring 4 people with you on a mission? The mayor asked in astonishment. Yes, that's right. Yi Xian replied affirmatively. It's actually 4. Could it be that the guardian made a mistake this time? Everyone was discussing spiritedly. However, Yi Xian was thinking about his own matters. He asked, Mayor, why is it that everyone in this town has a heavenly god realm cultivation? Could it be that after being trapped for so many years, no one has been able to break through? Break through? Kid, you've just arrived, so it's normal that you don't know. This town is also called Eternal Town, right? He's referring to the people inside. Once the mission fails, those who are trapped here will forever be stuck with the cultivation level they had when they entered this place. This is because there's no divine power here. In this town, everyone is immortal. Unfortunately, if you don't complete the mission, you'll never be able to leave, and you won't be able to cultivate at all. Eternal Town? There was such an existence? For a moment, Yi Xian felt that the ancient god who had set up the supreme endless trials was even more difficult to understand. What kind of expert would be able to do such a thing? One had to know that even a god would die once his divine power was exhausted or his divine spark shattered. Now, there was a place where one could live forever. Of course, not being able to cultivate and not being able to leave was indeed a kind of torture. At this time, because Yi Xian could bring 4 people to carry out the mission, the townsfolk of the town all had excited looks on their faces. One had to know that they were trapped here because they had failed their mission. As for the second stage, everyone's mission was actually the same. They all had to kill a target. However, it was obvious which combination would have a higher success rate if 2 people went to kill a target and 5 people went to kill the target together. Take me with you. Let me carry out the mission with you. Choose me, you definitely won't regret choosing me. For a moment the crowd was clamoring. And louder. Yi Xian looked at these people and understood a little more about this town. The townsfolk didn't seem to be anything special, but in fact, everyone here was suppressed here. There was only one way to leave, and that was to wait for a person who had gone through the trial for the first time to team up with them and kill the target. Only then could they leave. At the same time, this town clearly prohibited fighting. Didn't you see how these people were arguing but no one was making a move? Yi Xian finally understood why the guardian of the second stage had said that Yi Xian could choose any follower he wanted. Moreover, even if Yi Xian asked for the quintessence of the divine spark, no one would refuse. That was because there was only one way for the people here to leave. And Yi Xian was the first person to enter this place in the past 30,000 years. The quintessence of the divine spark was a fragment of the divine spark. As long as one's cultivation reached the god level, one would be able to cultivate their own divine spark. Not only did the divine spark have many uses, but it was also equivalent to a person's life essence. Handing over the quintessence of the divine spark was the same as handing over one's life. Yi Xian didn't hesitate. He said, "My first requirement is that you hand over the quintessence of your divine spark. After the mission is completed, I will return your freedom. If you can do that, you can sign up now." What? This time, everyone fell silent. Handing over the divine spark fragment was the same as becoming a slave to this person in front of them. One shouldn't underestimate a single divine spark fragment. As long as Yi Xian had their divine spark fragment, he could kill them with a single thought. Handing over one's life to a stranger, especially one whose cultivation base was lower than theirs, was a condition that no one was willing to accept. However, the long wait had long since worn down these people's patience. Get out of this damn place. That was the only thought in many people's minds. Finally, someone stepped forward and said to Yi Xian, "All right, I'm willing to hand over my divine spark fragment and follow you on your mission." A mid-level celestial god. It was actually a mid-level celestial god. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. Of course he wouldn't show it in his current state. He casually took the divine spark fragment that the person handed over. He had found his first follower. There are still 3 spots left. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. With this first person, Yi Xian believed that it would be much easier for him to recruit the rest. Sure enough, someone had already taken the first step. Finally, another person stepped forward. Furthermore, following that person, over a dozen other people also stood forth. Leave this place? There was always a price to pay. These people had been trapped here for far too long. For example, the first person to hand over his divine spark fragment had been trapped here for 300,000 years. A large group of celestial gods eagerly volunteered to be Yi Xian's followers? Yi Xian was so happy that the corners of his mouth were crooked. Once they got their hands on the divine spark fragment, it would be up to Yi Xian whether or not Yi Xian would let them leave. Soon Yi Xian chose the other 3 people. Without exception, they were all mid-level celestial gods. These 3 people were the strongest among those who had signed up. Perhaps some of them would regret their decision, but whether they were chosen or not, there was no longer any chance for regrets. After Yi Xian finished choosing his followers, he and the other 4 suddenly disappeared from the small town. As it turned out, the guardian of the second trial had been keeping an eye on the small town all along. To be more precise, he had been keeping an eye on Yi Xian's every move. Chapter 21:13. Only now did they remember to ask Yi Xian what his mission was. In fact, although everyone's mission in the second stage was to kill a specific target, there was still a huge difference between them. Perhaps one of the reasons why these people were so eager to join Yi Xian's team was because Yi Xian's cultivation was too low. "Oh right, brother Yi, what's your mission?" The one who spoke was called Li Lei, a very common name. At this moment he was looking at Yi Xian with a slightly lost expression. It was obvious that he didn't have any confidence in his future. Yi Xian looked at Li Lei and did not hide anything. He answered directly, "My trial mission? Is to kill an ancient magic dragon." "What? What did you say?" "Ancient magic dragon. It's actually an ancient magic dragon." Just as Yi Xian finished speaking, he saw the 4 people's shocked expressions, as if they had just heard something terrifying. "What's wrong with you guys? Are you scared?" Yi Xian curled his lips. Although he did not know what kind of existence the ancient magic dragon was, at least he dared to challenge it. As for those people who were scared to such an extent upon hearing the name of the ancient demon dragon, Yi Xian felt rather disdain in his heart. Li Lei looked at Yi Xian with an ugly expression. After a moment of daze he said to Yi Xian, "Sai, I didn't expect your mission to be an ancient magic dragon. This is an impossible mission. I really don't understand why the Guardian assigned this mission to you. No wonder you were asked to pick 4 people together. However, even if the 4 of us work together, we don't have the slightest chance of winning." "Is it that serious?" Yi Xian could see that Li Lei was telling the truth. In other words, in Li Lei's heart, the ancient magic dragon was an invincible existence. However, Yi Xian had never seen it before, so he could not understand how Li Lei and the others felt. "Sai, it's more than just serious. To tell you the truth, there's only one ancient devil dragon. In the entire second trial, it can be considered the most powerful existence. Since you're here for the trial, you should know that only those below the heavenly god realm are allowed to enter. The ancient demon dragon is at the peak of the heavenly god realm. Although its cultivation level is suppressed due to the special environment here, it is still an ancient species. Not only is its physical body extremely tough, but it also possesses several powerful superpowers. It can be said that the few of us have no chance of winning." Li Lei finished speaking in one breath. Then, like the others, he sighed. It was as if he felt that if he didn't have a chance to defeat the ancient demon dragon and leave this place, he might even lose his life here. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. His brows furrowed tightly together. From Li Lei's words, Yi Xian could tell that this ancient demon dragon was not to be underestimated. However, Yi Xian did not feel that this was an unsolvable mission. In fact, Yi Xian felt that this was an opportunity. If Yi Xian could successfully kill the ancient demon dragon, which was at the peak of the heavenly god realm, the rewards would be unimaginable. If it was a level up, Yi Xian was almost certain that the ancient demon dragon alone would give him a chance to break through to the heavenly god realm. Of course, it was more likely that the system would receive a certain percentage of repairs. However, no matter what, whether it was a level up or a system repair, it would definitely be a great gain for Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian was determined to kill the ancient demon dragon. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the four of them. However, he was not worried at all. The divine persona fragments of the four of them were in Yi Xian's hands. No matter how unwilling they were, they had no choice but to follow Yi Xian. Therefore Yi Xian did not even bother to say anything. Instead he walked straight ahead. The location they had been teleported to was a forest. However, this was not an ordinary forest. It was a lava forest. There was only one type of strange tree that could grow here. Lava fire tree. The biggest characteristic of this type of tree was that it grew in lava. Of course, this type of tree was actually a pretty good material for refining weapons. However, Yi Xian was not interested in these lava fire trees at the moment. Yi Xian led the four of them through the lava fire tree forest cautiously. They carefully searched every possible corner in order to find the ancient demon dragon. The ancient demon dragon loved lava. Most of the time they rested in the lava. Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out. However, it was not the sound of thunder. It was the sneeze of some kind of creature. Over there. Without hesitation, Yi Xian rushed in the direction of the sound. Li Lei and the others had been following by Yi Xian's side the entire time. It was fine at first, but now they were all hesitating. Li Lei was the first to block Yi Xian's path. Well, I say, Brother Yi, why don't we give up? This ancient demon dragon is not something we can handle. If we go over now, it's no different from sending ourselves to our deaths. Yi Xian was stopped by Li Lei and had no choice but to stop. You guys, do you think so too? Yi Xian turned around and asked the other three. The three of them quickly replied, yes, this is the ancient demon dragon. How can we possibly be its match? If we go over now, we'll be sending ourselves to our deaths. Little friend Yi, why don't we just forget about it? Yi Xian looked at the four of them indifferently. He knew that if he did not use some special means, he would not be able to control these people at all. It seemed that Yi Xian was so nice to them that they thought he would be so easy to deal with. Right now you only have two choices. Either you work together to help me kill the ancient demon dragon, then I will set you free. Or you can choose to let me crush your shards of divine spark right now. Yi Xian's tone was very calm, as if he was casually saying that the weather was good today. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the four people's expressions changed drastically. If the shards of divine spark were crushed, they would definitely die. Yi Xian was actually using the shards of divine spark to threaten them. It was only now that they realized that they were not on par with Yi Xian at all. They had no right to bargain with Yi Xian. From the beginning, they had handed over their shards of divine spark casually. To put it nicely, they were Yi Xian's companions. To put it bluntly, they were Yi Xian's servants and slaves. What right did they have to make irresponsible remarks here? In an instant, the four people's expressions changed drastically. Then they fell silent. Chapter 21:14. All right. We got it. Li Lei's voice was cold. It was obvious that he was hostile towards Yi Xian. However, no matter what he thought, as long as Yi Xian had his shard of divinity, he would never be able to resist. Yi Xian nodded. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they wouldn't realize their current identities. All right, let's move on. I, Yi Xian, am a man of my word. As long as you help me kill the ancient mystic dragon, I'll return your freedom. Of course, you better pray that you don't die in battle. Also, let me remind you to give it your all. Don't think of slacking off. Since you know that the ancient mystic dragon isn't easy to deal with, you should also understand that if you don't give it your all, it's impossible to kill it. Hee, if I die, do you think you'll be able to survive? A threat. A blatant threat. However, when Li Lei and the others heard Yi Xian's words, they couldn't say a single word. How could they not understand what Yi Xian meant? At this moment, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned all the withered bone sword servants in front of him. Although these things weren't very useful, they were still very useful for exploring the path and finding the ancient mystic dragon's location. Following Yi Xian's order, all the withered bone sword servants immediately rushed forward. Their mission was only to lure the ancient mystic dragon out. Boom. A loud sound rang out. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Ding. The withered bone sword servants have died. Would the host like to consume a skull heart to revive? Yi Xian didn't care about the notification. Instead, his expression suddenly changed. Over there. In an instant, Li Lei and the others rushed over. That was the direction where the withered bone sword servants had died. When Yi Xian saw the ancient mystic dragon's appearance, he finally understood why Li Lei and the others said that the ancient mystic dragon was undefeatable. The ancient mystic dragon was covered in dark red scales. Not only were the scales shining with a faint purplish-red light, but there were also bursts of flames from time to time. Mystic fire, sacred gold. Yi Xian could not help but shout. The scales of the ancient demon dragon were actually mystical fire, sacred gold. Was this really a living thing? One should know that the mystical fire sacred gold was a super material that was formed from the dark gold stone that grew at the bottom of volcanoes, the heart of a 10,000-year spirit tree, and the mysterious essence of the universe. It could be said that a defensive magical treasure refined with mystical fire sacred gold had at least twice the defensive strength of a defensive magical treasure of the same level. However, this ancient demon dragon was actually able to refine the rare mystic fire sacred gold into its scales. It was simply unimaginable. Of course, so what? Could it be that Yi Xian would be scared off? What are you waiting for? The four of you attacked together. Yi Xian ordered Li Lei and the others. At this time, Li Lei and the others were very clear that no matter how powerful this ancient devil dragon was, they had no other chance of survival other than defeating it. Therefore, following Yi Xian's order, the four of them did not say a word and directly took out their magical treasures. Damned ancient demon dragon. Today this old man will also be a dragon slayer. The person who spoke was called Bai Pa. In his hand was the 100 extinction blade, which was extremely sharp. After Yi Xian gave the order, Bai Pa did not hesitate to slash out with his blade. He did not hold back at all in this slash. It could be said that he had used his full strength. Die for me. Giant strength, divine ability. Heaven's eye, divine ability. Killing slash. Boom. A powerful ray of light directly slashed at the ancient demon dragon. At this time the ancient mystic dragon, to be precise, had not woken up at all. It was still sleeping. Therefore Bai Pa's slash hit the target directly. Unfortunately, although Bai Pa had used all his strength in this slash, the ancient demon dragon in front of him was not so easy to kill. The huge ray of light successfully slashed the ancient demon dragon's body. It could even be said that the ancient demon dragon did not have the slightest bit of defense. However, in the end only a shallow scratch was left. Brr. The ancient demon dragon was in pain and let out a loud roar that shook the sky. Then it opened its huge mouth and casually spat out a dragon's breath. This ancient demon dragon had a huge body of more than 30 meters tall. Although it was smaller than the creatures Yi Xian had seen before, it did not mean that the ancient demon dragon's attack was stronger than those creatures that were 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, or even 1,000,000 meters. The dragon's breath that was spat out by that huge mouth was extremely terrifying. This old man is in danger. Bai Pa wailed and wanted to escape. However, the ancient demon dragon's breath was able to seal the space, so Bai Pa had no way to use his special escape technique to escape. Bai Pa was so scared that his face turned pale. He thought that he was going to die this time. However, at this time Li Lei made his move. Brother Bai, don't be afraid. Li Lei's figure flashed and threw out a thread-like treasure from his hand. In an instant, it tied up Bai Pa and then forcibly pulled him back. All of this was done in the blink of an eye. Could be said that they had good teamwork. At the same time, the other two people also quickly made their move and attacked the ancient demon dragon with all their might. Yi Xian had already said that if they wanted to live, they had to fight with all their might. Only by killing this ancient demon dragon would they have a chance to live. Therefore at this moment no one would hold back. Of course Yi Xian was not idle either. A battle of this level was not something Yi Xian could participate in. 4 intermediate celestial gods and 1 peak superior celestial god. In a battle between 5 powerhouses, even the aftermath of the battle could cause Yi Xian to suffer if he was not careful, let alone participate in it. However, not being able to participate in the battle did not mean that Yi Xian could not help. System, can you help me analyze this ancient demon dragon's data and give me its weakness? Yes, Yi Xian was now asking for help from the system. When the system malfunctioned, it had said that the repair this time would be based on Yi Xian's wishes. Although the repair progress was only a mere 5%, it was equivalent to activating the system. Therefore, as long as Yi Xian was willing, he could begin to integrate the new functions of the system. Ding. System notification. Attention please, host. The ancient demon dragon is known for its strong defense. It is an ancient variant of the dragon clan. Only the reverse scale on the ancient demon dragon's back has a slightly weaker defense. At the same time, it is also the part closest to the source of its life. It is recommended that the host find the reverse scale and kill the ancient demon dragon. Reverse scale? Chapter 21:15. It was said that all dragons had a reverse scale on their bodies. Simply put, this reverse scale was a special scale that grew in the opposite direction from the other scales. Every dragon clan member only had one. Furthermore, there would definitely be one. Yi Xian did not want to find out why this was the case. He only knew that the reverse scale was his chance to kill the ancient magic dragon. Li Lei jumped behind him. The reverse scale of the ancient magic dragon is on his back. find the reverse scale and you can kill the ancient magic dragon. Yi Xian shouted loudly as he directly ordered Li Lei and the others. At this time the ancient magic dragon was in a state of rage. Of course, anyone who was sleeping soundly and was woken up by a slash would probably be furious. The ancient magic dragon's body was emitting purplish-red flames, and the dragon breath in its mouth was constantly spewing out. This dragon breath was the basic attack method of the ancient magic dragon and every dragon. It did not require much preparation time and did not consume much energy. As long as it was willing, it could even keep spewing. However, it was not weak just because the dragon breath did not consume any energy. At this time, the pitiful magma trees around the ancient magic dragon were melted by the terrifying dragon breath. The dragon breath of the ancient magic dragon was several times hotter than the hottest magma. Li Lei and the others immediately understood. It was common sense to find the reverse scale to slay a dragon. However, every dragon's reverse scale was undoubtedly the core of their defense. It was also the existence that they would try to hide. Under normal circumstances, it was easier said than done to find the location of the reverse scale of a dragon. They did not expect Yi Xian to know the location of the reverse scale of the ancient magic dragon. This undoubtedly allowed the four of them to see the light of hope again. Kill? The four of them rushed forward again. Yi Xian could only watch helplessly from the side. In fact, even if the system was in perfect condition, Yi Xian was not qualified to be involved in such a battle. Hence, from waiting, Yi Xian could not do anything else. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In fact, how could the ancient demon dragon not know the importance of its reverse scale? Therefore, Li Lei and the others simply could not find an opportunity to make a move. However, as the battle progressed, the four of them became more and more familiar with each other. Finally, the ancient demon dragon's slight negligence gave Li Lei and the others a chance. Now is the time. Quick attack. Li Lei suddenly threw Bai Po out. While Bai Po was in midair, he used his strongest killing move and flew straight towards the ancient demon dragon's back. Roar! The ancient demon dragon, who was attacking another person, noticed Bai Po's intentions and abruptly turned around, wanting to stop Bai Po. However, as soon as he turned around, the person who was suppressed by him earlier also rushed towards the ancient demon dragon's back. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Yi Xian stared at the battlefield with his fists tightly clenched. Whether or not they could defeat the ancient demon dragon would depend on this attack. If he failed, then Yi Xian could only be trapped here. However, if he succeeded, then Yi Xian would gain great benefits. It seemed like a blink of an eye, but also like thousands of years had passed. Accompanied by an incomparably loud roar, with the ancient demon dragon as the epicenter, an incomparably huge shockwave suddenly erupted. A blazing shockwave. That was the ancient demon dragon's final frenzy. How could it not be strong? Not good. Yi Xian's figure suddenly retreated. The shockwave was too strong. It could be said that it was enough to shatter Yi Xian's bones. The withered bone sword servants came out and blocked Yi Xian's front. At the same time, one defensive treasure after another was thrown out by Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian also retreated with all his might. However, even so, the shockwave still hit Yi Xian. Pfft. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, it's actually so strong. I was hiding far away and even used the withered bone sword servants and countless defensive treasures to block it, but I still suffered such a heavy injury. This ancient demon dragon is really too strong. Yi Xian helplessly muttered to himself. At this time, he already knew that Li Lei and the others were most likely dead. Sure enough, when Yi Xian flew back to the battlefield, he could no longer see the 4 corpses. The 4 of them had been completely pulverized by the ancient demon dragon's final attack. Sigh, the 4 of you died for me. I Yi Xian will not mistreat you. Let me resurrect you. Yi Xian had the 4 quintessence shards in his hands. They were equivalent to life imprints. With these quintessence shards he could resurrect the 4 of them. However, the price was extremely high. After all, the quintessence shards in Yi Xian's hands were only small shards. At this time, the ancient demon dragon and the 4 of them had perished together. Yi Xian naturally would not let this go to waste. He directly put the ancient demon dragon's corpse into his devouring space. The ancient demon dragon's entire body was a treasure. It could be said that whether Yi Xian used it to upgrade himself or to repair the system, it was definitely a good thing. Of course, before that, he still had to deal with the gatekeeper in front of him. From the moment the ancient demon dragon died, the gatekeeper had already appeared in front of Yi Xian. Hee kid, not bad. You actually killed the ancient demon dragon. Not bad, not bad. Here, this is your reward. You can leave now. The gatekeeper did not seem to care about how Yi Xian passed the trial. In his eyes, as long as the ancient demon dragon died, Yi Xian would be considered to have passed the trial. Following the gatekeeper's words, Yi Xian's figure moved again. He was directly teleported away again. Of course, Yi Xian didn't mind. When he arrived outside and confirmed that there was no danger, he began to deal with his rewards. First, he took out the reward given by the gatekeeper. But when he took it out, he was stunned. It was actually an egg. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have obtained a special treasure, the ancient demon dragon egg. Host, please note that the ancient demon dragon can be made with other special materials and special items. As expected, Yi Xian nodded. When he saw the egg, Yi Xian's first reaction was that he was going to get a new item this time. Sure enough, following the system's notification, Yi Xian's guess was undoubtedly correct. However, Yi Xian did not have any other materials at the moment. So, this ancient demon dragon egg could only be put aside for now. This ancient demon dragon could be made with a total of 3 special items. The first one was the ancient demon dragon. Rather than saying that it was a fusion, it was more like a catalyst. This was because this egg originally belonged to the ancient demon dragon. Of course, this undoubtedly required the least amount of resources and at the same time, had the lowest combat power. Chapter 21:16. The second method was to use something called the heavenly mystic body, the ancient celestial dragon. Simply put, it was an enhanced version of the ancient magic dragon, but it looked better. The third method required the 7-star grass, 1-leaf flower, 3-eyed divine stone, and Guhai Bingshin. The thing that came out was actually called the crystal dragon. Of course, Yi Xian didn't even know what these 4 materials were. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't have any intention of getting the ancient magic dragon's egg. He would think about it in the future. He would just take whatever materials he came across in the future. Besides, devour points weren't that easy to obtain. After looking at the ancient magic dragon's egg, Yi Xian focused on his biggest gain, the ancient magic dragon's corpse, as well as the universe rings of Li Lei and the other 3. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, the last ancient magic dragon. Ding. System notification. System recovery rate increased by 5%. Current recovery rate is 10%. Ding. System notification. Attention to the host. The host can now make a choice. The ancient magic dragon's corpse can increase the host's cultivation by 6 levels, or extract its essence to repair the system by 1%. The host will then receive a reward of 1 level. Ding. Please make your choice. Yi Xian frowned. Choice. The system was actually asking him to choose. One must know that the system rarely did such a thing. It could be said that the system was very humane. However, Yi Xian was keenly aware that the system seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. It was just that this change was happening silently. Even Yi Xian himself didn't know what kind of change would happen. He didn't even know if it was good or bad. Of course, other things aside, it was better to make a choice first. 1% of the system's recovery rate. To be honest, it was very little. However, Yi Xian still resolutely chose the second option. 1% of the system's recovery rate, and he would then receive a reward of 1 level. This was because once the system's recovery was complete, Yi Xian would receive even more benefits. Compared to the earlier recovery of the system, Yi Xian's delay in leveling up was actually not a big deal. After all, not all missions could repair the system. Even if he broke through 6 times, it was just empty talk without a repair mission. System, I choose the second option. Ding. System prompt, the host has made a choice. Ding. System notification. System repair rate increased by 1%, current rate is 11%. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough and is now a level 4 middle true god. Yi Xian nodded. The matter here was considered settled. However, Li Lei and Yi Xian still had to be dealt with. System, I want to revive Li Lei and the others. Is there any way? Ding. System notification. Host can now find special materials to revive Li Lei and the others. Host can now nurture Li Lei and the others' quintessence fragments in the plant space and slowly restore their divine power. Alright, that's all we can do. Yi Xian knew that it was almost impossible to revive the 4 of them immediately. After breaking through to the true god realm, it was no longer that easy to resurrect. As for those people that Yi Xian had killed before, he had already used his divine power to restore them, allowing them to live in the devouring space. However, as long as there was a chance, it was fine. After settling everything, Yi Xian began to notice the situation in front of him. At this moment, Yi Xian was standing in front of a tall tower. The tower was so tall that it reached the clouds. Even if Yi Xian tried his best to see it, he could not see how tall it was. However, the surroundings of the tower were empty. There was nothing. Yi Xian knew that this should be the third stage. He did not hesitate and walked straight in. He pushed open the door of the tower. In an instant, an extremely strong suction force sucked Yi Xian in. At the same time, a voice rang out. Welcome to the Endless Tower. Congratulations, trial taker. You have successfully entered the third stage. The rules of the third stage are very simple. You just need to climb to the highest level of the Endless Tower. Then you will pass. Of course, because the difficulty of the Endless Tower is high, you can choose to leave at any time once you have climbed halfway. However, I need to remind you that there are powerful divine beasts in every level of the tower. Enjoy it, trial taker. Enjoy this endless slaughter. The one who spoke was, without a doubt, the guardian of the third stage. However, the guardian of the third stage seemed to be even more despicable than the previous two stages. He did not even appear. Of course, since the rules were clear, Yi Xian did not need to wait any longer. He lifted his feet and walked towards the second level. It seemed that the bottom level was only used to receive guests. Therefore, there were no divine beasts. However, when Yi Xian walked into the second level, he saw a divine beast. Lower rank 1 deity? Yi Xian was slightly stunned as he looked at the ferocious tiger with bull horns. He was incomparably astonished. He was actually only a rank 1 god. Wasn't that too simple? Yi Xian casually killed the divine beast. However, what surprised him was that after the beast was killed, it turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared. Could this be a doppelganger? Of course, Yi Xian did not care so much. He walked straight to the second level. It's still a lower rank 1 deity. However, there are 10 of them this time. Since they were not a threat, Yi Xian casually killed them and continued to walk forward. He continued to kill and climb. Yi Xian could not remember how many levels he had climbed. However, he had already understood the rules here. The monsters here would change every 10 levels. There was 1 on the first level and 10 on the second level. There were 50 on the third level and so on until there were 1,000 on the 10th level. Of course, the levels would not change. However, at the 11th level, there would be a lower rank 5 deity monster. Then there would be a peak lower deity monster. Then there would be a mid-rank 1 deity monster. Then there would be a mid-rank 5 deity monster. Now, Yi Xian was facing 1,000 mid-rank 5 deity monsters. To be honest, Yi Xian was very tired at the moment. One should know that Yi Xian was only a mid-rank 4 deity. However, he had to face 1,000 mid-rank 5 deity monsters. It could be said that the pressure was immense. Yi Xian stood quietly at the entrance. At the entrance, the divine beasts would not take the initiative to attack. It could be considered as giving the challengers a chance to take a breather. However, Yi Xian had tried. He could only stay here for an incense's time. Once the time was up, he would be pushed out by a force. Chapter 21:17. Now, there were divine beasts of the middle-grade true god realm. The next wave would be peak middle-grade true gods. Moreover, this trial seemed to have no end. Standing on the spiral staircase, Yi Xian could see that there were countless levels above. Endless trial. Endless slaughter. Indeed, it lived up to its name. Suddenly, a force came from behind Yi Xian and pushed Yi Xian inside. It turned out that the rest time was over. In an instant, those divine beasts rushed toward Yi Xian like a flood. Yi Xian had no choice but to take out the God Slayer and start the battle again. In such a trial, one should not try to use any powerful attacks, because that would only be a waste of one's divine power. The wisest choice was to use the most energy and divine power to battle. Although he had the super recovery ability of the mighty body of the war god, under such circumstances, there were times when he could not make ends meet. After all, every time he killed a divine beast on a level, he would not be allowed to stay on that level for too long. Of course, there was a limit to the time he could kill the divine beast. Yi Xian casually swung his sword and killed a divine beast that was pouncing toward him. He watched as the divine beast turned into white smoke. In his heart he was thinking, what should I do? This trial seemed to have no end. Even if Yi Xian passed the peak middle grade true god realm level, even if he passed the peak upper grade true god realm level, then what should he do with the divine beasts after that? What's more, there were those who had surpassed the divine beast's realm. Continuing to fight was not a solution at all. Yi Xian frowned as he continuously slaughtered the divine beasts in his hands. At the same time, he was also thinking in his heart. However, no matter how hard Yi Xian tried, he realized that he could not solve the problem in front of him. In the end, all the divine beasts were killed. Yi Xian could only helplessly go to the next level. Since he was already here, he might as well take it easy. However, when Yi Xian went to the next level, the voice of the guardian of the third stage finally sounded again. Yo, not bad, young man. Congratulations. You have passed the first trial and obtained the title of Beginner Endless Trial Tester. However, I'm afraid that everyone who can come here will be able to obtain this title. Oh, I forgot to tell you. As long as you kill a wave of divine beasts that are about the same level as you will be able to obtain the elementary title. Then you can make a choice. Do you want to continue the challenge or leave directly? And let me give you a kind reminder. The lower your cultivation level, the lower the difficulty level of the divine beast you need to pass through. As long as you obtain the super endless trial title, you will have passed my test. How about it? Have you made up your mind? Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the words of the guardian of the 4th level. Fortunately, this endless trial was automatically adjusted according to the realm of the person who entered, and it was not really necessary to fight to the last level. It looked like Yi Xian still had a chance to pass. But even so, Yi Xian decided to withdraw for the time being. Guardian, does this mean that after I obtain the elementary trial tester title, as long as I have time, I can come back for the trial again? Of course. As long as you are willing, you can come back for the trial at any time. However, you only have 3 chances. After you use up all 3 chances, you will no longer have the right to enter this place. Alright, I understand. I choose to leave for the time being. Yi Xian immediately stated his decision. He knew that with his current strength he would not be able to pass at all. Alright, since you have decided, I will send you off. These are 3 directional teleportation talismans. I will send you directly out of the trial grounds. If you want to continue the challenge, crush the talisman and you will be able to come here directly. Let me give you another reminder. If your cultivation level increases and you come back, the divine beast cultivation level will also be adjusted accordingly. Do you understand? Alright, I understand. Following Yi Xian's reply, a white light flashed and Yi Xian disappeared on the spot. By the time Yi Xian reacted, he had appeared in a foreign place. In other words, the guardian of the 4th stage had sent Yi Xian out of the Valley of Despair. F***ck, I just wanted to see if I could find any materials in the Valley of Despair to strengthen myself. The guardian actually sent me out. Yi Xian was speechless. He had never intended to leave the Valley of Despair. But since he was already out, there was no other way. Luckily, he could return at any time. Yi Xian had to complete the Valley of Despair. After all, the system repair mission was still there. Yi Xian could imagine that as long as he completed the exploration of the Valley of Despair, he would definitely receive many system repairs. Even a complete system repair was not impossible. Since he was already out, Yi Xian could also go out and look for suitable materials to strengthen himself. The best way was to strengthen or break through the 2 demigod bloodlines. Although the demigod bloodline was extremely powerful, it was still very difficult to break through. But obviously, if Yi Xian wanted to pass the trial of the Boundless Tower, then just Yi Xian's demigod bloodline was not enough. Of course, it was not that easy to break through. Perhaps it would be very difficult to obtain some strengthening. Yi Xian released his divine telekinesis. He believed that the guardian would not be able to send him too far away. However, Yi Xian still underestimated. This was the realm of the gods. The concept of the realm of the gods was different from other places. Although the guardian had only casually sent Yi Xian away, it had directly sent Yi Xian thousands of miles away. Using his divine telekinesis, Yi Xian saw a huge city in the distance. Since he had discovered the city, Yi Xian did not delay and immediately flew towards the city. Carefree City. That's a good name. At this moment, Yi Xian was standing outside the huge city gate. Looking at the bustling crowd, he was a little surprised. This was because he saw that most of the people here were just ordinary people, and they looked very strange. Taurens, kobolds, birdmen with wings, and snail people with huge shells on their backs. What was going on? Most importantly, these people's cultivation levels were extremely low. There were even people who did not have any cultivation levels. Just what was going on? Welcome to Carefree City. Is this your first time here? Just as Yi Xian was puzzled, a young man ran in front of him. He had no cultivation level. He was actually a mortal. Yi Xian frowned slightly and asked the person, "What's going on with this city?" Chapter 21:18. What do you mean by what's going on? Sir, I don't know how to answer your question. The man rubbed his head with a confused look on his face. Oh, what I mean is, why are there so many mortals here? Isn't this the realm of the gods? Yi Xian could only answer directly. However, his words frightened the man so much that he immediately knelt on the ground. Honorable God, this humble one has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive this humble one. Yi Xian looked at the man. Get up, I'm asking you a question. Just answer me. Yes, Lord God, it's like this. There are originally many native races in the realm of the gods, as well as some lower realm creatures brought up by Lord God. However, although this is the realm of the gods, not everyone can become a god. Over time, the native races of the realm of the gods, as well as mortals like me who were brought up by the ancestor from the eighth heaven, formed the mortal world of the realm of the gods. Yi Xian nodded. So that was the case. With his current realm, he was indeed a mortal, even if he was in the undying sovereign realm. In any case, it was just a name. What's more, a deity could only be called a mortal with a relatively high realm. This was not surprising. Perhaps some people obtained some special abilities after condensing the godhead, and many people chose to bring their family or disciples from the lower realm to the realm of the gods. However, the realm of the gods was extremely dangerous. Who could guarantee that they would never fall? However, the realm of the gods was full of divine power, and it was more suitable for cultivation. Naturally, many people would release their family members and disciples directly. As for the native races, Yi Xian could not say anything. However, it was strange that there were natives in the realm of the gods. Yi Xian ignored the man and walked directly into the worry-free city. Compared to the city that Yi Xian had entered previously, which was built by people with godheads, this city was much more lively. Many people were moving in and out of the worry-free city. Countless figures shuttled back and forth. In the divine realm, it was normal for even an ordinary mortal to live for thousands of years. Therefore, more and more people came. Of course, the divine world was so big that a city with a population of 1 million was just a drop in the ocean. Yi Xian casually walked around and found out the origin of the forgotten city. The city was built by the city lord, the carefree old man. In the beginning, there were only a few hundred people, but after tens of thousands of years of development, the city grew to its current size. The carefree city was equivalent to the private territory of the carefree old man. However, even so, there was still something inside. The carefree old man built the carefree pavilion in the carefree city and selected elite disciples to nurture. Needless to say, he really managed to nurture some of them. Today there were hundreds of deities in the carefree city. It was the most powerful existence among the dozens of cities around it. Of course, this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. After casually looking around, he didn't find anything that Yi Xian needed, so Yi Xian turned around and prepared to leave. However, before he could even leave, he encountered something interesting. An army was led by an inferior heavenly god, 3 superior heavenly gods, and a dozen inferior heavenly gods. They were actually outside the carefree city. Yi Xian moved and stood at the top of the tallest building in the carefree city. Yi Xian wanted to see what was going to happen here. Carefree old man, get out here. Just as Yi Xian was ready to watch a good show, the heavenly god outside the city shouted loudly toward the carefree city. The huge sound wave even killed many mortals in the city. Damn it, old man Tianke, what are you trying to do? In the blink of an eye, another inferior heavenly god rushed out. At the same time, a protective barrier appeared above the carefree city. Countless soldiers rushed to the top of the city wall. What am I trying to do? Carefree old man Mo Shangu has ordered you to capture the totem beasts. It's fine if you want to die, but why do you want to harm us? If you don't hand over the totem beasts, you are openly making an enemy out of Mo Shangu. If you want to die, do you want to drag us down with you? Haha, you are you. Mo Shangu is strong, we wandering cultivators naturally can't afford to offend him. However, what right do they have to capture my divine beast with just one sentence? What right do they have to ask me to deliver it? At this point, Yi Xian finally understood that it was because of the totem beasts and Mo Shangu. When Yi Xian first came to the divine realm, he had also obtained a totem beast when he arrived at the Myriad Beast sect. Of course, compared to the dozens of totem beasts that the Myriad Beast sect had, the pitiful totem beast in Carefree City was nothing. Unfortunately, Carefree City didn't have the strength of the Myriad Beast sect, so they didn't even have the qualifications to exchange for the totem beasts. Mo Shangji's one sentence forced Carefree City to hand over the totem beasts, and they even had to deliver them personally. To put it bluntly, it was all because they were too weak. The 2 heavenly god stage experts were still bickering. However, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to continue watching, because there was no need for Yi Xian to continue paying attention to him. Strength, everything was a problem caused by strength. What he saw this time made Yi Xian understand once again that only by possessing strength would he not be bullied by others. When Yi Xian left, sounds of killing could already be heard coming from the direction of Carefree City. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were fighting, but it was all because of 2 heavenly god experts. Perhaps, in their hearts, they didn't care about the lives of mortals. Yi Xian summoned his Pegasus and left at lightning speed. He wasn't looking for a mortal city. Maybe he could go there to take a look when he was bored, but it wouldn't help Yi Xian increase his strength at all. Very soon Yi Xian found another city. However, this was not a city of mortals. It was a real city, a city that belonged to the gods. Yes, this is the place Ling Shen Court. I didn't expect Ling Shen Court to be here. Then, I can go there and see if the materials I need can be found here. Yi Xian landed on the ground and recalled his Pegasus at the same time. He walked into the city alone. His target was very clear, Ling Shen Court. I heard that Ling Shen Court will be auctioning a few precious treasures this time, but I don't know what kind of treasures they are. So what if you've heard about it? We're not qualified to participate. This auction is an internal auction. Only those invited by Ling Shen Pavilion are qualified to participate. Without an invitation, no one can enter. Chapter 21:19. It looked like Yi Xian had come at just the right time. Auction. Not bad, not bad. Generally speaking, there would always be a few good items appearing at an auction. Of course, whether one could obtain them or not would depend on one's own wealth. This time Yi Xian would not be as hard-pressed as the last time. He would use the divine crystals on him carefully. No matter what, Yi Xian was still a person with a net worth in the millions. However, how would one obtain an invitation letter? Alright, Yi Xian suddenly remembered. When he passed the first stage in the Valley of Despair, wasn't there a person who happened to be an elder of Ling Shen Court? His token was now in his hands. In that case, could he use this thing to obtain an invitation letter? Or perhaps the right to enter? At this thought, Yi Xian did not hesitate and walked directly to the attendant of Ling Shen Court. Honorable guest, how may I help you? The attendant asked Yi Xian respectfully. Oh, I want an invitation letter to the auction. How can I obtain one? Sir, I am very sorry, but the auction this time is not a public auction. It is a small, internal auction. Therefore, apart from those who have been invited, no one else is allowed to participate. Although the attendant spoke tactfully, the people around Yi Xian were amused. Am I seeing things? A mere mid-level true god wants to obtain an invitation letter to the auction? Doesn't he know that the lowest level of invitation this time is the heavenly god realm? Furthermore, he actually went to ask someone from Ling Shen Court. How stupid. Isn't that so? I'm dying of laughter. What does he think Ling Shen Court is? What does he think Ling Shen Court's internal auction is? Can anyone go just because they want to? Is that still an internal auction? There was a lot of discussion. Moreover, they were all saying that Yi Xian was overestimating himself. Yi Xian did not care about these people at all. Who cared what these people said? What Yi Xian wanted to do was the most important thing. Oh, so that's how it is. Then I would like to ask, can I use this to exchange for an invitation letter? Yi Xian did not hesitate and took out the elder's jade pendant. When the attendant saw the item in Yi Xian's hand, he was shocked. One had to know that Ling Shen Pavilion was originally an independent force, so there was naturally a detailed division of power. As for the elders, it could be said that in each pavilion, there were usually only one or two elders in charge. Who would have thought that someone would use an elder's token to exchange for an invitation letter? Beads of sweat instantly appeared on the attendant's forehead. He submissively said to Yi Xian, "Sir, please wait for a moment. This lowly one will immediately invite the elder out." As he spoke, the attendant bowed to the Yi Xian and ran away. Such a dramatic turn of events caused everyone to widen their eyes in shock. No way. Where did this guy come from? What was that thing in his hand? Why did it make the attendant so terrified? In an instant, everyone in the hall shut their mouths. As for the few people who were discussing Yi Xian at the beginning, their expressions changed drastically. They looked at Yi Xian cautiously as if afraid that Yi Xian would pursue the matter. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care about these people at all, so he did not pay them any attention. Very soon, the elder of this branch rushed out in a hurry. This disciple greets the Grand Supreme Elder. What no one expected was that even this elder would be so respectful to Yi Xian and even kneel down to greet him. In fact, Yi Xian himself did not understand what was going on. As it turned out, since Ling Shen Pavilion was a place of treasures, there were naturally countless capable people. Ling Shen Pavilion's elder's token was a very special item. No one knew how this item was refined. However, every elder only had one token. Furthermore, this token had its own spiritual intelligence and was reinforced with several unique seals. Unless the owner of the token was willing, this token would not follow anyone else. No matter how powerful one was, there was no way to forcibly control it because this token had a self-destructing effect. Of course, the elders of Ling Shen Pavilion were free to choose their successors, which meant that this token could be inherited by a disciple. However, there was no doubt that as long as one had the token, one would have the authority of an elder. It did not matter how Yi Xian obtained this elder's token, nor did it matter what kind of thoughts that person had at that time. But now Yi Xian was holding this token in his hand, which meant that Yi Xian was the owner of this token and a legitimate elder of Lingshan Pavilion. Furthermore, he was not an ordinary elder. Get up first. Yi Xian was stunned and said. Now even Yi Xian himself was still in a daze. What was going on? After that Lingshan Pavilion elder stood up, Yi Xian continued to ask. This token was indeed given to me by an elder of Lingshan Pavilion. However, I am not an elder of Lingshan Pavilion. I think you must have misunderstood something. Haha, Grand Supreme Elder, don't tease your disciple. The rules of Lingshan Pavilion have not changed for tens of millions of years. Perhaps the previous Grand Supreme Elder really gave this token to you for some reason. However, as long as you have this token, you are an elder of Lingshan Pavilion. Every elder's token in Lingshan Pavilion is fixed. In other words, the authority of every token will not change because of a person. Lingshan Pavilion only recognizes tokens and not people. F***CK. Yi Xian was stunned. Only recognizing tokens and not people? What kind of stupid rule was this? Wouldn't that be able to fool the people of Lingshan Pavilion with a fake token? Of course, Yi Xian also understood that it was almost impossible to fake a token. After all, Lingshan Pavilion was not a small faction. Yi Xian did not want to delve into this matter. His main goal now was to get an invitation letter. As for this token, he would wait until the next time he met Master Ku and ask him properly. Alright, I just want to ask you for an invitation letter this time. I want to participate in this auction, but unfortunately, I don't have one. I wonder if you can make it convenient for me? Yi Xian said directly. After hearing this, the elder's face revealed a strange smile. Then he said, Well, Grand Supreme Elder, do you really not know? You have the Grand Supreme Elder's token in your hand. If you want to enter the internal auction organized by our pavilion, you can enter at any time. The token in your hand represents your authority and is more useful than any invitation letter. Chapter 21:20. At that moment, the people around Yi Xian who had been discussing Yi Xian earlier, were all dumbfounded. They were both envious and terrified. How could a person who even an elder of Lingshan court treat with such respect be a simple person? Everyone silently watched Yi Xian's back as he walked into the inner hall of Lingshan court. Many people were already considering how they could curry favor with Yi Xian. The reason Yi Xian followed the elder to the inner hall was, of course, not because of the invitation letter, but because he wanted to know what good items would be auctioned this time. Yi Xian was even prepared to buy anything suitable in advance. This was also another benefit of the Grand Supreme Elder's token. Grand Supreme Elder, take a look. These are all the items that will be auctioned this time. The elder handed over a list to Yi Xian. The list clearly listed all the items that would be auctioned this time. Of course, 1/3 of the items would be auctioned by Lingshan court, while the other 2/3 would be auctioned by others. Very soon Yi Xian looked through the entire list. Among them, 3 items caught Yi Xian's attention the most. The first item was called the Ancient Demon Finger. That's right, it was a finger of the ancient Great Demon God. It was said that the Great Demon God had already reached the Master God realm. His physical body was simply incomparably strong. There was still a huge difference between the ancient demon gods and the current demon gods. In fact, whether it was the ancient demon gods or the demon gods, they were all several times stronger than the current gods. As for the root cause, it was in the divine ability. Especially for demon gods. Demons generally walk the path of cultivation. They constantly strengthen their physical bodies to form a godhead. However, demon gods also had various divine abilities. It was just that after countless years, many demon gods' special divine abilities had been lost. The original owner of this demon god's finger was a famous ancient great demon god, the finger of the Heaven Slaughter demon god. No one knew how many divine abilities the Heaven Slaughter devil god possessed. However, everyone knew that the most powerful divine ability of the Heaven Slaughter devil god was his finger of annihilation. It was said that if the Heaven Slaughter demon god wanted to kill someone, he only needed to casually point his finger and that person would die. Even those of the same level of cultivation would not be able to block his finger. Of course, Yi Xian did not care about these rumors. What he cared about was that the finger bone contained a special substance that could strengthen his sword god bloodline. I must get my hands on this thing, Yi Xian said to himself in his heart. However, when he saw that the note was actually addressed to him, he could only smile bitterly. The second item was a flower called the Lasting Soul Flower. The Long Soul Flower only had one use, and that was to nurture the soul. Yi Xian had said that he wanted to save Li Lei and the others, so Yi Xian had to get his hands on the Lasting Soul Flower. Did Lingshan Pavilion take this out themselves? Yi Xian looked at the note and was slightly surprised. However, he immediately smiled. Hey, who are you? Did your pavilion auction this lasting soul flower? Yi Xian turned around and asked the elder of Ling Xian Pavilion. Grand Elder, you can just call me Little White. This lasting soul flower is not a rare item. Someone gave it to my pavilion a few months ago. Do you like this flower, Grand Elder? Yes, I happen to need this type of material. Yi Xian nodded. Oh, since that's the case, Grand Elder can buy it directly. Grand Elder can enjoy a 50% discount in our pavilion. Disciple will make the decision to erase your transaction fee. Grand Elder only needs to pay 130,000 divine crystals for this long soul flower. Oh, so cheap? Well then help me get it. Aha, alright, Grand Elder. However, this long soul flower is only an ordinary divine flower. If it is used to refine magic treasures, it can only be used by those below the heavenly god realm. I wonder what Grand Elder wants it for? Yi Xian was at a loss for words. This guy didn't know that he was only a mid-level true god. Furthermore, he was a newcomer to the realm of the gods. If it wasn't for a coincidence, he wouldn't even have the strength to enter Ling Xian Pavilion, let alone participate in the auction. Of course, that person was just asking casually. He didn't have to get to the bottom of it. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't reply, that person casually ordered an attendant to get the lasting soul flower. As for Yi Xian, he was looking at the last item. Ever since Yi Xian came to the realm of the gods, he first killed the totem beast of the Divine Beast sect. Then he was chased by the disciples of the Divine Beast sect and fell into the Valley of Despair. It could be said that many of his abilities were not only unusable due to the system being damaged, but also because he didn't have the opportunity to use them. However, this didn't mean that Yi Xian gave up on his original items. For example, the 100 Beast Sword Attendant. At this moment, the item placed in front of Yi Xian was a mystical water blaze stone. This was a very peculiar stone because it was neither solid nor liquid, neither gas nor void. Simply put, this stone's form was a very peculiar state of self-combustion. This mystical water blaze stone could self-combust at any time. However, the energy it produced would be confined around the stone's body and quickly condense into the stone's body. This cycle would repeat for eternity. Of course, other than its peculiar form, the most important thing was its effect. This was an excellent material to strengthen the 100 Beast Sword Servants. Not only could it increase the 100 Beast Sword Servants' attack and defense, but it could also increase the 100 Beast Sword Servants' tenacity. The concept of tenacity wasn't easy to understand. Simply put, as long as this mystical water blaze stone was combined with the 100 Beast Sword Servants, then the 100 Beast Sword Servants would undergo unexpected changes. He had to get his hands on this thing. Even if he didn't get the ancient demon god's finger bone, he must get this mystical water blaze stone. Yi Xian looked at this item. It was still on auction. Since that was the case, he didn't look at it any longer. Instead, he took the long soul flower from Elder Xiaobai's hands. After paying the divine crystals, he asked Elder Xiaobai, how much longer until the auction? In reply to Grand Supreme Elder, the original plan was to hold it in 3 days. Is that okay? What did Yi Xian mean by, is that okay? If possible, Yi Xian wanted to hold it now. Of course, Yi Xian couldn't say this out loud. After all, it was impossible. Alright, 3 days it is. I'll come back in 3 days. Yes, Grand Supreme Elder. Chapter 21-21. Yi Xian was stunned. To be honest, he did not know much about the Grand Supreme Elder's identity. However, it would be good for him to meet the Grand Supreme Elder. After all, Master Ku did not tell him clearly that his token had such great authority. Sound transmission talismans, locator beasts, and other small treasures were very common even in the realm of the gods. Moreover, the distance was very far. After all, the realm of the gods was so big. How could it be possible to communicate without some conventional means? Yi Xian decisively condensed a few sound transmission talismans and handed them over to Elder Xiaobai. Then he said, if there's anything you need, you can directly send me a sound transmission. Then I'll come and disturb you in 3 days. I, Grand Supreme Elder, listen to what you're saying. It's my honor to have you here. There's no need to disturb you. Yi Xian smiled and did not say much. Instead, he walked out directly. Since he had to wait here for the auction to start, he naturally could not leave. After all, 3 days was actually very short. Very quickly, Yi Xian found and called the Assembly of Gods Pavilion and asked for a room to stay. Speaking of which, Yi Xian had not tasted the food of the realm of the gods yet. This time, Yi Xian was taking a break from his busy schedule. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. After spending more than 1,000 divine crystals, Yi Xian asked for a table of food and wine. He casually placed the God Slayer on the table and leisurely tasted the food of the realm of the gods. To be honest, although 1,000 divine crystals was indeed very expensive, this enjoyment was definitely not ordinary. Yi Xian only ate a few mouthfuls of the food and wine and felt extremely refreshed. However, when there were too many people, it was inevitable that there would be trouble. Moreover, especially when Yi Xian was being targeted. This guy. I heard that he has some connections in Lingshan court. However, since he is a member of Lingshan Pavilion, this young master would like to see what he is capable of. Qikong, go and teach this brat a good lesson for me. Let him know that this is the territory of the Jubao Pavilion. The people of Lingshan Pavilion better behave themselves. Yes, young master. A middle-aged man bowed respectfully to this young master. With a wave of his hand, he led his 3 followers towards Yi Xian. The Jubao Pavilion was an existence equivalent to the Lingshan Pavilion. However, Lingshan Pavilion had a wide range of branches, and anyone who came was a guest. On the other hand, Jubao Pavilion only dealt with clans and sects, and didn't care about individual gods. If the Rain Admiration Pavilion that only dealt with women was included, then these 3 auction houses were undoubtedly the 3 largest auction houses in the eastern region of the 9 Radiance Divine Realm. Including Mo Shanggu and all the other powers that Yi Xian had come into contact with so far, were actually only powers in the 9 Radiance Divine Realm. Of course, the 9 Radiance Divine Realm was merely one of the countless medium-sized powers in the Divine Dimension, and the master of the 9 Radiance Divine Realm was even an extraordinary expert at the Overgod Realm. These matters were too distant for the current Yi Xian. Good wine, it really is good wine. The wine of the God Realm is really different. It's a pity that it contains too much energy. I have to think of a way to dilute it so that my family can taste it. Yes, I also have to give some to Blackhorn Old Tree and the others. Yi Xian put down his wine cup, and a faint smile hung on his face. However, in the next moment his eyes narrowed and he casually slapped someone to the side. As it turned out, Qikong and the others had already come to Yi Xian's side. However, Qikong was attracted by Yi Xian's God Slayer. Of course, this was also Yi Xian's fault. He just had to show off the God Slayer outside, and it was impossible for him not to be noticed. Therefore, one of Qikong's followers understood and prepared to directly snatch the sword, which led to the scene of Yi Xian casually slapping him. That follower had the cultivation of a first-grade upper true god. When he saw that Yi Xian was only a mid-grade true god, he naturally looked down on him. However, he didn't expect that before he could even touch the God Slayer, he would be slapped by Yi Xian first. If not for his divine power automatically protecting his body, this slap would have sent him flying. How dare you hit me? The follower looked at Yi Xian in shock. In his eyes, Yi Xian was only a mid-grade true god. How would he dare to resist them? Unexpectedly, Yi Xian really did hit him. Therefore, for a moment he didn't react. So what if I hit you? Even if I kill you, it's your own fault. Yi Xian casually held the God Slayer in his hand, and then looked at the 4 people in front of him. 1 low-level heavenly god, 2 high-level true gods, and 1 peak mid-level true god. The strength of these people seemed to be very strong. Yi Xian was secretly vigilant. However, other than offending the Myriad Beast Divine Sect, he didn't seem to have any conflicts with anyone. Why would someone come looking for trouble with him? A mere mid-grade true god's cultivation was at the bottom of the divine world. Yi Xian didn't expect that someone would come looking for him just for a meal. How unlucky. Ah, brat, you sure talk big. You want to kill me? You. A mere mid-grade true god dares to threaten to kill me? I think you're the one who's looking for death. When the follower heard Yi Xian's words, he was immediately happy. He knew very well that they came looking for Yi Xian to cause trouble, so he wasn't afraid of causing trouble. This was what the young master ordered, so of course he didn't care. At this time, when he heard Yi Xian's threat, he laughed out loud. However, he seemed to have forgotten that he was slapped by Yi Xian just now. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he picked up the cup of wine on the table and drank it again, savoring the endless delicious taste. When the follower saw that Yi Xian was ignoring him, he secretly looked at Qikong. When he saw Qikong nodding, the follower didn't hesitate anymore and directly grabbed at Yi Xian. Brat, you're the one who's looking for death. Then let me fulfill your wish. This grab wasn't as simple as just grabbing. It went straight for Yi Xian's head. He was prepared to take Yi Xian's life. Although it was Yi Xian's first time in the realm of the gods, he knew that it was best not to make enemies. However, since he was being bullied, there was no need to tolerate it. In an instant, Yi Xian also made his move. Deity Vanquishing Slash. Boom. Yi Xian's attack was incomparably fast. So what if you're a high-grade true god? In front of the Deity Vanquishing Slash, under the deity vanquishing slash, there was no need to think about taking advantage of him. After a loud bang, the slash actually had the effect of a critical hit. This high-grade true god was just a rank 1 high-grade true god. In addition, he wasn't prepared. How could he resist? He was actually killed by Yi Xian's slash. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. In fact, although he wasn't afraid of these people, he didn't intend to make a big conflict. Chapter 21-22. What the hell was going on? Great, there was no room for negotiation. However, since he had already killed someone, Yi Xian might as well go all the way. He casually put the follower's corpse and his interspatial ring into his devouring space. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't choose to break through at this time. At the very least, unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't break through. After all, the requirements of the endless refinement were there. If Yi Xian were to break through now, then the difficulty of the endless refinement would increase when he returned. In that case, Yi Xian would not be able to achieve anything by coming here. How dare you kill someone? Seeing that Yi Xian had actually killed his companion the moment he made a move, Qi Kong was also extremely astonished. The key point was that Yi Xian was only an intermediate god. Qi Kong even had a feeling that even if he were to face that sword, he would not have the slightest chance of dodging it. That sword strike was simply too dazzling. At this time there were still some diners in the inn. However, when they saw the conflict between Yi Xian and Qi Kong, they immediately turned around and left. Yi Xian did not know who Qi Kong and the others were, but the diners did. Qi Kong was the personal bodyguard of the young master of the Endless Treasures Pavilion, the strongest faction in the city. He was not someone the diners could afford to offend. They did not even dare to stay to watch the battle. Of course, they were also very curious as to who had the guts to provoke the people of the Endless Treasures Pavilion. One had to know that the Endless Treasures Pavilion existed in the form of a family. In other words, the young master of this pavilion was also a member of the main family. His background was extremely powerful. You have seen whether I dare to kill or not. What? Do you also want to test if my sword is sharp enough? Yi Xian looked at Qi Kong indifferently. Since the conflict had erupted, there was no point in saying anything more. Kid, do you know who we are? I don't care who you are. Did you ask me if you want to touch my sword? How dare you? Don't think that we won't dare to kill you just because you are related to Lingshan Pavilion. To our young master, killing you is just like killing an ant. Qi Kang's words made Yi Xian raise his eyebrows slightly. It seemed like there was someone behind this guy. Oh, young master? So you are just a dog. Then let your young master come over and talk. I don't want to waste my breath on a dog. You, what did you say? Qi Kong was enraged. An incomparably powerful aura erupted from his body. The pressure of a heavenly god realm powerhouse suddenly erupted. No matter what, he was still a heavenly god realm expert, yet he was actually scolded like a dog by a mid-level true god. If it was anyone else, they would find it hard to accept. The example of challenging someone of a higher realm was obvious, so this was not the first time that the surrounding people had seen a true god mocking a heavenly god. Just as Qi Kong was about to make a move, a voice made him stop what he was doing. Yes, it was the young master who had walked over. The young master had only wanted Qi Kong to test Yi Xian's background. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would kill someone without a word? Furthermore, he had killed a superior deity with his mid-level deity cultivation. This was secondary. The main thing was that Yi Xian had inadvertently revealed his Supreme Elder's token when he killed that person. The Supreme Elder of Lingshan Pavilion wasn't someone to be trifled with. It could be said that the power behind Yi Xian was stronger than the young master's. It should be known that the elder who controlled a branch was only an ordinary elder, while the Supreme Elder was an existence equivalent to the regional supervising elder. Therefore, when the young master saw Yi Xian's token, his heart skipped a beat. Although he did want to cause trouble for the people of Lingshan Pavilion, offending a Supreme Elder of Lingshan Pavilion? At least for now, the young master didn't have the guts to do so. The young master walked over to Yi Xian and cupped his fists slightly. His etiquette was very perfunctory. Of course, if it had been someone close to Yi Xian who had been killed, Yi Xian probably wouldn't have been able to tolerate it. I am Hongmeng Xiaokei from Jubao Pavilion. How should I address you? The Hongmeng family. It was the family that controlled Jubao Pavilion. Are you the owner of this dog? Yi Xian asked indifferently as he pointed at Qi Kong casually. Qi Kong was so angry that his whole body was trembling. However, he didn't dare act presumptuously in front of Hongmeng Xiao Quebec. He could only stare coldly at Yi Xian. Yes, I am his master. Since you are from Lingshan Pavilion, why are you in a restaurant run by Jubao Pavilion? What? Are you trying to stir up trouble? Although Hongmeng Xiaokei was wary of Yi Xian's identity, that didn't mean that he was afraid of Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian was only a mid-level true god. If he hadn't had that token, he would have been worse than an ant in front of Hongmeng Shao Quebec. Oh, does this restaurant belong to your family? However, even if that's the case, why can't I come in when your restaurant is open for business? I don't think I see a sign outside your restaurant that says that people from Lingxian Pavilion are not allowed to enter, right? As Yi Xian spoke, he was once again extremely curious about the Supreme Elder's token that Master Moonless had left for him. It seemed that this token had a lot of uses, and the authority it represented was also extremely great. Alright, there really isn't one. Hongmeng Xiaoke was slightly taken aback by Yi Xian's words, but he didn't refute. Although the Lingxian Pavilion and the Treasure Gathering Pavilion were competitors and would fight in the open and in the dark, they didn't say that it was on the surface. Yi Xian's question was indeed something that made Hongmeng K not know how to answer. Since that's the case, I'm eating in your restaurant. Logically speaking, I'm your guest. However, your dog bit your guest. Instead of keeping your dog in check, you came to find trouble with me, your guest. This doesn't seem right, does it? Yi Xian lightly smiled. The corners of his mouth were obviously filled with ridicule. He wanted to see what this bullshit young master could do. Of course, Yi Xian was already prepared. If the other party really wanted to make a move, Yi Xian would immediately run away. After all, Yi Xian couldn't beat these people. Alright, we'll admit that we were unreasonable today. Manager put his bill on me. Let's go. Was Hongmeng Xiaoke admitting defeat? Yi Xian looked at Hongmeng Xiaoke in astonishment, but he was slightly wary. In fact, a barking dog wouldn't bite, but a silent dog would bite very viciously. It was obvious that Hongmeng Xiaoke belonged to the latter category. In other words, Yi Xian's troubles had only just begun. Sure enough, as soon as Hongmeng Xiaoke left the restaurant, he immediately ordered Qi Kong, "Go and find this guy. Go investigate this brat's background for me. Humph, daring to offend this young master, I want him to die without even knowing how." Chapter 21-23. It turned out that the reason Hongmeng Xiaoke hadn't made a move earlier was because he was afraid of Yi Xian's token. Since someone was footing the bill, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. He immediately ordered all the best ingredients in the restaurant. So what if he couldn't finish them? Who cared if he could finish them? In any case, Yi Xian didn't have to pay for them himself. In 3 days, Yi Xian had spent a total of more than 300,000 divine crystals. Not only did this guy eat by himself, but he also invited anyone who entered the restaurant to eat with him. The restaurant owner's face had turned white from Yi Xian's eating. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything about it. As for Hongmeng Xiaoke's expression when he saw the bill, Yi Xian couldn't care less. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had already arrived at Lingxian Court's internal auction. "Grand Supreme Elder, you're finally here. Please follow me. I've already prepared a VIP room for you." "What? Are you guys not going to hold the auction if I'm not here?" Elder Xiaobai smiled awkwardly but didn't say anything. However, Yi Xian was right. Elder Xiaobai really wouldn't have dared to hold the auction if he hadn't been here. In fact, he had already arrived at the area's supervising elder. The area's supervising elder had only one message for him. Use all means possible to serve Elder Yi Xian well. Also, try your best to keep him here until we arrive. To put it bluntly, no matter what method Elder Xiaobai used, he had to leave Yi Xian behind. He absolutely couldn't make Yi Xian unhappy. Although Elder Xiaobai didn't know the exact reason, he was very sure that Yi Xian's current status was no longer as simple as a Grand Supreme Elder. Elder Xiaobai summoned a beautiful attendant and led Yi Xian to the private room. Then he immediately returned to his own room and released a signal. "Supervising Elder, Yi Xian is already here for the auction. Please come over quickly. Grand Supreme Elder Yi Xian might leave after the auction is over." This news spread out at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a group of powerhouses was flying towards the pavilion where Elder Xiaobai was. Among them was Master Moonless. However, it seemed like Master Moonless was only an attendant this time. When Yi Xian finally entered the private room, the auctioneer on the stage finally received the news and heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, Lingxian Pavilion's internal auction usually didn't have a fixed time. As long as all the invited guests were present, the auction would begin. Sometimes, as long as the main invited guests were present, the auction would begin. After all, this was not a formal auction. It was just an internal auction. However, it was only the Grand Supreme Elders present. Only Yi Xian's not. It would have been fine if Elder Xiaobai hadn't received the message from the supervising elder, but Elder Xiaobai had received it. Thus, he could only helplessly ask the master to think of a way to stall for time. 2 hours? It wasn't a big deal for the sky's celestial powerhouses present, but they couldn't just wait for no reason. Hence, the auctioneer used all his tricks to stall for time. He finally heaved a sigh of relief when Yi Xian arrived. Hehe. Since everyone can't wait any longer, I won't waste any more of your time. Let's officially start the auction. The auctioneer was extremely excited. He could finally start normally. He couldn't wait to shoot everything in one go and end it quickly. However, at that moment, Elder Xiao Bai's voice rang in his ears. Try to delay the auction as much as possible, especially the item that the Grand Supreme Elder wants. It must appear at the latest. However, you must not anger the Grand Supreme Elder. Yes, that was all he said. The auctioneer was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What was going on? They were trying to stall for time again. More importantly, they couldn't anger the Grand Supreme Elder. They still had to get the item that the Grand Supreme Elder wanted. Yi Xian wanted the mystical water blaze stone, of course. Although the mystical water blaze stone was a precious treasure to Yi Xian, it was only a medium-grade item in this auction. It was best to leave a medium-grade treasure behind without angering the Grand Supreme Elder. This auction was really testing the auctioneer's skills. The auctioneer was helpless. He could only explain the uses and functions of each item in detail. This way it would be really troublesome and long. This kind of behavior undoubtedly caused the other people who were invited to complain. Fortunately, Yi Xian was new to the divine realm and didn't know many things. Hence, when the auctioneer introduced the items, Yi Xian listened with great interest. Of course, as long as Yi Xian was satisfied, Elder Xiao Bai and the others could rest assured. As for the others? Forget it. Even if they offended everyone here, they couldn't afford to offend Yi Xian. The next item is called the Six Sun Stone. That's right, the Six Sun Stone is one of the essential materials for body tempering below the heavenly god realm. Adding the Six Sun Stone to the body will make one's physique stronger. What the hell? Who doesn't know about the Six Sun Stone? What's wrong with the auctioneer today? He even has to introduce the Six Sun Stone like this. The crowd in the hall was discussing animatedly. Isn't that so? Do we need the auctioneer to teach us how to use the Six Sun Stone? Which one of us doesn't have a few formulas related to the Six Sun Stone? Sai, I think the auctioneer can forget about his job after this auction. He's dragging it out too much. As a veteran auctioneer, the auctioneer's expression changed when he heard this. However, at this moment a voice rang out. Oh, Six Suns 3-heart soup? There's such a method of body tempering? Then what other materials do we need? To be able to ask such a question, it was undoubtedly Yi Xian. When the auctioneer heard Yi Xian's voice, he immediately became interested. Not only did he begin to explain in detail, he even explained the rest of the materials, where to get them, how to use them for the best effect, and so on. Yi Xian listened with great interest. As for the others, they were getting impatient. However, the sharper ones had already noticed something unusual. Who's in that private room? Do you know? Chapter 21-24. Countless eyes were focused on the room Yi Xian was in. Their hearts were filled with questions. Finally, Master Moonless and the supervising elder of the area finally arrived at the pavilion after traveling at full speed. The auctioneer heaved a huge sigh of relief. There was no need to delay any longer. However, there were only a few items left in his hands. Without hesitation, he shouted out the item that Yi Xian wanted the most, the mystical water blazing stone. The next item is called the mystical water blazing stone. The starting price is 100,000 divine crystals. Each increment must not be lower than 10,000. Alright, let the auction begin. I bid 150,000. Sai, this item is actually being auctioned now. Could it be that this mystical water blazing stone has become a valuable treasure? I bid 200,000. Anyway, that's all I can offer. I don't know what the auctioneer is doing. He actually put this item as the finale item. What a waste of time. That's right, that's right. Who wants it? Hurry up and take it. It's annoying just looking at it. Yi Xian finally got what he wanted. Hence, without hesitation, he shouted out the price. I bid 500,000. To be honest, this item might be ordinary to others, but to Yi Xian it was a rare item. 500,000? In fact, it was definitely not worth that much. Normally, it could even go up to 2 million, much less 500,000. However, the crowd was already in a mess. Who would care so much? Someone was about to bid, but was pulled back by someone beside him. Forget it, just give it to him. It's not like it's anything good. Look at him, he really wants it. Furthermore, don't forget that he's in the divine room one. How could he have gotten it so easily? Even Yi Xian himself did not expect it to be so easy. It was not that Yi Xian did not participate in the bidding for the ancient demon finger. However, the competition was so fierce that Yi Xian gave up. Who would have thought that it would be so easy for the mystical water blazing stone to get it? Alright, 500,000. No one else is bidding. Then, congratulations to this young master for winning the auction. Weren't there 3 more people asking for the price? This film master was really interesting. Of course, this was a good thing for Yi Xian, so Yi Xian did not reject it. Just as the shoot ended, someone knocked on Yi Xian's door. Supreme Elder, may I come in? It was Elder Xiaobai's voice. Yi Xian smiled. He had made a profit this time, so he was naturally in a good mood, so he said directly, "Come in. Grand Elder, a friend of yours is waiting for you in the inner hall. Please follow me." After Elder Xiaobai came over, she didn't waste any time and directly said to Yi Xian, "My friend?" Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He didn't seem to have any friends in the God realm. What was going on? Could it be that Hongmeng Xiaoke? However, even if Hongmeng Xiaoke came to find him, it shouldn't be in the capacity of a friend. Yi Xian frowned slightly and asked, "Who is my friend?" "Supreme Elder, you'll know when you get there." "Haha, Supreme Elder, please follow me." Xiaobai had a respectful smile on her face, but it was obvious that this time, there was even a hint of flattery. Although Yi Xian didn't know what was going on, he wanted to see who exactly Elder Xiaobai's most feared friend was. Soon Yi Xian arrived at the inner hall of the Ling Xian Pavilion branch. The person who walked over made Yi Xian's heart skip a beat. The main character was here. Yes, it was the owner of the Grand Elder's token, Master Moonless. Could it be that he had used the badge of the Great Elder to participate in the auction and had even gotten Master Moonless out of it? Yi Xian looked at Moonless rather awkwardly. Of course there were others as well. "Master Yi, haha, it really is you." "Master Yi, I didn't expect it to be you." Master Moonless was extremely excited. However, it made Yi Xian rather uncomfortable. What was in this guy's mind? Did he have to be so excited? "Vice Pavilion Master, that's right. This is Yi Xian, Master Yi. My little life, as well as the people who were trapped there with me, was all thanks to Master Ye's help that we were able to leave," Master Moonless said respectfully to the person behind him. However, Yi Xian couldn't even see through that person's cultivation level. When Yi Xian asked for help from the system, the answer he got was, "Ding. System notification. Target's cultivation level is too high. Temporarily unable to detect." Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Damn, his cultivation level was so high that even the system couldn't detect it. What the hell, what kind of cultivation level was this person? Just as Yi Xian was sizing up the Deputy Pavilion Master, the Deputy Pavilion Master was also sizing up Yi Xian. "You're Yi Xian?" Facing such a powerful person, Yi Xian didn't dare to be disrespectful. He quickly bowed slightly and answered, "Yes, I am Yi Xian. Not bad, not bad. You're indeed young and promising. By the way, what stage are you in now?" "Trials?" He actually knew about the trials. However, Yi Xian glanced at Master Moonless and understood why this person knew about them. I've just received the title of the Endless Refiner in the beginner trial. I'm temporarily out and preparing to go again after some time." Yi Xian didn't hide anything and answered directly. Obviously, that person's body stiffened when he heard this. Then, he stared at Yi Xian as if he wanted to see through Yi Xian. Good. You're indeed young and promising. Then, continue to work hard." Yi Xian was a little confused by the Deputy Pavilion Master's words. What was happening now was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. He didn't even understand what was going on. However, after the Deputy Pavilion Master finished speaking, he didn't continue speaking. Instead, Master Moonless ran over to Yi Xian. Grandmaster Yi, I'll have to trouble you this time. Here, this is the new identity token that Ling Xian Pavilion has prepared for you. You'd better return my token to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to command my former subordinates." Master Moonless lightly smiled as he handed over a purple token to Yi Xian. There were only 2 words on the token: Ling Xian. After all, the Grand Supreme Elder's token belonged to Master Moonless. Since Master Moonless had asked for it back, Yi Xian naturally couldn't keep it. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly handed the Grand Supreme Elder's token to Master Moonless. Chapter 21-25. However, Yi Xian did not reach out to take the token because he still did not understand what was going on. However, Master Ku seemed to be prepared. He directly stuffed the token into Yi Xian's hands and retreated to the side. Yi Xian was stunned. "No, Master Ku, what do you mean by this?" However, Master Ku only smiled mysteriously. Then everyone from Ling Xian Pavilion, including Elder Xiaobai, instantly knelt in front of Yi Xian. "Greetings, Pavilion Guardian Elder." What the hell? How did he become a Pavilion Guardian Elder? Moreover, it seemed that this Pavilion Guardian Elder was even more awesome than the Grand Supreme Elder. What was going on? Yi Xian was stunned and looked directly at Master Ku. Master Ku naturally understood what Yi Xian wanted to ask. Therefore he did not beat around the bush and directly replied, "Ha, Master Yi, just accept it. Do you know what my identity is in Lingshan Pavilion?" Yi Xian was stunned. Wasn't he just the Grand Supreme Elder? What other identity could he have? However, before Yi Xian could answer, Master Ku directly replied, "Master Yi, perhaps you don't know other things, but I was trapped there for countless years. You should know this, right? In fact, other than my status as a Grand Elder, I am also the younger brother of the Lingshan Court's Pavilion Master. Tell me you saved his younger brother. As the elder brother, how could the Pavilion Master not appreciate it? Therefore it's better for you to accept this Pavilion Guardian Elder token. After all, one of the 4 Pavilion Guardian Elders of Lingshan Pavilion has already passed away after entering another mystery land. Another Pavilion Guardian Elder has also passed away due to exhaustion of his divine power. Lingshan Pavilion only has 2 Pavilion Guardian Elders now. Of course, Master Yi, you don't have to doubt it. You are in charge of Restriction Pavilion. To be honest, you are the only Pavilion Guardian Elder in Restriction Pavilion. As for the other elders or disciples under you, there is not a single one." It wasn't until Master Moonless finished speaking that Yi Xian realized that Lingshan Pavilion was trying to rope him in. Although he had only been given an empty shell, in reality, the benefits contained within this token were already boundless. Should Yi Xian refuse? How was that possible? As long as Yi Xian wasn't that stupid, he wouldn't refuse. In fact, he didn't have anything right now. If he could find a backer, it would be very beneficial for him. Although he did not know why Lingshan Pavilion valued him so much, he believed that it was not simply because Master Moonless was the younger brother of their Pavilion Master. But what did this have to do with Yi Xian? If there were benefits to be had, then let's take them. Alright, since I don't belong to any sect now, it would be impolite to decline, Yi Xian replied. His answer instantly made everyone smile, including the Vice Pavilion Master. Of course, although Yi Xian had become Lingshan Pavilion's Pavilion Guardian Elder, he did not even know what kind of power Lingshan Pavilion was. All he knew was that Lingshan Pavilion was an auction. As for the Pavilion Guardian Elder token in Yi Xian's hand, Yi Xian had merely treated it as a token that could give him a huge discount when he bought things. Yi Xian's participation was unavoidable, so Lingshan Pavilion had to hold a banquet. This banquet lasted for 7 whole days. A banquet that lasted for 7 days was considered strange. After the Vice Pavilion Master, Master Moonless, and the others left, Yi Xian still felt like he was in a dream. This time, no matter what, Yi Xian had picked up a huge bargain. Of course, this was also the so-called karma. If Yi Xian had not saved Master Moonless and the others at the first stage of the Valley of Despair, today's events would not have happened. After sorting out his emotions, Yi Xian would be a waste not to use his special privileges. He immediately asked Elder Xiao Bai to get him a large amount of body tempering materials. This time he was prepared to temper his body properly so that he could attempt the endless trials again. Of course, Yi Xian still had to pay for these things from his own pocket. Therefore he had used up all the millions of divine crystals that he had painstakingly obtained. However, the items that he had obtained could be considered generous. If he wanted to upgrade the 100-beast sword servant, he would need to devour points. At the moment, Yi Xian only had 2 devour points. There were very few things that he could do. For now, he could either upgrade the 100-beast sword servant or the battle god mount. After Yi Xian had broken through to the godly state, he had also summoned divine beast mounts. Therefore, the battle god mount could also be called a god grade mount. Due to a system error, the god grade mount had regressed to a silver grade mount. If it could be upgraded to a gold grade mount, its battle strength would undoubtedly increase by a lot. However, if Yi Xian chose to upgrade the 100-beast sword servant, it would be very useful. As previously mentioned, the mystical firestone could increase the toughness of the 100-beast sword servant. Then what exactly did it reflect on? For example, the cooldown of the summons. If he upgraded the battle god mount, then Yi Xian would be able to obtain enough strength in one go. On the other hand, if he upgraded the 100-beast sword servant, then Yi Xian would be able to summon more mounts in a short period of time. 2 choices, 2 conflicting choices. However, considering the needs of the trial, Yi Xian finally decided to upgrade the 100-beast sword servant. System, I want to use devour points and the mystical firestone to upgrade the 100-beast sword servant. Ding. Host has used the mystical firestone and consumed 2 devour points to upgrade the 100-beast sword servant. Ding. The resurrection time of the 100-beast sword servant has been reduced by half. The cooldown of the 100-beast sword servant's ultimate move 100 Beasts Parade has been reduced by half. Following the system notification, a satisfied smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. All his efforts had not been in vain. Finally, there was a return on investment. Reducing the cooldown by half meant that Yi Xian could use the 100-beast sword servant once every half a day. In that case, how useful would it be? The mechanism of the endless trial was to continuously strengthen the monsters, with each level stronger than the one before, until there were 1,000 monsters. Now that the cooldown of Yi Xian's 100-beast sword servant had been reduced, it meant that as long as Yi Xian controlled the speed of the trial, then he would be able to conserve a lot of energy each time he faced the strongest wave of 1,000 monsters. This undoubtedly increased Yi Xian's chances of passing the endless trial by many times. This was the result that Yi Xian wanted. Of course, apart from upgrading the 100-beast sword servant, the other items that Yi Xian had obtained were not completely useless. This time, the materials that Yi Xian had obtained were for refining the body. Furthermore, they could stimulate the potential of both the sword god bloodline and the battle god bloodline at the same time. Don't look at how this medicinal soup was something that Yi Xian had only exchanged for with divine crystals. However, it was extremely useful to Yi Xian. After soaking in the wooden barrel for an entire day as if he was taking a bath, Yi Xian finally absorbed all of the medicinal effects of the medicinal liquid. Ding. Host's sword god bloodline has grown. Ding. Host's battle god bloodline has grown. Ding. Host's battle strength has increased. Following the system notification, Yi Xian nodded slightly. Alright, the results were all within Yi Xian's grasp. There was even a pleasant surprise. Chapter 21-26. Yi Xian immediately took out a designated teleportation talisman, which was given to him by the Guardian. After crushing it, he would be able to return to the endless trials. With a slight force in his hand, he crushed the teleportation talisman. In an instant, a mysterious array appeared under his feet. Then, in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. When Yi Xian opened his eyes again, he was already in the teleportation pavilion. You're here. Are you ready to continue the trial? The Guardian's voice sounded. Yi Xian could not see where he was, but the voice seemed to indicate that the Guardian had been staring at Yi Xian. Yes, I'm ready. Good, then you can go to the next level. I don't think I need to explain the rules. This time it's the same. Before you obtain the title of Intermediate Trial Taker, you're not allowed to leave. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Yi Xian nodded. Of course he understood the rules here. The Guardian's voice did not sound again, and Yi Xian walked to the next level. It seemed that after the challenge even the opponent had changed. This time his opponent was still a divine beast, a monster of the devil ape type with 6 arms. Yi Xian did not know what its name was, so he just called it the 6 arms devil ape. The 6 arms devil ape had extremely fast speed. At the same time, each of its 6 arms held 6 different magic treasures. There were no more and no less, 3 offensive and 3 defensive treasures. On this level, Yi Xian was only facing 1, and its cultivation level was only at the peak intermediate true god realm. Therefore, this was the opportunity for Yi Xian to understand the 6 arms devil ape. He took a step forward and left the staircase. In an instant, the 6 arms devil ape sensed him. Roar, roar. The 6 arms devil ape roared. At the same time, a bowl-shaped magic treasure in its hand emitted a strong light and attacked Yi Xian. What a strong pressure. This light seems to be used to suppress my movement. Moreover, this kind of strength is just right for a peak mid-true god to possess. Yi Xian silently analyzed in his heart. Of course, such a strong pressure wouldn't affect Yi Xian too much. However, even so, Yi Xian did not immediately kill the 6 arms demon ape. Instead, he quietly waited for the 6 arms demon ape to attack. The main purpose of choosing this level was to first grasp the strength of the 6 arms demon ape so that it would be more convenient for the later battles. The 6 arms demon ape didn't seem to have much intelligence. After the first attack was launched, the second attack was launched almost instantly. It was still a ray of light, but it was condensed together. Furthermore, the light this time around was no longer as simple as oppressive might. Instead, it had turned into a truly powerful attack. Corrosive ability? No, in addition to corrosion, it also has the ice attribute. This attack can slow down my movement speed and corrode my divine power. Yi Xian felt it slightly and already knew the effect of this attack. In that case, I can't say that I'll be delayed for too long in the later stages. After all, once the 6 arms demon ape is formed, this kind of attack will become a huge test. Yi Xian frowned slightly. However, he was thinking about the test in the later stages. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. This wasn't because Yi Xian was a coward. This was the realm of the gods. Even if it was just a trial monster, Yi Xian had never seen it before. Therefore, Yi Xian had to familiarize himself with these monsters. Not only because of this place but also because of the entire realm of the gods. Now, Yi Xian was continuously accumulating experience. Very quickly, the 6 arms demon ape's attack methods were completely understood by Yi Xian. Now it was time to test this fellow's defensive methods. The 100 Beast Sword Attendant had to be used at the 1000 Beast level. Megatron could be used but not now. Therefore Yi Xian still only pulled out the God Slayer and attacked the 6 arms demon ape. Eat my sword. This time Yi Xian only used a normal attack. Unexpectedly, the 6 arms demon ape waved its hand casually and used a long sword to block Yi Xian's attack. Not bad, not bad. Although I didn't use the God Slayer's skill to attack this time, I used 80% of my strength. It seems that this fellow's strength isn't as weak as it looks. Alright, now it's time to start the slaughter. Yi Xian felt that he had grasped the 6 arms demon ape's general ability, so he didn't hesitate. The God Slayer released a burst of intense light. Yi Xian had already made his move. Deicide slash. Boom. The critical hit effect appeared. Although it didn't kill in one hit, the effect of 10 times the critical hit was no different from killing in one hit. In an instant, the 6 arms demon ape in front of Yi Xian was killed, turning into a ray of white light and disappearing. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly stepped onto the next level. It could be said that after understanding the strength of the 6 arms demon ape, even though it was clearly at a higher level than Yi Xian, it couldn't stop Yi Xian's advance at all. In front of Yi Xian, the 6 arms demon apes were killed one by one, and Yi Xian's advance became firmer and firmer. Have I reached the last level of the peak true god stage? At this time Yi Xian stood at the top of the stairs and looked at the densely packed 6 arms demon apes in front of him. 1,000, such a large number. However, what was the use? Could it be that he wanted to rely on these 6 arms demon apes to stop Yi Xian's advance? 100 Beast Sword Attendant, come out for me. Yi Xian finally used his trump card. As soon as he summoned the 100 Beast Sword Attendant, he didn't hesitate and directly let the 100 Beast Sword Attendant use the 100 Beast Walk, summoning 100 divine mounts at the same time. In an instant, 100 silver-level divine mounts appeared and pounced on the 6 arms demon apes without hesitation. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was unlucky this time. Among the 100 divine mounts, there wasn't a single gold-level divine mount. There wasn't even a single gold-level divine mount, let alone a platinum-level one. This is interesting. This little guy still has such a trump card. Suddenly, the voice of the gatekeeper was heard. This voice made Yi Xian's body stiffen slightly. The gatekeeper was definitely a super existence that Yi Xian couldn't defeat. However, when he was trying to break through the levels, the gatekeeper had never interfered with him. But now, why did he suddenly speak? Could it be that external forces weren't allowed here? Yi Xian was puzzled, but he didn't ask. However, the gatekeeper seemed to have seen through Yi Xian's thoughts and directly said, "Young man, don't worry. The beasts you summoned can be considered as part of your own strength, so they are considered to be reasonable. I'm just a little curious about your beasts. When you obtain the Intermediate Endless Trials title, you can also obtain a reward. Young man, work hard. I have a reward that is very suitable for your current skill. If you can pass this test, then I'll give you this reward." Chapter 21-27. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. What did the Guardian mean? What did he mean by a reward that was suitable for his current skill? The skill that the Guardian was referring to was Yi Xian using the 100 Beast Sword Servant's ultimate move to summon 100 silver-grade divine beasts mounts. Then what was the reward that he was referring to? Of course, although Yi Xian was puzzled, he knew that he would be able to take advantage of the situation this time. As long as he could obtain the title of Intermediate Trial Taker, no matter what the Guardian was referring to, it would become Yi Xian's. Presumably, the Guardian would not tease Yi Xian. Then let's fight. Let's fight hard no matter what the Guardian gave Yi Xian. All the rewards could only be obtained after Yi Xian obtained the title of Intermediate Trial Taker. Therefore Yi Xian could only fight with all his might. The Endless Trial Taker was called endless because it would not give you any time to rest. If you wanted to fight slowly and drag out the time, that was impossible because there was a time limit to the battle. If you wanted to end the battle quickly and use the free time to take a break, this was also impossible because there was a limit to the amount of time that could pass after the battle had ended. Endless Trial Taker, endless slaughter. Yi Xian's eyes were bloodshot. He did not even know how many monsters he had killed with his own hands. Kill, endless slaughter. There was only battle, non-stop battle. Moreover, the higher he went, the stronger the monsters were. Fortunately, the god-slaying sword was able to effectively suppress these monsters, which was why Yi Xian wasn't in any danger along the way. Superior Grade 1 True God Pass. Superior Grade 5 True God Pass. Superior Grade Peak True God Pass. At this moment, Yi Xian was facing a first-grade Heavenly God opponent. A first-grade Heavenly God 6 Arms Demon Ape. Good lad, you're the first one I've met in 3 million years with such speed. What was the name of the last one who could maintain such speed? All right, I think it was Fei Yu or something. Not bad, not bad. Your performance is not bad. The voice of the guardian sounded again. This time it was directly praising Yi Xian. This was a rare occurrence. Yi Xian didn't reply. He wasn't in the mood to do so right now. Ever since the start of the intermediate trial, Yi Xian had been challenging monsters of a higher level than him. In the previous level, he had even fought with 1,000 upper-class true gods. If Yi Xian were to say that he could easily defeat such a powerful opponent, it would be impossible. Even though the God-Slayer was able to effectively suppress the monsters, with each strike being able to deal critical damage, and from time to time being able to kill in one hit, and with the addition of the 100 beast sword servants, the battle was still very difficult. Without mentioning anything else, this battle lasted for a full 5 days. Yi Xian even summoned the sword servants of the 100 beasts a total of 10 times. It was obvious how difficult this battle was. In fact, not only was Yi Xian tired, but he was also injured all over. In the previous stage, Yi Xian had been in danger several times. He had almost lost his life a few times. Fortunately, the more serious his injuries were, the more the battle of the worlds increased. However, there was no end in sight to this battle. The endless trial, as its name suggested, was endless. Just the continuous appearance of opponents was enough to make those with weak willpower despair. Yi Xian's willpower wasn't weak, but that didn't mean that he was feeling good right now. At this time, Yi Xian even thought of giving up. Difficult. It was really too difficult. This endless refinement could be said to have allowed Yi Xian to experience what true endless was, what endless slaughter was. However, could Yi Xian give up? No, because this was part of the system repair mission. Yi Xian could only grit his teeth and continue. Furthermore, if others could complete the trial, why couldn't Yi Xian complete it? It was only the intermediate trial now. There were still advanced and even higher levels. Could it be that Yi Xian couldn't even pass the intermediate trial? No, Yi Xian didn't believe it. He didn't believe that he only had this much strength. Kill? Yi Xian suddenly roared. At this time, the 100 beast sword attendant and the divine mount were in cooldown. The withered bone sword attendant was useless. The same went for Wei Zhentian. It was useless. Everything depended on Yi Xian. The 6 arms demon ape seemed to be very excited. With a wave of its hand, another powerful aura descended on Yi Xian. In just an instant, Yi Xian felt as if he was being suppressed by a mountain. He couldn't move an inch. Was this really a first-stage heavenly god 6 arms demon ape? This was a super opponent that surpassed Yi Xian by 2 whole realms. Yi Xian was only a mere intermediate true god. Moreover, he was only a 4th-stage true god. Moreover, he had already gone through so many killings. He was already mentally and physically exhausted. Rewards, titles. Yi Xian couldn't care less about them now. Right now, he was just relying on his tenacious willpower to fight. Boom. A strong force came, and Yi Xian was sent flying by the 6 arms demon ape. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Yi Xian felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter. He was so powerless and so tired. Was it going to end just like that? Could it be that he really couldn't pass? In fact, would he even die here? No, he couldn't. Yi Xian couldn't accept defeat. He couldn't accept defeat like this. At this time, his eyes suddenly opened. No, I won't admit defeat. So what if you're a heavenly god? Yi Xian will kill you all the same. Spiritual control. Suddenly, Yi Xian let out a loud roar. His divine sense suddenly condensed and attacked the 6 arms demon ape at the heavenly god stage. Hoping to control the 6 arms demon ape with spiritual control? That was almost impossible. In fact, not to mention the heavenly god stage 6 arms demon ape, even before this, Yi Xian hadn't used this spiritual sense control. As for the reason was very simple. These monsters in the Tower of Trials weren't real entities. They were just illusions.